Welcome to AudioNovel. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. World Creator System. Chapter 1. Floating in black endless void was a tall, attractive man with tan skin and a muscular build. He has golden eyes and very long, black hair tied in a ponytail, and he was playing with a 3D projected figure of a planet. He was spinning it around and zoomed in to see tiny figures that looked like humans that dressed as cultivators. Some of them were fighting with sword or flying on them, and some were fighting with elements. This was Eru. In the past he was human, who by unknowingly transmigrated and that too into a formless being in a parallel world with a system called World Creator System. Like the name suggests, it was sandbox-like system, which had the ability to create worlds. It was a direct system, whose role was to make him a supreme being. Which also had maul to buy things like high technology, superpowers, summons, etc. When questioned about why he needed any of them, after all he was a god, the system explained about restrictions being placed on creators when they enter their created world, like he would be a demigod figure in the world you created, so in normal worlds it might be safe, but as you create higher realm world it might get dangerous for him. Thus having these powers, skills, cultivation techniques, and summons are considered helpful. The knowledge provided by the system said there are low, medium, high-level gods, and each having 6 stages to it. Also their one final level, which was the supreme being. My rank at the time was a low-level god, and achieve or gain power was create world and gather what was known as chaos energy. The way for us to create world was simple. It was by using the very same chaos energy. The system gave missions and achievements, which when accomplished would give us the chaos points. These chaos points could be used to buy things from the system. So like that he slowly created one world after another. At the start a copy of his original world, and nurtured from primitive age to space age, where he slowly learned the fact religious belief also can be converted into chaos energy or points. Also some rewards given by the system included templates of world that he knew as TV shows like GOT, MCU, etc. At the time he didn't use these, since there are requirements for certain templates. Like for MCU, you needed to be high-level god who can not only create universe, but also the multiverse. So he stuck to his missions and he went on creating world with sci-fi, magic, and cultivation worlds. He created variation of these worlds and experimented with them, like going into one of the worlds and interfering with world, like providing blessing, skills, and one time even had a relationship with a woman in the cultivation world. He decided to take the name Eru Elevator from then on, when he enters these world. So upon reaching high-level god, he just got bored, since in this parallel world he was a godlike being, who could just wave a hand and destroy a country or resurrect the dead. Now even his restricted form or avatar has power ranging from Charles Xavier's telepathy, Magneto's magnetism manipulation, power augmentation, etc. That's when he then remembered about the templates and decided to experiment on them. There were multiple templates to choose, but it decided to go for the lower level ones, which were God and Van Helsing. Chapter 2. Eru watched the 3D projected Earth-like planet in front of him. This was obtained from using the template of GOT. The world slowly progressed under his care. There was so-called Westeros, Essos, ET, and the different islands. He saw different places like future Valyria and Shadowlands. He slowly sped time and watched humans slowly progressed. He saw demons and even dragons develop in places, but these beings seemed to stay very close to the Shadowlands. Eru then with slight gesture of his hands moved 3D world and zoomed towards Westeros, inhabited by the children of the forest, a diminutive species of green seers and wood dancers, and the giants. The giants are primitive, wielding only tree logs as clubs. The children are somewhat more advanced, aboriginal hunter-gatherers who make villages in the woods. Eru smiled and said, "Let's create the old god's religion." He made his avatar to descent into the world. While in Westeros the children of the forest were going about their daily lives, they were without purpose and they always come upon issues with the giants, who once again attacked their group. That's when they saw a massive white stag. He looked at us with great dark eyes, his silvery antlers gleaming in the half-light. All of them felt a special presence form it like it was one with nature, and the next thing it did shocked them. The white stag shapeshifted into a humanoid figure. He had unfamiliar gold lines all over his body which resembled tattoos. His height was a full human arm length taller than that of an adult male, and he has developed 6-pack abs. His horns had 5, the horns are curved inward toward his head and resemble a crown. His tattoos have also slightly changed. Certain tattoos give certain buffs. His hair has turned from silver gray to silver white, his eyes were glowing gold. It was Eru in different form, and he just raised his hand as the trees around them come to life and attacks the giants. Another tree sticks a root into the ground. It comes up further down, tree roots enchanted by magic grabs him and pulls multiple giants onto the ground, completely subduing them. The rest of the giants seeing this ran away, while the children of the forest looked at the figure in awe and fear. One of the children took the courage to walk towards Eru and questioned in their language, Jerna Moore, "Who are you, majestic one?" Eru smiled. He decided to give dramatic effect as flowers started to bloom everywhere and light from the sun shined right about him, making him look otherworldly as he said, "I am the creator of these lands and even you." This shocked all of them, while Leaf questioned, "You are a god?" Eru just gave a nod, and this was the start. He taught them how to protect themselves and taught them about dragon glass and even gave them small ability to use druidic magic. The children of the forest worshipped him from then on as the god of nature, leader of the old gods of the forest, and carved the faces into sacred weirwood trees. The children also developed great mastery of magic powers. Later on, the giants came to an agreement with children of forest, and therefore no more fight occurred, and giants joined in praying to Eru, which got them the blessing of having better mental capacity. The total combined population of the children and the giants across all of Westeros wasn't enough to fill even one of the later 7 kingdoms, and so its vast primeval forests remained sparsely populated for many centuries. Chapter 3. Eru watched as children of forest and giants were united and thriving together. They even made statue of him to pray to. He did warn them, "You will face many dangers and your future will depend on your choices." The children of the forest and giants bowed, while Eru was about fly away. A young Leaf questioned, "My lord, is there way to call you?" Eru was ready to fly off, but turned back as he hovered in the air, brazenly defying gravity. Wick only caused the children of the forest and giants to believe in him more. He smiled at her and answered, "Just pray." As Westeros was progress, he noticed there was also other spiritual beings slowly gaining sentience. One of them was a spirits-like drowned god, and another called Lawler, alternatively known as the Lord of Light. These were small-time spirit that became a small deities. Eru remembered the Lord of Light has been described as a fire god, and its clergy, fire priests, as his worship centers around fire and light. He remembered most of the worship practices of the Lord of Light involve fire. This can range from simple bonfires, to some extreme cases advocating the sacrifice of non-believers by immolation. The symbol of the Lord of Light is a fiery heart. The religion is led by the Red Priests, though both men and women can join the priesthood. Lord of the Light would have gained massive follower in the continent of Essos, but now Eru was going to cut them off before Lawler can gain the powers of a god. Eru was not afraid of these beings since his power was way above them, and these spirits, even if they can gain so-called godhood, will never be able to escape the confines of the laws he placed on the GOT world. Also, Lawler for now was a high-level spirit, who was using his power to lure power-hungry humans to gain power through sacrifice. Eru grinned and muttered, "Let's counter them." Eru used water to fashion a spirit, which was named Almo. Tall, handsome, powerful, yet gentle. He has black hair, a neatly trimmed black beard, a deep tan, and sea-green glowing tattoos on his body become very faint and slowly glimmer. These tattoos are the one in the future that will link them to the old gods. He was more powerful than Lawler, who is now a high-level spirit now. Almo quickly knelt in front of Eru and said with utter devotion, "What can I do for you, father?" Eru gesturing towards the Essos and said, "As you can see, son, this land I created is getting corrupted by spirits who are greedy for power. To attain godhood they are using these mortals' greed and lust." Almo was angry and yelled, "I shall destroy them." For Almo these so-called lowly spirits were desecrating his father's work, but Eru calmed him down and said, "I know it angers you, my son, but they have part to play in the future." Almo was curious about what his father wanted to do. After all, with father's powers it was easy to kill them off. Eru explained, "I want you to act as counter to this religion that this Lawler is building." Almo understood his father's plan and said, "You want to curb his influence and power." Eru smiled and replied, "You can bless your followers with powers to coerce these so-called Red Priests." Almo nodded as he suddenly dispersed, changing his body completely into water. Eru watched as Almo made his first group of followers, which was multiple villages that had been threatened and lost their families members to these Red Priests. When you help someone at the lowest point of your life, they will always remember you. In God's case, this can be used to get people to follow you. He used it multiple times. He knew it was manipulative, but end of the day he did not force them to follow him, not did ever treat his followers badly. Even though he was now a god, he had bias and sometimes hypocritical attitude because of his past life. A/N, the MC is biased towards certain families like Tyrells, Martells, Starks, and even some of the Targaryens, but he won't save every Targaryen, like he will save Elia and her children, but he will take their death to make sure timeline stays the same and even mess with people's so-called plans for entertainment purposes. Chapter 4. Almo was now looking at village in Esso. They were threatened to be burned alive unless they provide live human as sacrifice for the so-called Lord of the Light. This is not the only village that was threatened, so Almo decided to use this situation to his advantage. He started giving leaders of these villagers visions and even pulled their astral forms to make a meeting between them. Each village leader as follows: Thorir, Gina, Ilaro, and Trago. All of them were having these visions that seemed to so real, and it told them that future.it was horrible. Then something happened. They felt a wrenching sense of dislocation, and for a moment all of them were pulled out of their bodies, looking at their own body from across the room. Their souls were dragged away to distant place. It looked like an enchanting city underwater. They all were shocked seeing fishes swim by them, and they did not have a problem breathing. All of them looked at their own bodies and saw a strange glow around them, trailing wisps of light. Thorir questioned, "What is happening and who did this to us?" Thorir knew some of their people, since they have traded food and stuff with each other, and all of them were as shocked as him. So he was sure they were the ones who bought them here. Then everyone heard a voice. It was strong, yet had a gentle feeling. "I called you here." Everyone turned to see tall, handsome, powerful, yet gentle. He has black hair, a neatly trimmed black beard, a deep tan, and sea-green glowing tattoos on his body become very faint and slowly glimmer. All of the village leader could tell this figure was by no means an ordinary man, while Almo continued, "My name is Almo, god of the sea, storms and earthquakes." All of them were shocked and then quickly remembered the so-called Red Priests and Priestess talk about LOTR, the Lord of Light. They quickly reacted and knelt before Almo, who told them to rise. All of the in slight fear stood up as Almo spoke up, "Don't fear, I won't harm you, instead I want to help you with your present situation." All of them were surprised at the same time felt hope. Gina took a deep breath and asked, "My lord, are you the one who sent those visions?" Almo gave nod and explained, "This whole world is created by Father, and LOTR, who is just a lowly spirit, is corrupting it." Thorir was in awe and asked, "What do we call the creator?" Almo smiled and said, "Eru Iluvator, the One, the All-High, the Father of all." They were in awe, while Ilaro was really hoping to take revenge for his brother, who was killed by the Red Priests, and questioned, "You are going to help us?" Almo sighed and answered, "I can give you the tools and abilities, the rest is up to you." While they were still slightly disappointed, Almo saw this and explained, "I have divine laws that forbid me from directly intervening. Only one who can disobey them is my father, the creator himself." These so-called divine laws were real. It was something Eru created, so the situations like Greek or Roman pantheon is created here. He didn't want a Zeus situation to happen, while any so-called gods created by him in these worlds are loyal to him, but they are able to feel emotions like humans, so they can fall in love with mortal, which could cause demigods popping up. All the village leader looked at each other and agreed. Almo blessed them with the ability to bend water in any form. Basically, water bending was something Eru told him to do. In the future, these villagers will start a religion based on Almo following him. Also, they will gather new recruits with Almo giving them visions like how Lord of the Light did, but they did not have to sacrifice anything. Only thing they had to do was use their powers to serve the realm. So they were able to defeat the Red Priests and thus create a group that countered the Lord of Light's practices. Also, this was the start of the ancient gods like Almo, Yavanna, Surya, Vayu, Indra, Mandos, and their father Eru, slowly gaining more foothold in the entire realm. Chapter 5. Eru was happy with the outcome, while he was now thinking about what else to do. Since he already had religions in Essos and Westeros set up, now he was looking at different places. He thought about but decided to leave the place since he saw another spirit called the Lion of Night, which was as a god in Eru hummed and muttered, "Well, he is annoying, but he can be kept in check by the people of themselves." He remembered how the Lion of Night fathered a son on the Maid of Light. This son was the god on earth, who ruled the great empire of the dawn for 10,000 years before ascending to the heavens. The descendants of the god Earth ruled the empire after him, each ruling a shorter time than the previous one, until the brother of the Amethyst Empress usurped her in the blood betrayal and crowned himself as the Bloodstone Emperor, ushering in the long night. The Maid of Light turned her back upon the world, and the Lion of Night came forth in all his wrath to punish the wickedness of men. Almo, who was next to Eru, questioned, "Are they spirits too?" Eru nodded and answered, "Yes, they are. But more powerful than LOTR. Also, they are not an issue for us." Eru decided to move on to another group of spirits that are not powerful, but smart enough to band together and create a group now called Faith of Seven. The Faith of the Seven, and although their followers holds that there is one God who has 7 faces or aspects: the Father, the Mother, the Maiden, the Crone, the Warrior, the Smith, and the Stranger. Each aspect represents one part of life or existence. Eru knew it would become the main religion of the 7 kingdoms in the original timeline. It is little practiced beyond its borders. The Faith of the Seven was dominant in the south of Westeros, but saw they were barely able to hold themselves together with followers of LOTR and ancient gods spreading in Essos. Eru hummed and muttered, no wonder they took their strongest followers and went to Westeros. They did not have a strong base in Esso, so they subjugate and convert first men to increase their influence and power. The Faith of the Seven is the main religion of the 7 kingdoms. It is little practiced beyond its borders. The Faith of the Seven is dominant in the south of Westeros. But this time he wasn't about to let them run wild, since he had plans to get Reach and Dorne to his side at the very beginning. Eru decided they needed more gods or goddesses to help Almo with managing Westeros and Essos. Eru took earth and plants as the base to mold a goddess this time, which slowly came to life, taking the appearance of a full-grown young woman with red hair and blue eyes along with well-defined facial features. She is an ethereal beauty. When she opened her eyes, Eru smiled and named his daughter, Yavanna, Queen of Earth. Yavanna gave a tender smile and said, Father. She has explained everything, and Eru himself introduced her to the children of the forest, who quickly accepted her. Leaf was also happy with Eru's visit, asked, Creator, we thank you for taking care of us. Eru nodded and then decided to once again warn them, there are tough times ahead of you, so stand strong and united. Neither Leaf nor the other children of the forest at the time understood the warning, but they did later. It was 12,000 before conquest that a human ethnic group, the First Men, invades Westeros across the arm of Dorne from Essos. They found the land to be blessed with abundant of food, but they found there were other inhabitants here. But it was not something they could overlook. So the War of the First Men and the Children of the Forest started, which lasted for generations. Chapter 6. A/N. Also, another thing about Valyria will have gods that are modeled after Egyptian gods and Greek gods. They will be similar to the versions from the movie Gods of Egypt. I don't know if this is good idea or not. The war started. The children possess strong magic powers, and with giants by their side they were not easy to defeat. But the First Men were better armed with bronze weapons, and simply more numerous. Children of the forest started losing number in the wars, so they prayed to the ancient gods and Eru, and which was answered as Eru gave them blessing, which resulted in their magical powers getting a boost. The children of the forest used their magic to call down the Hammer of the Waters, destroying the arm of Dorne and creating the island chain known as the Stepstones. Destroying the land bridge prevent more humans from crossing to the continent on foot, but there are already far too many in southern Westeros to stop. Also during the time, Yavanna also helped them by preventing many of the children of the forest from getting killed by providing help, which was really appreciated. Eventually the children of the forest called down the Hammer of the Waters a second time, to try to split Westeros in two, and retreat to the northern half, but this time they only succeed in flooding the neck, transforming its fields into swamps and bogs. During this time children of the forest panicked and becoming desperate because unlike First Men they didn't have huge numbers. So they created the Night King. But by the time years of warfare had caused, the two sides agreed to a truce. The children could not win, but the First Men feared the same, believing they would lose if they continued to fight the children to extinction. Wiser heads prevailed, and so the children and First Men made the pact on the Isle of Faces. The First Men took control of the open lands and the children took control of the forested interiors. The children of forest removed their plans about the Night King. They slowly taught the First Men their first writings, and since they written records were kept. In time, the First Men adopt the worship of the old gods of the forest. There was peace until the long night. Eru who watching everything from the void, so it begins. Yavanna saw there something dark about the Night King, and it looked at everything with hate, and her thoughts became reality, when Night King turned on the children of the forest and wanted everything living to die. Yavanna was worried, questioned, are we going to help them? Eru shook his head and answered, we will help them, but not now. They must know choices have consequences. Yavanna was sad seeing children of forest get attacked by Night King. But Almo agreed with his father and added, they made a mistake and they have fixed it themselves, if we correct it for them, which may lead to them never understanding the consequences. Yavanna slightly nodded and asked, but can we advise or warn them? Eru nodded, which gave her hope they will get out of this alive. While Eru, Yavanna, and Almo went to meet the children of forest responsible for the cause of the Night King's creation, they begged the ancient gods for forgiveness. In a flash of light all of them appeared before the children of forest, who were happy and guilty. Leaf filled with courage told the Eru creator, "We made a mistake." Eru nodded, "I warned you multiple times that your choices would have consequences, also nothing good would have come by playing with such dark rituals." All of them bowed their head, apologized profusely. Eru spoke up, "Go and warn the first men and join forces with them. Since you created this being, it is your duty to kill it, and so we will give you the tools necessary to combat them." Children of Forest agreed, and they were given information about Dragonglass being the Night King and White Walker's weakness. Also they quickly warned the first men about the incoming darkness. Eru also provided them with a captured walker. Eru the whispered, "The first men need a leader, someone strong and with really powerful magic in them." While Yavanna questioned, "Have you found one, father?" Eru smiled, and seeing the famous Azor Ahai, who was a man from east, he settled down in Westeros with his wife, and Eru decided to visit him. Now another issue he wanted to talk about was Almo's waterbenders and Essos, so he turned to Almo and asked, "So what about your followers?" Almo smiled and replied, "Their influence and power has been growing over the years and have established themselves." Eru nodded. He heard Almo explain about how his followers call themselves water priest or priestess, how their nature of healing led them to be more accepted than followers of R'hllor, but WaterClan was also able to show they are not to be messed with too when threatened. A whole group of R'hllor followers were encased in ice and made into sculptures for everyone to see as an example. Eru muttered, "That's good." Almo added, "There's some like a growing civilization by the Royne River that have accepted it and are now praying to us. I have blessed them too." This was the great civilization of R'hllor, who would later move to Dorne. Almo told his father that on the eastern continent of Essos, the ancient Giscari Empire was flourishing on the eastern coast of Slaver's Bay, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, great civilizations in the world. The Giscari Empire is built on large-scale slavery of conquered peoples, who toil away to build the Great Pyramids of Old Guys and its colonies. Eru smiled and said, "Everything is moving in place." He turned to Almo and added, "Keep an eye on R'hllor and those red priests/priestess." Almo nodded, while Yavanna questioned, "What about Lion of High from ET?" Eru waved it off and answered, "He is no threat." Yavanna nodded, letting it go. Chapter 7. A great winter that lasts a generation descends on the world, followed by a night that goes for years. The leaders of the first men at the time received vision of the Night King and the destruction he would bring to Westeros. So they joined forces. Tower children of forest and giants, there were green seers and wargs that joined the war. Eru was watching everything and he decided to help them out with an extra help. He fashioned a giant wolf with his powers. He had plans to send this fellow when the time is right. While under the cover of darkness, the White Walkers invade Westeros from the uttermost north. But due to warning they were able to fight off the first wave, but it still caused immense suffering and destruction. At the time Azor was readying for next battle, but needed a powerful sword to fight the Night Walkers and Night King. He labored for 30 days and 30 nights until it was done. However, when he went to temper it in water, the sword broke. He was not one to give up easily, so he started over. The second time he took 50 days and 50 nights to make the sword, even better than the first. To temper it this time, he captured a lion and drove the sword into its heart, but once more the steel shattered. The third time, with a heavy heart, he knew there was visions from so-called Lord of Light that he had to get the sword. He had sacrificed his beloved wife. But then he saw a transparent ghost-like figure standing by the window. He recognized the figure as Eru immediately because of the statues all around Westeros. Azor quickly bowed, "My lord." Eru had a sad smile and asked, "You don't have to sacrifice anyone for the sword. If you did, R'hllor would not only had your wife's wood but yours too. He would have used these souls to empower himself, which would mean her soul would never be able to rest." Azor was in shock and was scared of the fact he almost sacrificed his beloved wife's soul to such monster. Azor was in tears, while Eru spoke up, "Show me that sword." Azor did as he was told. Eru waved his hand over sword which began to glow and morph into a beautiful and majestic blade. It a hand-and-a-half sword with a curved crossguard and a slightly longer hilt than usual. The glyph for fire, in the ancient language, Breezinger, was engraved on both the blade and the scabbard. It had a dark blue scabbard, with a leaf-shaped steel cap on the end of the scabbard. The blade itself was a lighter iridescent blue and contained cable-like patterns within it, as well as a flame-like pattern marked the transition between the soft spine of the blade and its hard edges. The guard was made from blue bright steel, the grip was made from black hardwood. Lastly, there was a large blue sapphire in the pommel held in place by 4 ribs, which looked like claws, made from blue bright steel. It was really Breezinger. While Azor looked at Blade in awe and Eru explained, "This is Breezinger. Whenever you say the name, the sword burst into a blue flame. It will help you defeat the White Walkers." Azor bowed and was grateful, and he watched Eru disperses into thin air. Also, he knew Azor was going to have future relations with Brandon Stark, who would become his right hand and marry Azor's daughter. Brandon Stark was not the only who was also gifted in magic. There was Garth Greenhand, who an oldman, he was the ancestor of Gardenas, and his son Garth the Gardener would later be taught by the children of the forest. There are multiple heroes during this war, like Durin, called Durin God's Grief, was the mythic first Storm King and the founder of House Durrandon, etc. But for Eru, the figures like Brandon Stark, Garth Greenhand, and his son Garth the Gardener were interesting ones. Since Greenhand was old and couldn't fight in the war, he instead went the route of a healer to help the injured, and his son was also not a fire, but helped everyone by providing food and helping as much as possible. While the rest of First Men, Giants, and Children were readying themselves for the next wave. They knew more would come since they were not able to kill the Night King last time. So they all prayed to Eru, Yavanna, and Almo. That's when they heard huge growl and menacing voice. "Humans, I have come to help you in your endeavor to kill the Night King by Lord Eru Ilyavator." The owner of the voice was a huge wolf with such lustrous silver coat, with both his hands and feet dyed red with a luminous effect. It was radiating such a divine aura that it was ridiculous to even compare it to dire wolves or even White Walkers they had seen up until now. Everyone froze. They didn't even quiver, but they felt slight relief hearing this massive wolf was sent by Lord Eru. This gave everyone more hope, while Leaf with low tone questioned, "O mighty wolf, what is your name?" The wolf answered, "Fenris." They simply bowed. While the war began with the White Walkers, the arrows made from dragon glass rained on the White Walkers, and Azor, using his flaming sword, started cutting through the White Walkers easily. All of the First Men, Giants, and Children of Forest could feel that they were not getting tried, nor was the cold affecting them. An added fact was they felt their strength had been boosted. Azor felt excitement and happiness as he yelled, "Our Creator has blessed us, so fight with everything you have." The army was now fully invigorated, and with roar they rushed to fight the White Walkers, who were completely shocked. They were even also taken by surprise seeing Giant Wolf enter the battlefield. It ripped through the Whites and White Walkers easily. Also, Night King at present was not as experienced in battles and nor did have full control over his ice magic. So only thing he could do was retreat, which he did successfully, but barely. He had to sacrifice majority of his army to escape at the time. But internally he vowed to come back for revenge. Chapter 8. Brandon Stark, after learning magic from Children of Forest, hard to create the wall with artifice and magic to bar against the Walkers, returned. He married the daughter Azor. He also was slowly setting in Land of North, while Eru called forth the so-called heroes like Bren the Builder, Garth the Gardener, Duran God's Grief, Eldon Dane the Morning Sword, Lon the Clever were called by Eru to blessed. Lon and Duran directly asked for gifts, like Duran wanted super strength and Lon wanted luck and fortune. Eru blessed them with their respective wishes. While Garth, Bran, and Eldon only wanted blessing for their land and people, which made Eru happy and wanted to give them more, so he waited for the right time. All of the heroes were given an oath stone, which is their life and history etched on it. Eru explained, "When you take your oath at the protector of your land in front of it, your father and ancestors will appear before you as specters and bless you." The blessings of their ancestors and fathers brought great joy for all of them, since all of them lost their parents during the war. Also, to get blessings of your forefathers and ancestors were a great achievement. Also, to make contact with your dead loved ones was added bonus. They were all happy with what they got and went on the journey to create their own kingdoms. Now with such blessing they were bound to be successful. While on the other hand, despite their victory, the Children of the Forest and Giants suffered heavy losses in the war, and that's when Yavanna appeared before them. Leaf, seeing Yavanna, spoke up, "Lady Yavanna." Savannah smiled and, gesturing towards the northern land, said, "Father has set a land beyond the wall for children and the giants. It is protected with magical barriers. This is a new beginning for your people." Leaf was really thankful. While she quickly told her people and the giants the situation, they got ready to travel to the location given by Lady Yavanna. At the time, there was First Men tribes unlucky enough to be living north of the wall when it is constructed are trapped in the lands beyond. They were completely isolated, so seeing there is no other way, half of the tribes followed the children and giants. They were taking a high risk, but it paid off at the end. whilst rest of the tribes that stayed behind eventually hostile to the growing kingdoms of South, despite their shared ethnic background. These new tribes call themselves the Free Folk, though the kingdoms south of the Wall consider them to be barbarians, and derisively call them the Wildlings. Despite their differences, the Free Folk continue to follow the same religion of the old gods, just like their cousins to the south of the Wall. The tribes that followed the children and giants soon reached the place. It was empty and it was cold because of the snowy weather. All of children and giants firmly believed their creators, while first men tribes were doubtful. Lady Yavanna and Eru were waiting for them. Eru gesturing behind him as the empty snowy land started to shimmer and a great and enchanting forest appeared out of nowhere. It was shocking sight to see and mysterious because the forest was not affected by the cold winter. Eru looking towards the children of forest and giants, this is your reward for fighting the White Walkers. This forest is safe haven for your people, where neither weather or food will be problem for you. You will never have to fear of invaders or others hurting you because of the barrier. Children of forest and giants knelt before their savior and creator, while Eru turned towards the first men, who were hoping they will also be allowed to stay. Eru smiled at them and said, "You can also stay, but my only condition is that you live in peace with the children and giants." The firstman tribe's leader Mora quickly bowed and said, "We will follow your laws without question, my lord." Eru and Yavanna smiled, both of them slowly disappeared into the winds. These humans slowly started to call themselves Moorfolks. They were peaceful folk, who lived in harmony with the giants and children of forest, but these three will unite together if situation demands it. Chapter 9. The first men form a shifting quilt of small kingdoms across Westeros south of the Wall, gradually coalescing into larger kingdoms. The so-called legendary heroes of this time period slowly started housed of other own. All of them would be the ancestors of the great houses that rule the Seven Kingdoms in later centuries. Bran the Builder may have ruled the north from Winterfell, was sort of a high king. Garth the Gardener builds Highgarden and settled in the fertile fields of the Reach. Eldon Dane was traveling with his family and group to find the right place to start his kingdom too, but was having a hard time with finding one, since many good and fertile lands were already occupied. Both Bran and Garth were avid believers of Eru and friends since studied magic together under the Children of Forest. They had a vision of Eru calling them, so they both came to ancient gods' temple created by the Children of Forest and giants to pray for success of their respective kingdoms, since they were only starting out for such a huge mission. When they prayed, Eru appeared before them. He was in his translucent ghost-like figure, which made both of them kneel before him. Eru smiled and said, "It seems that rest of your group has gone on their endeavors." Brandon spoke up, "Yes, my lord." Brandon told about Lon the Clever swindles House Casterly out of Casterly Rock and its rich gold mines using nothing but his wits, becoming the founder of House Lannister. Durin God's Grief was building the impregnable fortress Storm's End, founding House Durrandon, ancestors of House Baratheon. Eru hummed and said, "All of you have bright futures." Garth and Bran were happy to hear this. Eru continued, "I will give additional gift to all of you, since you both have done great things during the war." Eru blessed Bran and said, "I will bless North will abundant game and blessed land for bountiful harvest. You will be provided with crops they will be able to grow even in the coldest seasons." Bran was happy, since he was worried about how people will survive in the north, but now that was okay. Eru smiled and said, "I will leave you a protector for North. He will stay by the Shivering Sea and only take orders from one chosen by Almo himself. A mark of trident will appear on the chosen one. From the most came a massive white dragon with pronounced, mammoth-like tusks. It comes and rests benevolently on the banks, his stately countenance like that of a lion surrounded by his pride, or wolf with a pack, for now it was the size of 2 elephants, since it was young. Bran looked at the beast in awe, while a mark of trident appeared on his arm signifying his part as chosen. Eru warned, "There will be times when there is no chosen ones, so he will go into slumber, also Fenris to guard the north. Also remember, he is not yours to order around. He only guards the north as a whole and when it needs it." Bran was happy and okay with it and asked, "My lord, I have question about the wall." Eru replied, "I know, you don't have numbers to defend the wall." Bran gave a nod, while Eru gave the answer, "Give people befits like small reduce in tribute and small part of land given to them for guarding the wall. I will also bless the wall to make sure there is not issue for people to live there." Bran nodded again. He was happy with results and wanted to employ this when he gets back. While Eru turned to bless Garth, "You and your father were immensely helpful in taking care and healing everyone, so I will give you this magical seed." Garth was happy, but then he got information. About what the seed was capable of. The magical tree was named Yggdrasil, which provides fruit every 50 years and it can cure every disease or even boost physical capabilities. Also, to make sure no one steals it, there is magical shield around it and only selected member of gardener family could retrieve it. He or she is selected by Yavanna. So it is impossible to get it even if someone is able to get into their family by marriage. Garth was happy and knelt before the arrow, but EU telepathically warned him, make sure to not let anyone know about this until you are strong enough. I will also provide you a guardian for the tree. At first Garth was worried about enemies, but soon signed in relief hearing who only his blue dine and someone personally selected by Lady Yavanna could get the fruit. The added bonus was mighty guardian guarding it. Eru had plans to give something similar to Layton from Percy Jackson as guardian to them. He added, just like Bran, your family will have a chosen one by Yavanna, the person will have a mark on them. Eru smiled at both of them and said, both of you must stay strong together, there are harder times coming in the future, so you must brave it together. Garth and Bran seriously nodded, both already had plans of making alliances with each other. Their alliance and dynasties would continue as House Gardener, though Garth's numerous descendants also found many other vassal houses throughout the Reach. Bran started building the castle of Winterfell, found House Stark and the Night's Watch, which employed men who were given benefits in return for guarding the wall. But Stark still have civil war after the death of Bran and his son, who also had the mark of Almo, but Almo did not choose anyone in the next generation because of finding one capable enough to control the beast. Before, rivals kept a distance because of fear of the bewilderbeast. It was mainly from their rivals the House Bolton, who revolted, but it was completely squashed with time. While Era now looking for of Eldon Dane, who was the last hero that did great things during the war. He was in pinch, since they were not able to find a good land to settle. Eldon was now going to a temple built in south of Westeros. A/N, what should I give House of Dane? Chapter 10. Eru watched as these so-called heroes slowly developed their own kingdoms. It was interesting to watch, but it was then he remembered the later plot of the world is annoying. They're key points that are hard to change, like in Dance of Dragon, you can either save Emma Arryn or her child, which would not change the fact the war will still take place. Like if we save the son, the boy will have slight issues like dyslexia, ADHD, etc. So he also will not be interested in throne and want his sister to succeed the throne, but you will see Alicent subduing Viserys because of auto-manipulation. Similarly, if Emma survived, she will be traumatized by the events and stay apart from Viserys, which would lead to the same situation with Alicent seducing him on Otto Hightower's orders. Also, in each world there are people with great luck called protagonist or son of heaven. These people gained luck through the help of the great deeds done by their ancestors. So obviously God world had a son/daughter of heaven or protagonists like Sansa, Bran, Arya, and Jon Snow. All of these characters have faced great danger, but at the same time had immense luck, making them have higher chances of survival than normal folks. For example, Jon's life is considered terrible and at the same time lucky because of both his family's luck. The great deeds done by his maternal and paternal family gained him great luck, but at the same time his paternal family gained a lot of bad fortune over the centuries, thus leading to his bad life. Eru was in deep thought, hummed and muttered, what to do and where to interfere. The first issue was the Andal Invasion, where Andals under faith of 7 invaded Westeros. They practically wiped out old gods' religion and weirwood trees found all over Westeros. They even killed some of the children due to the forest present at the time. The second was Aegon's conquest, which can also be changed. Eru already had plans for Andal Invasion. He wanted to be directly involved, while he heard prayers from Eldon Dane. It seems they were in trouble and have no idea where to go. Eru wanted to help him, so decided to create another son to guide people of Dorne, also someone to help me with maintaining guiding the souls to afterlife. He slowly molded a figure from sunlight, another figure from laws of death. The model figured from Sun War brought this new figure to life. He was a tall, muscular, tanned middle-aged male with bright, flaming hair. He now wears a more Greek costume with his top exposed, covered with white tattoos in the shape of the sun. He dons a pair of multi-layered armored bracers, a flame-shaped crown on his head. The one with laws of death was a tall man with dark, shoulder-length hair in waves. He appears to have pointed ears and a pale complexion. He wore a black robe with blue borders, with a crown of thorns on his head, and his hair grows longer. His skull mark is clearly visible in this form. The ends of his robe seem like flames, but are actually luminescent cloth. His robe and overall appearance is said to represent the deep sea. Eru smiled at and named him Mando's Keeper of the Houses of the Dead, Ruler of the Dead. I am leaving here to govern the underworld, my son judge the souls justly. Mando is bowed and with solemn tone replied, I am here serve only you, father. Eru nodded and turning to his other son, Surya god of the sun. The figure quickly knelt on the floor and said, Father. Eru nodded and continued, My son, for now I want you to go guide House of Dane and the people, who follow him to the south of Westeros. What you must to help them. Surya nodded and disappeared in flash of light, while Eru watched the events happen. So did Mandos, who disappeared to the underworld to do his duty. Eru sighed in relief and muttered, Well, now I don't have to watch and judge the dead. Down in Westeros, Eldon Dane with his family and group were praying to the ancient gods for guidance. They were in need of help, since they could not find a good place to settle. Every place was already claimed. That's when in a flash of light a mysterious and enchanting figure appeared before them. The figure was otherworldly. Eldon Dane and his family was in daze, while Surya spoke up, I am Surya god of the sun and I sent there by my father, Eru. Eldon Dane and everyone quickly knelt before Surya, who simply, I heard your prayers and I have solution for it. Go far south and you will find the answer for your troubles. Eldon and everyone nodded. They quickly bore way before Lord Surya and said, Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Surya shook his head and replied, I will be there to guide you. Eldon and his family were happy with this and quickly ordered his men to make the journey. It was a dangerous, as this was known to be hottest region of Westeros. The region is rocky, mountainous, arid and dry, and features the only desert on the continent. They are all walking across the golden dunes very tired. All of them still walked towards the destination. Some were doubtful, but Eldon refused to believe this. Ma walked forward. Then one of his sons asked, Father, I am thirsty. Eldon knew their water pouches were empty, so with sadness said, Don't worry, we will find more water for you. Then he heard the voice, I see you have arrived. Eldon and everyone was happy and turned to see Lord Surya floating in the air. He smiled at them and with a wave of his hand they felt their thirst and hunger vanish. Surya smiled at them and said, I have blessed your people with the ability to adapt to the desert. Every one of your descendants will have this blessing. Eldon was happy, while he was confused about how they were gonna live in the desert with no water or food. But that was answered with Lord Surya simply waving his hand. Suddenly, in a circle around him, lush green vegetation springs up out of the sand, then explodes out exponentially all over the place and even a giant lake appears. It was amazing to watch. Also Surya explained, the land is blessed with fertility and the water will never run out. Eldon and his family and everyone that followed him quickly bowed. This was all they wanted and they quickly thanked their patron god, praise Lord Surya and Lord Eru. Surya smiled and added, Your family bloodline is blessed to have mastery in any weapon they choose. With that Surya disappeared as Eldon was happy with these gifts, but he focused on the current tasks and quickly started to settle people in. Also they found small houses already built there. It was everything they could ask for. That night Eldon was gazing up rapturously at the array of stars or gems glowing in the night sky and then saw shining gems shower overhead. He noticed something flashing high in the sky. Another meteor, this one very close. Shooting stars. Heralds of great change are to come for anyone who witnessed them. It fell as thudded to earth in a nearby. Eldon ran to the place to find a small, smoking crater provided evidence of where precisely it had struck. That's when he heard Lord Surya's voice, use the piece of sky stone, star, to create your sword. Let this be a gift and guide your people via these treacherous times. Eldon quickly looking at the piece of sky stone muttered, I will not disappoint you, my lord. This the House of Dane symbol and sword were created. Every great swordsman from the family is called Sword of the Morning and all of wields the legendary greatsword Dawn, a blade said to be created from the heart of falling star. Their blazon is a white sword and a falling star, crossing on a lavender background. Also they started building and praying to ancient gods and among them Eru and Surya had the most followers in Dorne. Chapter 11. All kingdoms grew to become prosperous, much like Winterfell in the north. Highgarden flourished under the leadership of King Garm Gardner and his father, Garth. Dorne was led by King Eldon Dane, and these three kingdoms maintained strong bonds and alliances. House Lannister united the Westerlands through a combination of war, wealth, and marriage alliances. They skillfully defended the region against constant raids from the nearby Iron Islands and established the Kingdom of the Rock. In the Reach, Old Town gradually grew to become one of the largest cities in Westeros. It was ruled by House Hightower, and within the city, a guild of scholars and healers formed. While Highgarden had a similar guild, they focused on healers and merchants. Dorne had similar cases, but their focus was on trade and warriors. Garth the gardener, along with his son Garm, dedicated themselves to unifying the land and creating the perfect place for the Yggdrasil tree over the course of 30 years. Originally, House Gardener ruled the northern portions of the reach around Highgarden. However, they gradually absorbed surrounding petty kingdoms through peaceful marriage alliances. Garth with his son Garm got ready to plant the Yggdrasil tree. So after carefully planted the seed in a nearby hill, next to their castle, they watered it and moved away from the stop, since the instructions told them it was dangerous to stay close, mainly because of the fact Yggdrasil will grow at tremendous rate. They waited patiently and then all of them felt the ground tremble. At the center of the hill, a tree was growing rapidly and noisily. Crrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr all residents, both predator and prey. The nearby kingdoms narrowed their eyes in the direction of the noise. Finally, the tree broke the surface of the ground, causing a slight tremor. Observing this peculiar tree, one could see that it not only grew taller at a stupendous rate but also became thicker. It was already 2 meters thick and still growing. However, the mere growth of a tree wouldn't be enough to make all those dumb animals flee as if there was an apocalypse. It was the extremely dense amount of essence that accompanied its emergence. The Yggdrasil, oh, how magnificently they graced the blessed realm. Picture a realm untouched by mortal hands, bathed in ethereal radiance, where beauty transcended the boundaries of imagination. Within this enchanted realm stood the Yggdrasil, like celestial sentinels, emanating an aura of grandeur that held all who beheld them in awe. Imagine, if you will, the trees standing tall and proud, their trunks adorned with shimmering silver bark that seemed to possess a life of its own. Their branches stretched outwards, reaching towards the heavens with an air of divine yearning, as if longing to touch the very fabric of the stars. Their leaves, delicate and translucent, glistened with a luminous glow, as though kissed by the light of countless sunsets. Each leaf bore a unique pattern, a tapestry of vibrant hues that whispered tales of forgotten realms and ancient lore. It was as if the essence of every color that ever graced the universe had been carefully woven into the foliage. But it was the fruit of the trees that truly bewitched the senses. Like precious gems, they hung from the branches, radiant spheres of light and life. The golden fruit of Yggdrasil emanated a warm, celestial glow. To stand beneath the branches of these hallowed trees was to be touched by a sense of wonder and magic, as if the veil between the mortal realm and the divine had grown thin. Garth and his family watched the events in shock and awe, but he quickly snapped out of it upon seeing a portal appear below the tree. Out of the portal emerged a terrifying and enormous being with 100 heads, resembling a fusion of 100 pythons. Its serpentine body was thicker than an elephant, and its bright scales shimmered like copper. Garth gulped in fear, but the being spoke up, "Do not be afraid. I am sent by my creator, Eru, to guard the tree." Garth remembered this and with a bow, he said, "I remember." He then inquired, "What can I call you?" The dragon spoke in a growling tone, "My name is Laden, and I am the guardian of Yggdrasil." Garth nodded, feeling content with this answer. He noticed a translucent barrier slowly forming around the tree, and at that moment, Lady Yavanna appeared in a flash of light. Quickly, Garth and his family knelt before her. Yavanna gestured for them to rise and said, "It is good to see that you have successfully planted the tree." Garth replied happily, "Everything is thanks to Lord Eru's blessing." Yavanna nodded, her tone turning serious. "I have come to warn you about the high towers. Be wary of them." Garth's seriousness grew as he remembered the recent alliance between his house and House Hightower through the marriage of his youngest son to Lymond Hightower's daughter. This union had finally absorbed the last and most significant rival, the Hightower Kingdom around Old Town, uniting the entire region as the Kingdom of the Reach. However, with Lady Yavanna's warning about the Hightowers, Garth and his son Garm became vigilant. Garm, curious about the situation since it involved his brother's marriage, questioned, "Is there a problem?" Yavanna sighed and responded, "Their ambition knows no bounds. The news of the emergence of Yggdrasil will likely spread everywhere. They will contact you and have their eyes on the fruits. They might even use their own flesh and blood to gain entrance to Yggdrasil." Garth and Garm nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yavanna added, "I know they won't be the only ones attempting this. Many will try to seize the golden apples by force. That's why I have already chosen Garm's daughter, Mera, to be the next holder of the mark." Garm was pleased with the news, but Garm had doubts. He knew Durin II Durandon, also known as Durin the Devout, the son of Durin God's Grief, was not power-hungry. Garm wasn't worried about the Durrandon army coming here since Durin the Devout was a pacifist who wanted to avoid war. However, Lyon Lannister was a greedy man, and Garm knew he would likely come here with his forces. The situation was challenging, so Garm decided to seek help from Lady Yavanna. He asked, "Can we really fight off such forces?" Yavanna smiled and gestured towards Laden, saying, "Laden will help you. Since they are aiming for the tree, he will be your ally." Garth and Garm understood Yavanna's message. She was warning them not to use Laden as a weapon of war. His purpose was to guard Yggdrasil and perhaps assist in protecting the Reach to some extent. Garth and his son nodded as Yavanna disappeared. Garth immediately issued a command, "Son, prepare the army. I am certain we will have visitors soon." Chapter 12. Call the generals and advisor. Garth's voice echoed with authority as he addressed his son. Garm, fueled by a mix of determination and concern, acknowledged his father's command and quickly set about mobilizing their forces. Messengers were dispatched throughout the kingdom to assemble the army, and preparations for potential conflict were made. As predicted, stories and rumors about a magical tree in the Reach began to spread across Westeros. Tales circulated of its enchanted golden fruits that granted great strength and immortality. Meanwhile, Garth himself contemplated the situation, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He knew that defending Yggdrasil and its golden apples was of paramount importance. The fruits held immense power and were coveted by many, including the ambitious House Hightower and, potentially, Lyon Lannister. As they made their preparations, Garth realized that their approach had to be twofold. While they needed to fortify their defenses and be ready for a possible confrontation, they also had to explore diplomatic avenues. Avoiding unnecessary bloodshed and forging alliances could potentially safeguard Yggdrasil without resorting to full-scale conflict. Garth and his son Garm successfully established contact with Stoike Stark, the King of the North and son of Bren the Builder, as well as King Eldon Dane of Dorne. Together, they forged an alliance in preparation for the impending war. After all three are bonded over their vision of Lord Eru. Garth summoned his advisors, wise men and women who had served his family for generations, to discuss their next steps. They delved into potential strategies to ensure the safety of Yggdrasil and the Reach. Ideas such as strengthening existing alliances, seeking support from neighboring kingdoms, and exploring alternative paths to reach a peaceful resolution were considered. Among these fellow lords and lattice were Lord Hightower raised a question, breaking the silence. "My king, I am curious to know where you acquired such magical seeds and the beast." Garth and Garm anticipated this inquiry, knowing that all the lords had witnessed Laden and Yggdrasil. Garm, his face stoic, replied, "It was a gift from Lord Eru." Garm revealed his mark and continued, "Lady Yavanna personally selects one from our family. Only that chosen individual can approach the tree, pluck the fruits without hindrance from the barrier, or face the wrath of the Guardian." The revelation brought shock and envy to many of the lords. Garth added, "Lord Eru was pleased with how House of Gardner provided sustenance to the defenseless and healed them during the long night. As a result, House Gardner established a tradition of donating food to the poor and offering healing services." Though greedy, Lord Hightower was not foolish. He had heard about the tree's formidable defenses from his daughter, realizing that only the main family could breach the barrier. Moreover, the fearsome beast Laden stood guard, presenting an additional obstacle. Lymond harbored hopes that his daughter would bear a child who would be chosen by Lady Yavanna. However, those dreams were soon shattered when Lady Yavanna selected Garm's daughter. Only one individual is chosen every generation, and rumors began to circulate that harming Lady Yavanna's chosen one would bring a terrible curse. Lymond gritted his teeth and turned his thoughts to other matters. Meanwhile, William Lannister, son of Lon the Cunning, became consumed by greed upon hearing about the magical fruit. He orchestrated an army to launch an attack on the Reach. Chapter 13. In the midst of the war between King Garm, Stoike Stark, King Eldon Dane, and the Lannister army, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The skies darkened as the massive form of the bewildered beast, a colossal dragon-like creature, soared above the battlefield. With its immense size and powerful ice breath, the bewildered beast unleashed devastation upon the Lannister forces. Its freezing breath turned the ground into treacherous ice, rendering the Lannisters' movements slow and cumbersome. The sight of the bewildered beast struck fear into the hearts of the Lannister soldiers, as they found themselves struggling to counter this unexpected and overwhelming force. Stoike exclaimed with a mix of awe and happiness, "For the Alliance, charge!" Eldon Dane brandished his sword, its blade emanating a faint glow with each enemy he vanquished. Garm, matching the fervor of his companions, called out, "Guardian of Yggdrasil, grant us your mighty strength." As the ground shook and from the depths of the earth, Ladin, the guardian of the golden apples, emerged with a roar that shook the very foundations of the battlefield. This mighty dragon, with multiple heads and scales that shone like gold, wreaked havoc upon the Lannister army. Each had unleashed a deadly venomous breath, poisoning those unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. Ladin's ferocious attacks and impenetrable scales proved to be a formidable obstacle for the Lannister forces, causing chaos and disarray among their ranks. The arrival of the bewildered beast and Ladin turned the tide of the war. Their combined might, coupled with the strategic brilliance of King Garm, Stoic Stark, and King Eldon Dane, overwhelmed the Lannister army. The soldiers of Reach, the North, and Dorne fought with renewed vigor and determination, inspired by the awe-inspiring presence of these legendary creatures. Garm yelled in vigor, "For the Alliance!" As the battle raged on, the bewildered beast and Ladin became symbols of hope and strength for the allied forces. Their mere presence instilled a sense of fear in the hearts of their enemies, causing many Lannister soldiers to falter and flee. Ultimately, the combined forces of Reach, the North, and Dorne, bolstered by the aid of the bewildered beast and Ladin, emerged victorious. The Lannister army, outmatched and overwhelmed, was forced to retreat. King Lon, recognizing the futility of further resistance, surrendered to the allied forces, bringing an end to the war. The kingdoms of Reach, Dorne, and the North maintained a strong alliance for the next 100 years. However, Reach and Dorne began to experience significant progress and development, whereas the North made only minor advancements due to their stubborn nature. Even Stoic, the ruler of the North, had to exert considerable effort to persuade the lords to engage in trade activities. As Eru observed the situation, a smile played on his lips as he pondered, "Now, the only remaining issue is the Undals." He turned his attention to Almo, Surya, Mandos, and Yavanna, who patiently awaited his orders. Addressing them, he inquired, "What are the issues regarding the faith of the Seven and the Red Priests in Essos?" Almo was the first to respond, saying, "The Water Priests and Priestesses have been steadily gaining influence and numbers, leading to conflicts with the followers of the faith of the Seven and LOTR. However, our side has emerged victorious from these clashes." Eru let out a thoughtful hum, and Mandos interjected, "The faith of the Seven has been imparting visions to their followers and helping them build an army. It seems they are planning to move to another area to gain followers." Eru muttered, "So it begins." With the impending challenges ahead, Eru formulated plans to aid the North by forging a human avatar who would align with their cause and provide assistance during the forthcoming arduous times. Eru summoned ethereal energies, channeling them through a celestial conduit. The divine essence coalesced, forming a brilliant luminescence that danced and swirled, gradually assuming a tangible shape. From the ethereal mist emerged the unmistakable figure of Vlad Teeps, a perfect human vessel meticulously crafted by Eru's divine touch. The avatar stood tall, exuding an aura of power and wisdom, a harmonious fusion of the deity's boundless essence and the mortal form of Vlad Teeps. He has fair skin, amber eyes and red eyeliner on the lower lids of his eyes, and mostly short dark brown hair with a longer fringe on the right side of his face and amber tips on the tip on this hair. There is one section of his hair on the back of his head that is waist-length instead of being cut short. Eru took the form of Vlad Teeps and became friends with young Theon Stark, or the Hungry Wolf, the only true Stark after Bran the Builder, Stoic Stark, in the future Cregan Stark and Arya Stark. Chapter 14. During that era of Stoic, Garm and Eldon, there were discussions among about the education of heirs, which led to the creation of schools in each country. They had the basic gist, but Eru gave them the ideas for them through dreams. The main purpose was to ensure the production of new healers, teachers, merchants, and more. The Reach took a greater interest in healing, commerce, and education, while Dorne and the North focused on the commerce and warrior route. Unknowingly, this had an interesting effect of curbing the influence of the Maesters in the future. As time went on, Stoic's grandson gradually ascended the throne. Meanwhile, Eru, having taken the form of Vlad Teeps, found himself in Winterfell, the North. He could observe that the North was progressing at a slower rate compared to Dorne or the Reach. Eru recognized similarities between the North and Russia as well as Slavic Eastern Europe. On the other hand, Dorne had resemblances to Spain and Portugal, and last but not least, the Reach was similar to France. In a rowdy atmosphere, the mead hall in the North was filled with northerners of all shapes and sizes, reveling in their merriment. The air was thick with laughter, clinking glasses, and the aroma of strong spirits. At the large wooden table in the center, Theon Stark, a warrior from the Stark lineage, sat surrounded by a group of boisterous northerners, ready for a night of indulgence. Theon Stark, with long, dark brown hair, stood at an impressive height of about 6 feet and 2.5 inches, boasting a toned, muscular build. Clad in his formidable armor, he lifted a massive drinking goblet filled to the brim with frothy golden mead. Raising it high above his head, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Having successfully defeated an Ironborn raiders, Theon yelled out, "To victory, my friends! May our spirits be lifted, and our tales be told for ages to come." The northerners cheered and raised their own drinking vessels, joining Theon in a resounding toast. The northerners yelled back, "To victory!" Theon's eyes met those of his companions, and with a mischievous grin, he brought the drinking goblet to his lips. Tipping his head back, he chugged down the mead, his throat working like a well-oiled machine. The northerners erupted into thunderous applause, impressed by their leader's drinking prowess. As the horn emptied, Theon slammed it down on the table with a mighty thud, foam spilling onto his beard. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, a satisfied grin stretching across his face. Theon yelled, "Another round, my friends. Let our mugs never run dry." The mead hall erupted into laughter and cheers as the northerners refilled their glasses, eager to match Theon's display of strength and revelry. The night carried on with the thunderous sounds of mugs clashing together, stories being shared, and the occasional song rising above the din. Thark Glower, a fearsome warrior known for his lightning-fast strikes, stood tall amidst the celebration, his laughter echoing through the hall. Theon's eyes scanned the mead hall, catching sight of a solitary figure sitting in the corner. Intrigued, he turned to his trusted friend, Thark Glower, a valiant warrior of the northerners, who sat beside him. Theon frowned and questioned, "Thark, do you know who that stranger is, drinking alone in the corner?" Thark followed Theon's gaze and squinted at the mysterious figure, clad in a cloak of shadows. Thark recognized him and answered, "Ah, that would be Vlad Teeps. A traveling swordsman, he arrived in the north a few weeks ago. I heard he saved Lady Manderly's carriage from thieves. Lord Manderly speaks highly of his remarkable swordsmanship." Theon's interest piqued, and he leaned closer to Thark, his eyes filled with curiosity. He noticed that the man possessed a unique blade, one unfamiliar to him. Theon hummed and said, "Vlad Teeps, you say? Maybe we should make friends with such a fine warrior." Theon took a sip of his mead, his eyes glinting with excitement. Thark, knowing his friend well, replied, "Perhaps you could approach him and find out for yourself. But be cautious, Theon." Theon nodded, acknowledging Thark's advice, and with a determined look on his face, he rose from his seat. Theon Stark walked purposefully toward the corner where Vlad Teeps sat, positioned himself opposite to him, and with an excited tone, said, "Hello, I am Theon Stark, King of the North, also known as the Hungry Wolf." Vlad Inte smiled and thought, "That was easier than I thought." This was the start of not just a beautiful friendship, but also a new house, the House of Teeps. Chapter 16, Vlad vs. Theon Stark. Vlad Teeps and Theon Stark got along easily. It didn't take them long to become best of friends. While Theon Stark and Vlad Teeps stood in a grand hall, surrounded by onlookers eager to witness the fitting of their swords. The air was charged with anticipation as the two warriors prepared to showcase their formidable weapons. Theon Stark unsheathed his hand-and-a-half sword, the engraved glyph for fire in the ancient language, Breezinger, catching the light as it gleamed on the blade and scabbard. The dark blue scabbard, adorned with a leaf-shaped steel cap, complemented the lighter iridescent blue blade. Cable-like patterns intertwined within the blade, adding a touch of intricacy to its design. The flame-like pattern marked the transition between the soft spine and the hard edges, symbolizing the sword's deadly prowess. Vlad Teeps followed suit, drawing his katana from the Tengu forest. The sword seemed to capture the very essence of the flickering torchlight, emanating an ethereal glow. Crafted from demon steel and reminiscent of the katana featured in the movie 47 Ronin, this weapon was a testament to both beauty and lethality. Its shining blade reflected the room's light, promising deadly precision with every strike. The hilt, carefully wrapped in black leather strips, offered Vlad a comfortable grip that felt like a natural extension of his hand. Metal bird claws adorned the guard of Vlad's katana, signifying his mastery over the blade. The same motif was repeated on the sheath, which was securely fastened to his waist by thick black cotton string. As a master of the blade, Vlad knew that the katana's sharpness would respond to his skill, allowing him to achieve unparalleled precision and effectiveness in combat. The room fell silent as the two warriors brandished their swords, their distinct characteristics reflecting their unique personalities and fighting styles. Theon Stark's Breezinger, with its engraved glyphs and flame-like patterns, evoked a sense of power and elemental fury. Vlad Teeps' katana, crafted from demon steel and adorned with symbolic bird claws, exuded elegance and deadly grace. With a solemn nod, the fitting ceremony began. The warriors held their swords aloft, their gazes locked in a silent understanding. These weapons, extensions of their very beings, were about to be put to the test in the crucible of battle. As the name Breezinger resounded through the hall, Theon's sword burst into a brilliant blue flame, illuminating the room with its fiery presence. The onlookers gasped in awe, witnessing the power and magic infused within the sword. Vlad Teeps, in response, channeled his mastery over his katana, infusing it with his own strength and expertise. The blade seemed to hum with anticipation, its edge growing sharper as it recognized the skill of its wielder. The room was filled with a palpable energy, as if the very air crackled with the anticipation of the clash between these formidable warriors. Vlad and Theon faced each other, their eyes locked in a fierce battle of determination. Vlad gripped his katana tightly, his muscles taut and ready to strike. Theon, with his sword at the ready, exuded a quiet confidence as he prepared to meet his adversary head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, Vlad lunged forward, his katana slicing through the air with deadly precision. Theon skillfully parried each strike, his blade meeting Vlad's with calculated precision. The clash of metal echoed through the air as sparks erupted from their weapons, illuminating the intensity of their struggle. Vlad's movements were swift and calculated, his strikes aimed to overwhelm his opponent. But Theon, with his agile footwork and honed reflexes, managed to evade Vlad's attacks with ease. He countered with a series of swift, well-placed strikes, testing Vlad's defenses and seeking an opening. As the fight progressed, their movements became a symphony of blade and steel. Vlad's katana danced through the air, weaving a tapestry of danger, while Theon's sword responded in kind, matching Vlad's every move with precision and skill. Their fight was a testament to their mastery of their respective weapons. With a fluid motion, Vlad executed a series of rapid slashes, his katana a blur of deadly arcs. Theon, however, anticipated his opponent's every move, expertly deflecting and countering each attack. The clash between their swords intensified, the force behind their strikes threatening to shatter the air itself. Both fighters displayed remarkable resilience, refusing to yield an inch. Their determination and unwavering focus propelled them forward, pushing their bodies and minds to their limits. Each strike held the weight of their respective strengths and experiences, intertwining in a dance of skill and sheer willpower. Theon saw an opening, a split-second opportunity. He lunged forward, his sword aiming for Vlad's exposed flank. But Vlad, sensing the danger, swiftly pivoted, narrowly avoiding Theon's strike. He retaliated with a powerful thrust, his katana inches away from Theon's defense. The clash of their weapons caused Theon's muscles strained as he held off Vlad's assault, determination etched upon his face. Meanwhile, Vlad's eyes gleamed with a mixture of ferocity and focus, his movements relentless. The fight reached its crescendo, their swords moving at blinding speed. Each combatant searched for a weakness, a moment of vulnerability in the other. The silence that followed was filled with mutual respect. Both fighters understood the depth of skill and resilience they had witnessed in each other. They lowered their weapons, acknowledging the other's strength. Though the fight had ended, the impact of their clash would resonate within them for years to come. With a nod of respect, they parted ways, carrying the memory of their battle as a testament to their prowess and the unyielding spirit of the warriors they were. The fitting ceremony concluded, and the swords were sheathed once more, their power contained but not diminished. Theon Stark and Vlad Teeps stood side by side, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. These swords, with their unique designs and mystical qualities, were more than mere weapons. They were embodiments of the warrior spirits. They both sat down, while Theon panting heavily after giving his all in the fight, while he noticed Vlad appeared completely unfazed. Theon couldn't help but question, "You didn't go all out, did you?" Vlad simply smiled in response, causing Theon to let out a sigh. He had witnessed Vlad effortlessly dispatch multiple opponents with a single swing of his sword before, so he couldn't be mad at him for holding back. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What sword style do you use?" Vlad's smile widened as he answered, "It's called Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu sword style, created by my teacher." This style is exclusively passed down from teacher to student. Theon hummed in acknowledgement and replied, I can tell it's an amazing sword style, and it seems tailor-made for your sword. Internally, Vlad couldn't help but smirk, thinking, you haven't seen anything yet. While Theon was curious about the sword, since no ordinary sword could take continuous strikes from breezing like that. So he questioned, what is that sword made of? Vlad smiled and answered, our ancestor was blessed by the Lord Mandos. If we pass a certain requirement, Lord Mandos will gift a sword. It is absurdly sharp blade, but only in the hands of a brave and skillful warrior. In the hands of a coward, they become completely dull. Theon was in awe, while he then took out his sword and said, this belonged to my ancestor, who took part in the long night. As you saw before, the sword lights up in flames when we call out its name. Vlad smiled and replied, it is an amazing sword. Theon then laughed and said, now let's drink some good old mead and celebrate. Vlad smiled, while he knew the war with Undals will begin soon. Chapter 17, Gods of Valyria. Original gods. Also Valyrians at first used their original names but soon started changing their names to fit their convenience. Eru, creator of all. Almo or Caraxes, god of the sea, twin of Merciless. Surya or Galathox, god of fire, stars, moon, sun, and the dawn, rival of Merciless. Anubis or Veilerion, god of death and the underworld. Osiris, god of tremendous kindness and cared immensely, fertility, agriculture, the afterlife, the dead, resurrection, life, and vegetation. Horus, god of the sky. Set, god of storm, disorder, violence, and desert. Nephthys, goddess of protection. Hathor or Malaise, goddess of love and fertility. Vagar, Astarte and Anat, sister goddesses of war. Ta or Vermithor, god of smiths, crafts, and artisans. Fake or empty names created by Valyrians. Erex, god of law, order, justice, governance, and strength. Agarax, god of all creatures that walk, run, swim, or fly. Creator of the first dragon. Merciless, goddess of the sky, twin of Caraxes. Shrikos, goddess of beginnings, endings, transitions, and doorways. Syrax, god of wine, fruitfulness, parties, festivals, madness, chaos, drunkenness, vegetation, and ecstasy. Tessarion, goddess of music, arts, knowledge, healing, plague, prophecy, poetry, beauty, and archery. Tyraxes, goddess of reason, wisdom, intelligence, skill, peace, warfare, and battle strategy. Vermax, god of boundaries, travel, communication, trade, language, and writing. Chapter 18, Creation of Valyrian Gods. Eru assumed his godly form, contemplating the creation of additional deities to aid him in managing the growing number of followers and the imminent emergence of Valyria. Thus, he focused his powers on fashioning new gods specifically for Valyria. Almo, Surya, Mandos, and Yavanna observed the unfolding scene with great interest, as these were their younger siblings. Using his abilities, Eru molded these new beings to be taller than mortals, their circulatory systems flowing with pure, glowing liquid gold instead of blood. They possessed a towering height, ranging from 8 to 10 feet or even taller. In their true forms, these gods appeared as metallic, humanoid, animal-like beings. While in this form, their powers increased tenfold. They could effortlessly shift between their human disguises and their true forms at will. Soon, all the newly created gods appeared before Eru. Set possessed a striking appearance with a commanding, towering stature that demanded attention. Adorned in intricate gold and black armor that shimmered under the sun, symbolizing his godly status and dominance, his muscular physique was accentuated. His piercing eyes, glowing with an otherworldly intensity, hinted at the darkness within him. Nephthys was a woman of slender and graceful figure. Her distinctive feature was a headdress shaped like a house or palace, representing her role as a protector of the deceased. Adorned with hieroglyphs or symbols associated with mourning and the afterlife, the headdress emphasized her connection to these realms. Horus possessed striking features, particularly his piercing, luminous blue eyes radiating wisdom and determination. His regal yet approachable expression reflected his benevolent nature as a guardian and protector. Hathor's physical appearance was enchanting and alluring. She possessed a radiant and statuesque figure, exuding an aura of sensuality and elegance. Her attire consisted of flowing, ornate robes in vibrant colors, highlighting her divine nature and graceful movements. Elaborate jewelry, such as necklaces, bracelets, and earrings adorned with precious gems and intricate designs, emphasized her status as the goddess of beauty. Astarte appeared as a regal figure wearing a crown or headdress adorned with symbols of her power. Anat, the goddess of war and violence, possessed a strong and athletic figure, embodying the raw power and determination of a warrior. Her presence exuded ferocity and prowess in battle. Anubis had a towering figure that exuded a sense of mystique and authority. He possessed a lean and muscular build, implying agility and strength. His unmistakable jackal head featured pointed ears and a long, slender snout. Often depicted with glowing or otherworldly eyes, Anubis conveyed an air of wisdom and knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. Osiris stood tall and imposing, radiating an aura of wisdom and authority. Usually depicted in human form, he adorned himself in ornate robes or regal attire, reflecting his divine status. Vibrant colors, often incorporating shades of green and gold, symbolized growth, rebirth, and the wealth of the land. Isis possessed a captivating and regal figure, her flowing robes adorned in vibrant colors like blue or white, symbolizing purity and spirituality. Intricate patterns and symbols associated with magic and the natural world embellished her garments, representing her connection to both realms. All of them spoke in unison, addressing Eru as Father. Eru smiled warmly and said, "I have some new tasks to assign to your siblings, and I believe you can assist them." Having already bestowed appropriate domains and duties upon them, Eru turned his gaze to Horus and said, "Horus, I want you to keep a watchful eye on the shepherd groups living in the shattered peninsula extending south from Essos into the Summer Sea." Horus placed his hand over his chest and responded, "I shall carry out your command, Father." Next, Eru directed his attention to Set and said, "Set, I want you to keep a vigilant eye over the deserts of Westeros and Essos. The arrival of the Undals is imminent, and Dorne must be protected. You can work together with Astarte and Anat." Though Eru felt a twinge of regret for providing Dorne with only a bloodline and sword, he knew Set's presence would compensate for it. Set nodded solemnly and replied, "As you command, Father." Astarte and Anat nodded in agreement, while Nephthys prepared to accompany her husband. Eru then assigned Anubis a new responsibility, saying, "Anubis, I task you with assisting your brother Mandos in governing the realm of the dead." Anubis bowed respectfully and responded, "As you wish, my creator." Turning his attention to Osiris, Isis, and Hathor, Eru delegated specific duties pertaining to their domains. Observing each of them vanish to fulfill their respective roles, Eru felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that his newly appointed gods would dutifully carry out their tasks. Chapter 19, Note. Chapter 20, Andal's Invasion. A race of men from Essos, the Undals, crossed the narrow sea in numerous ships and made landfall in the Vale of Arryn. Under the banner of the Faith of the Seven, Undals first landed in the Fingers and attacked the first men living in the Vale. They burnt out the weirwood groves, hacked down the faces that they came across. Everywhere they proclaimed the triumph of the Seven over the old gods. A hill, now known to the Westerosi as High Heart, was sacred to the children of the forest. There, the Undal king Ereg the Kinslayer cut down the children's grove of 31 weirwoods. After several hundred years of war, the Undals conquered or married into the southern kingdoms of the first men and created their own. Malden IV Durrandon was a storm king of House Durrandon. During the Andal invasion of the Stormlands, as neither side defeated the other, Malden took an Undal maiden as his wife. Duranziv was born of this union. In Westerlands they initially resisted the coming of the Undals, but later as the Undals began moving into the Westerlands in larger numbers than in the time of Tybolt the Thunderbolt, Tyrion decided to arrange marriages for the more powerful Undal warchiefs with the daughters of the great local houses. Aware of Undal betrayals in the Vale, he also took the sons and daughters of the new Undal lords as wards and fosterlings to serve as pages and cupbearers, as well as hostages, at Casterly Rock. He was succeeded by his son, Gerald III Lannister, who continued Tyrion's policies. New houses formed by the intermarriages included. Gerald died without male issues, thus a council crowned his only daughter's husband, Ser Joffrey Lyddon, who took the Lannister name and became the first Undal to rule Casterly Rock. Houses Brax, Drox, Jast, Kindle, Lefford, Marbrand, Perrin, Sarsfield, and Serret. In contrast to most kings of First Men origin, the support of the Undals allowed the kings of the Rock to expand their power. The Gardeners initially fortified their kingdom during the coming of the Undals to Westeros, but they eventually let loose Leyden on them, which resulted in crushing defeat from the Undals group. Only then the smart ones in the group realized the whole thing is not going the way their gods proclaimed. They found out the old gods were much more powerful and nothing like Faith of Seven told them to be. So these groups joined the Reach peacefully, since they wanted to learn more about these powerful old gods, and when they did, most of them renounced Faith of Seven. While Dorne was, let's just say, more passionate about their faith towards old gods, also because the blessing of Eru Dorne had acquired a striking physical feature, reddish-orange skin that glowed like embers in the sunlight. It was as if the gods had painted their very essence onto their flesh, marking them as chosen ones. To honor this sacred gift, the Dorne began to adorn themselves with intricate tattoos, inked in dark red, that told the stories of their social standing and important life experiences. Each tattoo held a special meaning, a testament to the trials and triumphs they had faced. The designs were carefully chosen, reflecting the wearer's achievements, lineage, and personal growth. From birth to death, these tattoos evolved, telling a captivating tale of their lives, etched upon their vibrant skin. The reddish-orange hue of their skin became a symbol of pride and unity among the people of Dorne. It represented their unwavering faith, their connection to the divine, and their bond with each other. It was a mark of distinction that set them apart from the rest of the world, a testament to their deep-rooted spirituality and the harmonious relationship they shared with the old gods. This strong belief caused them fight the Undals for tooth and nail. They won their battle, but news spread about two giant snakes attacking the Undals. This will be revealed 2 chapters later. It will more clear and described battle. In the Winter Council chambers, all the northern lords had convened to discuss the impending Andal Invasion. Theon Stark, now older with a distinguished beard, had matured and become wiser over the years, thanks in large part to his trusted friend and advisor, Vlad Teeps. Together, they formed a formidable team, guiding the kingdom through challenging times. As Theon studied the map depicting the Andal army's advance towards the north, he voiced his concerns to the gathered lords. "So they are coming for us now?" Lord Thark Glover responded, "Yes, word has it that they are amassing their forces and marching north." Murmurs filled the chamber as Lord Umber interjected, "Did the southern lords truly allow these people to join their ranks?" Some grumbled in agreement as Theon let out a sigh and replied, "Indeed, many of them have fully integrated, even in regions like the Westerlands and Stormlands, adopting the faith of the Seven." This news greatly perturbed most of the lords, who regarded the Undals as cowards, disrespecting their ancestors and the ancient gods. Lord Bolton spoke up, sharing a surprising revelation. "I've heard that King Grom of the Reach has permitted these Undals to reside within his lands." This announcement sparked astonishment among the attendees, as the Reach was known as one of the strongest kingdoms with a deep-rooted belief in the ancient gods. To clear the air and dispel any misunderstandings, Vlad decided to address the council. "I received a message from King Grom himself. It appears that he welcomed the peaceful Undals who sought to renounce the faith of the Seven and distance themselves from this war." Vlad went on to explain that during their encounters, a group of Undals was visited by the incarnations of the Seven, who crowned their first king, Huger of the Hill. While some Undals were initially reluctant, they succumbed to the pressure exerted by the majority. The so-called faith of the Seven had promised them dominion over all of Westeros and an easy victory. However, upon arrival, they realized that the conquest was far from easy, losing thousands upon thousands of men in futile attempts to subjugate the Reach. This, combined with their discovery of the blessed kingdoms and people devoted to the ancient gods, led them to feel betrayed by the faith of the Seven. Vlad concluded, "It seems that the wiser and more peace-seeking Undals have renounced the faith of the Seven and aligned themselves with Dorne or the Reach. Those who are now heading our way are the more fanatical ones, seeking to conquer everything in the name of the Seven." While most of the northern lords felt that was okay, but some like Bolton felt the Reach shouldn't have taken them in. But Eru or Vlad knew these Undals won't cause any issue. Every one of them will fully renounce the Seven in the future. So he didn't find any issue with the whole thing. While Theon broke his thought, "We should ready for the coming battle. We will never allow them to destroy our faith and beliefs." All the lords shouted in agreement, while Vlad looked at Theon in sadness, knowing his descendant would marry a Tully, who will not only try to build a sept in the heart of Winterfell but also try to convert many into faith of Seven fall lowers. He sighed and thought, "I never liked Catelyn, maybe I can change this whole thing." In a cruel twist of fate, the House of Lannister and the House of Durrandon discovered that their once fertile lands had become barren, leaving them in dire straits during the harsh winter years. The shocking revelation came to light during the solemn oath ceremony, when ethereal apparitions of their ancestors, such as Durrandon God's Grief and Lon the Clever, materialized to curse them for the destruction they had wrought upon their ancestral lands. Initially, both the House of Lannister and the House of Durrandon were bewildered by this turn of events. However, their ancestors soon elucidated that their misfortune was a consequence of their decision to abandon the old gods and embrace the faith of the Seven. By forsaking the ancient deities, they unknowingly forfeited the blessings bestowed upon their lands, thus inviting the wrath of the divine powers that had once nurtured their domain. Chapter 21, Undals vs. North. A/N. I was mostly thinking of adopting a normal child and blood adopting him, thus the house or Teeps bloodline would go on. I did not have any love interests planned during this time. The house of Teeps will have creeds to follow, that would be strict, and if they do not use their powers correctly or go against North, their powers will disappear. Also, if you dislike it, please give us suggestions. Lon the Clever and Durin Godsgrief, the founders of House Lannister and House Durrandon respectively, would not have approved of many of their descendants for centuries. Lon the Clever, renowned for his cunning and wit, held high standards for his Lannister progeny. He esteemed intelligence and shrewdness, traits that he himself possessed. Lon only found Tywin Lannister, Tywin and Tyrion worthy of his approval, recognizing their strategic minds and their ability to uphold Lannister dominance. Despite Tyrion's physical limitations, his sharp intellect and cleverness would garner Lan's appreciation. As for Durin Godsgrief, the legendary founder of House Durrandon, he would likely be dismayed by the path his descendants chose in the following centuries. Durin viewed his successors as unworthy and foolish, believing they had tarnished the family name. In his eyes, they would be deemed as unworthy individuals who failed to uphold his esteemed legacy. In the midst of a chilling winter, a clash of kingdoms was brewing in the realm of Westeros. King Theon Stark, a seasoned ruler of the north, stood resolute, ready to defend his ancestral lands against the invading Undals led by their fearless King Aereg. As the drums of war echoed across the snowy landscapes, King Theon gathered his loyal bannermen and warriors in the courtyard of Winterfell. Clad in fur-lined armor, he addressed his men with an unwavering determination in his eyes. "My loyal subjects, the time has come to defend our homes and honor. The Undals march upon our lands, seeking to claim what is rightfully ours. But we shall not yield. We shall fight with valor and protect the legacy of our ancestors." Cheers erupted from the ranks, filling the air with a spirit of unity and resolve. Theon's trusted advisor, Vlad Teeps, stood at his side, offering strategic counsel and bolstering the morale of the troops. Meanwhile, warlord Argos Sevaean Star, a charismatic and ambitious leader, rallied his Undal forces, driven by a fervent desire to spread the influence of the faith of the Seven throughout the realm. With a mighty host at his back, he urged his men forward, proclaiming, "The time has come to claim the North for the Seven. We shall show them the might of our faith and the power of our united armies." The clash of steel and the thunderous pounding of hooves marked the beginning of a brutal conflict. The Northmen, fiercely loyal to their king, fought with an indomitable spirit, their icy breath mingling with battle cries. Theon, a seasoned warrior himself, led his troops from the front, his sword cleaving through the ranks of the Undals with precision and fury. Yet, the Undals proved to be formidable opponents, skilled in both the art of war and the zealous fervor of their faith. Argos, a cunning strategist, orchestrated relentless assaults, testing the resolve of the northern forces. Each engagement saw bloodshed and loss on both sides, as the bitter winter seemed to mirror the ferocity of the conflict. The war raged on, with sieges, skirmishes, and decisive battles shaping the fate of the North. Theon Stark finally used the Bewilder Beast, which completely destroyed with its icy breath freezing armies easily. Undals gradually established communication with the Westerlands and Stormlands, ultimately joining forces to launch an attack on the North. Though hesitant, they recognized the necessity of acquiring resources for the impending winter. Warlord Argos of the Undals had descended into complete insanity, convinced that his gods had not betrayed him and that this setback was merely a test. One of his advisors spoke up tentatively, "My lord, this war is taking a toll on us. Perhaps we should consider ending it." Argos fixed his gaze upon the advisor, his eyes gleaming with madness, and bellowed, "No. We shall press on. This is a trial bestowed upon us by the faith of the Seven. We must persist and illuminate these savages with the light of the Seven." The fanatical followers erupted in applause and shouts of approval, while those who had lost faith could only despair at the prospect of the war continuing. Argos declared, "We shall lure their army and that abominable creature away, leaving them vulnerable, and unleash our full might upon the North." The plan seemed promising, prompting the Storm King, ruler of the Westerlands, to allocate additional soldiers to aid Argos in his endeavor. The ruse orchestrated by Warlord Argos, leading a fake attack to lend credibility to their deception, successfully unfolded as planned. However, As Argos's true army marched toward the north, they unexpectedly encountered a small group led by the enigmatic leader, Vlad Teeps. Chapter 22, Vlad steps into battle. Vlad commanded his men, "Be ready." The men, though filled with a slight sense of fear, but there were true northerners, and they steeled themselves, preparing for the battle of their lives. They understood the gravity of the situation. They could not allow these people to pass. They heard their commander's order, "Just make sure no one gets through, I will handle the rest." Confusion enveloped the ranks, but what they witnessed next left them utterly shocked. Vlad, clad in a striking black and red armor, moved with lightning speed, his every motion appearing as if he were teleporting from one spot to another. As he weaved through the chaos of the fight, his movements were so fluid and precise that it seemed as though time itself had frozen. His black garments billowed behind him, leaving a sculptural trail in his wake. The cloth, intricately designed and matching the colors of his armor, twisted and twirled, forming an ethereal tapestry of black and red. It cascaded through the air, defying gravity as if propelled by an unseen force. With his katana gripped firmly in his hand, Vlad unleashed a whirlwind of deadly slashes and precise strikes. His speed was unmatched, allowing him to swiftly close the distance between himself and the enemy army. One of the northern army filled with awe by the old gods, "Look at Lord Vlad. He moves like a phantom." As he engaged his opponents, Vlad's swift movements, accompanied by the flowing cloth trail, created a mesmerizing illusion that he was the same person effortlessly navigating through the chaos of enemies. As he darted from one opponent to another, his motion blurred, leaving behind a continuous stream of sculptural cloth that connected his previous and current positions. The cloth trail of illusion collapsed gracefully when Vlad came to a halt, only to be summoned again as he continued his relentless assault. The enemies, caught off guard by his lightning-fast movements, struggled to keep up with his speed and precision. His movements became a mesmerizing dance of lethal precision. With every strike, he demonstrated his mastery of combat, swiftly dispatching his foes with calculated strikes and devastating blows. His black and red armor seemed to amplify his prowess, enhancing his speed and agility, while instilling fear in the hearts of those who dared to face him. This visual effect made it difficult for his adversaries to track Vlad's exact movements. The enemies would catch glimpses of him darting from one spot to another, but before they could react, they would find themselves facing an empty space. It was as if Vlad had seamlessly merged with his surroundings, becoming an elusive and phantom-like presence. Andal Soldier 1 panicking yelled, "He's a demon. How can anyone move that fast?" The cloth trail, matching the colors of his black and red armor, played a crucial role in perpetuating this illusion. As Vlad moved, the cloth twisted and swirled, creating a dynamic visual spectacle that added to the confusion and disorientation of his opponents. It was almost impossible to discern where Vlad ended and the cloth began, blending seamlessly into one entity. Another Andal captain shouted in fear, "Strike him down. We can't let him get away." The enemies found themselves surrounded by a whirlwind of black and red, Vlad's every strike accompanied by the fluid dance of the cloth trail. They would swing their weapons at what they believed to be Vlad, only to find themselves striking empty air or colliding with the billowing cloth. The soldiers were frustrated and one of them yelled, "Where is he? I can't see his movements." Vlad's ability to create this illusion and maintain the seamless fluidity of his movements showcased his exceptional skill and mastery of combat. It not only added to his mystique but also served as a tactical advantage, keeping his enemies off balance and unable to predict his next move. As Vlad moved with blinding agility, his katana danced through the air, leaving a trail of severed limbs and falling adversaries in his wake. The black and red armor adorned his body, providing both protection and flexibility as he weaved through the chaos of the battlefield. With each swing of his katana, Vlad's movements became a blur, his strikes delivered with unparalleled precision. The enemy soldiers barely had time to react before they fell victim to the swift and lethal blade. Vlad's speed allowed him to engage multiple opponents simultaneously, evading their attacks effortlessly while striking with deadly accuracy. While son of Lord Manderly, Jorn Manderly was looking at the scene in shock, awe, and fear, but then he remembered Theon Stark telling the lords, "Vlad Teeps is blessed by the gods, you have not seen his powers yet." Many at the time thought it was just Theon Stark praising Vlad's sword skill and his intelligence. But now he knew this was what Theon Stark meant. Jorn Manderly muttered, "What? What is this?" Theon Stark was right about Vlad's powers. In the heat of the battle, Vlad appeared as a singular force, his movements and the cloth trail merging into one harmonious entity. It was an awe-inspiring display of agility, precision, and illusion, leaving his enemies bewildered and vulnerable to his lightning-fast attacks. A/N, I searching for a good banner and motto for House of Teeps, only thing I could come up so far is Batman emblem and motto, death comes to all. Chapter 23, Note Chapter 24, Lord Impaler. The Andal army, once unified and confident, now found themselves facing a lone warrior who moved faster than the eye could follow. Fear and panic spread among their ranks as they witnessed their comrades falling in rapid succession, their bodies sliced apart by Vlad's masterful swordplay. Vlad's katana was an extension of himself, an instrument of vengeance and justice. It glinted in the sunlight, each strike accompanied by the distinctive sound of metal meeting flesh. The enemy soldiers were helpless against his relentless onslaught, their weapons unable to match the speed and skill of Vlad. As the Andal soldiers witnessed the carnage unleashed by Vlad, their cries of desperation filled the air. "He is a demon," they yelled, their voices trembling with fear and disbelief. The sight of Vlad's swift movements and relentless assault left them paralyzed with terror, as they realized they were facing a force beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Vlad's fellow comrades, who had been watching the fight in awe, were inspired by his unparalleled skill and courage. They understood that they couldn't simply stand by and watch. Rallying their courage, Jorn yelled, "We must fight alongside Vlad." For the north, they joined the fight alongside Vlad, their hearts filled with determination to protect their land and stand by their leader. Together, they fought as a unified force, their weapons clashing with those of the enemy soldiers. Vlad's presence and unmatched skill served as a beacon of hope and strength for his comrades. His every move inspired them to fight with unwavering resolve, matching his speed and precision in battle. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the combined efforts of Vlad and his comrades proved unstoppable. The enemy soldiers were overwhelmed by their coordinated assault, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught. With Vlad leading the charge, they pushed forward, driving the enemy back with each strike, and reclaiming their ground inch by inch. The men of the north, who had once been unsure of their chances in this battle, now looked upon Vlad with newfound respect and admiration. They had witnessed the extraordinary power of their leader, the one they called the Demon. They understood that his prowess on the battlefield went beyond mere mortal abilities. One of the last surviving captains of the Andal army stood at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes wide with disbelief and despair. He watched as Vlad, like a specter of death, effortlessly cut through one person after another, his blade moving with deadly precision. The captain couldn't comprehend the sheer skill and ferocity displayed by his opponent. "What kind of monster have we provoked?" the captain muttered under his breath, his voice filled with a mix of fear and awe. He had never witnessed such relentless power and merciless determination. The sight of Vlad's swift movements and the lifeless bodies left in his wake shook the captain to his core. Desperation filled the air as the remaining soldiers, their spirits broken and their hopes dwindling, turned to their faith for salvation. Some dropped to their knees, clutching their holy symbols tightly, and began to pray fervently to the faith of the Seven, seeking divine intervention in their darkest hour. But the prayers went unanswered, and the silence that followed was deafening. The captain looked around, his eyes scanning the faces of his comrades, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Instead, he saw only the resigned expressions of soldiers who had come to accept their fate. It was in that moment, as the captain observed the silent pleas for help and the continued slaughter, that he realized the harsh truth: there would be no divine intervention, no miracle to save them from the relentless onslaught. Only silence and death remained. Tears welled up in the captain's eyes as he watched his men fall one by one, their lives extinguished without mercy. He felt the weight of their collective despair and understood that their prayers had been in vain. The once united and confident army had been shattered, reduced to nothing more than helpless pawns in the face of an unstoppable force. Then he saw sword flash and everything went black. By the time Vlad sheathed his katana, the enemy army lay defeated and countless others that lay scattered on the blood-stained ground, a testament to the merciless dance of death that had unfolded. The last remaining remnants of Andal soldiers were either injured too much to fight back or they were now broken and demoralized, their spirits crushed. Vlad assessed the condition of his men, relieved to see that they were unharmed. He then issued a stern command: "Fetch the stakes and impale these Andal soldiers upon them. Let this serve as a warning." Although the order caught some of his comrades by surprise, the sight was not entirely shocking to them. The Boltons, infamous for their cruel practices, had a reputation for flaying their enemies. The order struck some of his comrades with surprise, their expressions reflecting a mixture of hesitation and concern. Aware of their apprehension, Vlad took a moment to address their doubts. We have to send a message, a strong one. These Undals, driven by fanaticism, will not cease their aggression. Should they rally more Undal warlords from their lands, our people will be exposed to further attacks. His words resonated among the gathered warriors as they pondered the situation at hand. It became clear that a show of force was necessary, a brutal and unyielding act that would reverberate through the hearts of their enemies. Understanding the logic behind Vlad's strategy, his comrades reluctantly nodded in agreement, realizing the importance of striking fear into the hearts of the Undals and deterring future assaults. With unified conviction, they set forth to carry out Vlad's command, recognizing the weight of their actions and the significance of their collective resolve. It was a grim reminder of the harsh realities of war and the sacrifices they were willing to make to safeguard their people and homeland. By the time Theon and his army arrived, he had defeated Argos Seve and Star and quickly rushed to aid his friends, while what he saw did not shock him much, since Vlad had told him about his powers or blessing, while his men were shocked as Lord Umber shouted, "By old gods." Everyone saw Vlad sitting cross-legged in the midst of a vast, open field. The sun beat down on his face, casting long shadows across the land. Behind him stood the remnants of the once mighty army of Undals, now reduced to lifeless figures, staked to the ground as a grim testament to Vlad's power. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and decay, a constant reminder of the price paid for disobedience. The sky above was an expanse of vibrant blue, seemingly indifferent to the carnage below. It was a stark contrast to the macabre scene that unfolded on the earth. Jorn Manderly, who was reporting everything to Theon, while other lords close to him were in complete shock and some in fear and awe. Vlad's eyes narrowed as he studied the defeated impaled Undals behind him. Some wore expressions of agony, frozen in eternal torment, while others bore faces twisted in terror. The sight of their once mighty army reduced to such a pitiful state sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. While Theon, having heard everything from Jorn, grinned at his friend, a twisted mixture of excitement and cruelty danced in his eyes and muttered, "This will be a very powerful message indeed." He understood the impact that Vlad's merciless display would have on their enemies and the Undals in Westeros, but Theon wanted more and saw an opportunity to instill fear in their hearts, to make them think twice before crossing into their lands again. While he also wanted the Undals from Essos to feel the same fear and had plan, which he wanted to discuss with Vlad. Lord Bolton vowed not to anger this man, since he knew it would be the end of him and his house. A soft breeze rustled through the field, causing the grass to sway gently. Vlad closed his eyes, momentarily blocking out the gruesome tableau behind him, and on seeing Theon he walked towards him. In the silence, he could almost hear the whispers some of still alive emapled soldiers, their voices carried by the wind, pleading for mercy or seeking vengeance. But Vlad remained unmoved, unaffected by their pleas. Slowly, Vlad rose from his seated position, his commanding presence towering over the lifeless bodies. As Vlad walked away from the field, leaving the army of Undals behind, his message was clear: anyone who crossed north would meet the same fate as those staked in the field, a fate worse than death itself. Crows and eagles, drawn by the scent of death, descended upon the battlefield. Their dark wings filled the sky as they circled above, cawing and screeching, ready to feast on the fallen warriors. The crows, with their glossy black feathers, landed first, hopping from one lifeless body to another. They pecked at the eyes, tore at the flesh, and picked clean the bones, their sharp beaks leaving behind only remnants of what was once human. Their raucous cries echoed through the field, a macabre symphony of death. Chapter 25, Notice. There may be some Sansa Stark bashing on the future, since her behavior in the first couple of episodes were not that great. Like Sansa, Robb and Bran were more Tully than Stark. So they will be not accepted by most of the ancestors, and only one they will fully accept is Arya. Also, these ancestors' approval has a huge importance in becoming an heir or future lord, so if somehow Sansa does get an opportunity in the future to be the Queen of North. But it will not work, since she was never fully accepted by Stark ancestors, so vassal lords will not approve of her status, and only one they will approve of is Arya, who will never want such a position. So naturally Starks will lose their status as protector of North, and it will be passed to House of Teeps, mainly because of reasons like Ned and Catelyn's stupid decision to build Septa and convert people to Faith of Seven. Chapter 26, Undals vs. Dorne, Extra Chap. A/N, I have 2 images for the new female OC Eliza Stark. 1. Olivia Munn, Psylocke X-Men Apocalypse. 2. Kelly Overton, Christy Montero Tekken Movie. In Dorne, Marion Dane, the grandson of Eldon and the king of Dorne, had been engaged in a prolonged war against the Undal warlords. Their battles had been relatively successful, thanks in part to the harsh desert environment that favored the Dornish forces and their perceived blessings from Eru, enabling them to withstand the scorching climate effortlessly. While many celebrated their victories, doubts lingered among some who believed that Lord Eru favored the north and the Reach, gifting them magnificent beasts as guardians. However, Merrion remained steadfast in his faith, unwavering in his belief in the gods. As the war continued, the Undals began to outnumber Merrion's forces, creating a growing concern. The Dornish army caught sight of the approaching enemy forces, prompting prayers to the gods for success in battle. It was at that moment that a howling windstorm suddenly swept in, seemingly emerging out of nowhere. Amidst the tumultuous winds, they discerned a peculiar sound, catching Merrion's attention. He muttered, "The wind sounds alive." Drawing his sword, drawn, Merrion prepared himself for the imminent conflict. The entire army braced for the impending battle when their eyes turned toward a swirling sandstorm forming in the distance. Within the storm, Merrion noticed movement, something rising from the sandy depths. It was a colossal black cobra, towering over them, its hiss carried by the gusting wind. The cobra's hood flared, poised to strike, and fear gripped Merrion and his army. But then, to their astonishment, they witnessed a second cobra, this one white, rearing up beside the first. And to their amazement, there were figures mounted atop these serpentine beings. Anat and Astarte, two warrior goddesses, emerged from the storm. These exotic beauties, in their 20s, exuded an aura of power. Quick-tempered Astarte donned a wicked helmet adorned with bull horns, while calculating and sadistic Anat was clad in a panther skin, battle axe at the ready. Despite their wariness and fear, a voice reassured them, "Do not be afraid." Turning around, they beheld a colossal figure materializing from the sands. Before them stood a towering, metallic humanoid figure with a jackal head, emanating an aura of darkness and dominance. His crimson eyes blazed intensely, penetrating the shifting shadows around him. Dark gold accents adorned his metallic body, signifying regality and imposing stature. Some members of the army instinctively took a step back upon witnessing this menacing figure. However, to their surprise, the jackal-headed entity transformed into a human form. The transformed figure possessed a striking appearance, commanding attention with his towering stature. Clad in intricate gold and black armor that shimmered under the sun, symbolizing his godly status and dominance, he showcased a muscular physique. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, hinting at the darkness within. Beside him stood a graceful woman, slender and elegant. She wore a headdress resembling a house or palace, signifying her role as a protector of the deceased. The headdress was adorned with hieroglyphs and symbols associated with mourning and the afterlife, underscoring her connection to these realms. Set, unfazed by their fear, spoke with conviction, "I am Set, the god of the desert, storms, disorder, and violence and the son of Eru. My father has sent me to aid you." Relief washed over the Dornish army upon hearing Set's words. As they turned their gazes, they witnessed the two colossal cobras launching themselves at the Undal army. With fangs bared like ivory scimitars, the cobras spewed streams of burning venom akin to napalm upon the retreating Undals, incinerating them alive. Under the onslaught of the venomous assault, the Undal army crumbled, descending into chaos and disarray. The cobras, their serpentine forms undulating, slurped and reloaded venom, preparing to strike once more. With synchronized precision, they unleashed twin annihilating sprays, decimating every last Undal soldier in their path. Chapter 27, Chapter 22 Bloody Wolf and Impaler. In an unprecedented move to instill fear in the hearts of the Undals and protect the north from Undal from Essos, Theon Stark devised a daring plan. Accompanied by Vlad, his trusted ally, they set sail with a formidable fleet towards the distant lands of Essos. Their mission, to deliver a resounding message that would deter any future invasions. Upon reaching Essos, Theon Stark took a radical approach. He wanted to leave an indelible mark on the minds of the Undals, ensuring they would think twice before setting foot on northern soil again. In a bold display of power, he commanded that the lifeless body of Argos Sebaean Stars, a prominent Undal leader, be prominently showcased on the prow of his ship. The sight of their fallen comrades served as a chilling reminder of the consequences of challenging the might of the North. Not content with a mere symbolic gesture, Theon and Vlad orchestrated a series of devastating raids and scorched a multitude of Undal villages. The Northmen unleashed their fury, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Hundreds upon hundreds of Undals fell victim to their ruthless campaign, their lives cut short as a stark reminder of the Northern forces' wrath. In a manner akin to Vlad's infamous tactics, Theon ordered the heads of the fallen invaders to be impaled on spikes, arranged in a grisly display of deterrence. The sight of these severed heads served as a haunting testament to the merciless nature of their adversaries. It sent a chilling message that any future attempts to invade the north would result in a similar fate. Theon Stark's fearsome reputation grew exponentially from these merciless acts. He became known as the Bloody Wolf, a name that echoed throughout the realms, a symbol of his unyielding resolve and unwavering determination to protect his people. Similarly, Vlad Teeps' unique powers, with his gruesome methods of punishment, acquired the epithet Vlad the Impaler, a name that struck terror into the hearts of those who heard it. The joint efforts of Theon Stark and Vlad had achieved their desired effect. The Andals, upon hearing of the bloody campaign and witnessing the macabre displays, were gripped by fear and trepidation. The North had successfully established a reputation for ruthless defense, deterring any further incursions into their lands. As the celebration continued in North Winterfell Castle, the atmosphere was filled with joy and triumph. The victory against the Andals had brought a sense of relief and pride to the people, and the castle echoed with laughter and music. On the Grand Throne, Theon Stark sat with his wife, Jaina Stark, by his side. They were a formidable couple, strong and respected leaders of Winterfell. To Jaina's right sat her son, Jason Stark, a young man with his father's stern gaze and his mother's grace. But it was Eliza Stark, Theon's younger sister, who caught the attention of many. She exuded a captivating aura, with her striking features and athletic physique. Standing at around 5 feet 4 inches, 162 centimeters tall, she possessed a slender and toned figure that hinted at her active lifestyle. Eliza's black hair cascaded down past her shoulders in sleek, straight strands, contrasting beautifully with her vibrant gray eyes. She possessed an enigmatic charm that drew people in, and her presence in the celebration did not go unnoticed. Vlad, a distinguished figure in his own right, found himself at the center of attention. As the rumors of his powers circulated among the lords, some saw an opportunity to strengthen their own positions by offering their daughters hands in marriage. However, Vlad was cautious and kept his distance from the inebriated lords, politely declining their advances. In the midst of this spectacle, Vlad's eyes caught Eliza's subtle glances. Their gazes locked, and a silent understanding seemed to pass between them. Intrigued by her captivating presence, Vlad found himself equally drawn to Eliza, her beauty and enigmatic nature intriguing him. King Theon Stark stood before his loyal subjects, his gaze filled with a mix of admiration and respect as he addressed the gathered crowd. With a voice that carried authority, he spoke, "Today, we stand witness to a momentous occasion, a testament to valor and unwavering loyalty." Theon turned his attention to Vlad Teeps, whose unwavering dedication and formidable skills had proven invaluable to the North. Vlad stood tall, his eyes fixed upon his friend. "Vlad Teeps," Theon continued, his words resonating with weight, "your service to the North has been nothing short of extraordinary. Your prowess in battle, your unwavering resolve, and your strategic genius have earned you the respect and admiration of all who have fought alongside you." Theon's words were met with resounding applause and cheers from the assembled crowd, a testament to the impact Vlad had made on their lives and the collective consciousness of the North. "In recognition of your remarkable contributions," Theon declared, his voice carrying the weight of the crown he bore, "I hereby bestow upon you the highest honor that can be bestowed upon a warrior in these lands. From this day forth, you shall be known as Lord Vlad Teeps, the founder of House Teeps." As the words hung in the air, a wave of excitement and awe swept through the gathering. The honor bestowed upon Vlad was not merely a title, it represented the birth of a noble lineage, a legacy that would endure for generations to come. Theon stepped forward, a ceremonial pendant in hand, its design depicting a wolf, symbolizing Vlad's formidable skills and unwavering loyalty. With great reverence, he placed the pendant around Vlad's neck, signifying the official recognition of his new noble status. "Rise, Lord Vlad Teeps," Theon proclaimed, his voice filled with conviction. "May House Teeps stand as a bastion of strength, honor, and resilience in the North. May your legacy inspire future generations to protect and defend our land with the same unwavering dedication that you have shown." As Vlad rose to his feet, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, a testament to the deep respect they held for him. He stood before them, a newly anointed noble, the founder of House Teeps, ready to carry the weight of his newfound responsibility and continue his unwavering commitment to the North. Celebration restarted and both Vlad and Eliza started interacting with each other. Unbeknownst to them, Theon, always observant and perceptive, noticed the silent exchange between Eliza and Vlad. A smile played on his lips as he realized the potential connection brewing between the two. He smiled and thought, oh, this is an interesting development. It had long been his desire to see his sister find love and happiness, and he could not think of a better match for her than Vlad. As the celebration continued, Theon's mind began to devise plans, envisioning a future where Eliza and Vlad would stand side by side. So he was already planning to set up meeting for both. So the seeds of a new love story were silently sown, waiting to blossom in the days to come. Chapter 28, Chapter 23. As the celebration at Winterfell reached its peak, with cheers and laughter echoing through the halls, a sudden flash of light illuminated the entire courtyard. The revelers gasped and shielded their eyes as the brilliant radiance coalesced into a majestic figure, emanating an aura of ancient power and wisdom. Eru, the creator, had arrived. Each person in the throne room, including King Theon Stark, instinctively bowed their heads in reverence. Theon, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and humility, spoke, Lord Eru, what can I do for you? Your presence here is an honor. As Eru surveyed the scene, he spoke with a voice that seemed to echo through both space and time, reaching the hearts of all those gathered. Children of Iluvatar, he began, his voice gentle yet resonant, I have come to witness your victory over the Undals and to bestow my blessings upon this land. You have endured many trials and tribulations, Eru continued, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and yet you have remained steadfast in the face of adversity. I have watched over you, and I am pleased with the courage and resilience you have shown. Theon's shock gave way to a sense of joy and gratitude. The lords and attendants present in the room shared a similar state of astonishment and elation. They understood the significance of this arrival and the blessings that would be bestowed upon their king. With a gentle wave of his hand, Eru blessed Theon Stark with the abilities of the wolf blood. I provide you and your family with a blessing befitting your sigil, the dire wolf. These gifts shall aid you in your endeavors to safeguard the north. Theon's eyes widened in awe as Eru detailed the enhanced capabilities he would possess as a wolf blood. Heightened senses that surpassed human limitations, granting him the ability to detect scents, hear with exceptional clarity, and see in the dark. Superhuman stamina that allowed him to endure physical exertion beyond ordinary limits. Eola's, a connection with nature that would guide him in discovering others' whereabouts. The ability to transform into a wolf at will, harnessing the strength and agility of the formidable creature. Accelerated healing to mend wounds swiftly. Superhuman strength that surpassed that of humans, enabling him to overpower adversaries effortlessly. And superhuman speed, granting him the agility and reflexes to move with incredible swiftness. Theon's heart swelled with gratitude for the bestowed gifts, fully realizing the immense power he now possessed. The sum of the lords and attendants in the room marveled at the blessings bestowed upon their king, and some envied them, but all of them recognized the fact that the north would be safeguarded by a leader with such extraordinary abilities. But Eru added, while I have blessed your sister and son with this power, but remember this gift won't appear in all of your family bloodline, only a true Stark who embodies the similar character as yours will be able to awaken this bloodline again. Theon Stark, his son Jason, and his sister Eliza accepted the imposed restrictions. As time passes, only two members of the Stark family, Cregan Stark and Arya Stark, have awakened the wolf blood abilities. As Eru turned, he faced his avatar Vlad, intending to bestow upon him a false blessing. Vlad Teeps, what is your wish? He asked with a deceptive glimmer in his eyes. Vlad acted perfectly, he humbly bowed and replied, I already have a wondrous blessing from you, Lord Eru. Amused by Vlad's response, Eru smiled and said, very well, then. I shall bestow upon your family and bloodline the gifts of good luck and prosperity. Vlad once again bowed his head, while Eru went on to give all the other northern lords minor blessings. All of them were happy with what they received. Eru, observing their reactions, nodded approvingly. Use these gifts wisely, King Theon Stark and Vlad Teeps. They are a testament to your unwavering dedication and will aid you in protecting the north. With that, Eru faded from view, leaving the throne room buzzing with a newfound sense of awe and inspiration. Theon, now bearing the blessings of the wolf blood, knew that he had been chosen for a great purpose. He would wield his newfound abilities to defend his people, ensuring that the north remained a bastion of strength and resilience under his rule. Chapter 29, Rise of Valyria. Arion, the shepherd from Valyria, found himself drawn to a small temple nestled amidst the mountains of the Valyrian peninsula. Despite its crumbling exterior, it retained an aura of mystery. Anxious and fearful, Arion's heart was heavy with the weight of his troubles. For days, Arion came to the temple, seeking guidance through fervent prayers and offerings to the gods. The stone walls echoed with his pleas, as he poured out his soul with every word. His faith and belief in the divine presence of the ancient gods gave him hope that they would listen to his prayers. Yet, despite his dedicated devotion, doubts began to creep into Arion's mind. Were the gods truly listening? Did they even exist anymore? With each unanswered prayer, his fears threatened to overwhelm him. Was he merely grasping at the memories of a bygone era, believing in something that no longer held power in the present? Nevertheless, he persisted. For within the depths of his soul, he knew that he could not simply abandon his faith. His ancestors started following ancient gods after being saved by Almo's water priests, and from then on they followed every one of the ancient gods. Arion's heart pounded in his chest as he witnessed the astonishing sight before him. The majestic figure, once gleaming in gold with head of a falcon, with plasma blue-colored eyes with gold and silver-colored wings, otherwise identical to falcon wings. As powerful gust of wind from Horus' wings swept over him, causing his hair to ruffle and his clothes to flutter. He looked up in amazement at the majestic figure before him, Horus, the god of the sky, who had descended from the heavens to answer his prayers. The sound of a falcon's cry echoed through the air, replacing any ordinary speech that could have emanated from the divine being. He soon took on a more relatable form. As the divine transformation occurred, the metallic body morphed into a towering humanoid shape. Horus stood between 8 to 10 feet tall man, exuding an aura of otherworldly presence. Horus' luminous blue eyes locked onto Arion's, and the shepherd felt a mix of anxiety and reverence in the presence of this divine being. The god's regal and approachable expression offered comfort, reassuring Arion that he was not alone in his prayers and fears. Horus still radiated power and wisdom, his presence casting a glow over the surrounding landscape. Arion, overwhelmed by the sight and sound of the godly entity, fell to his knees, a mix of astonishment and reverence flooding his being. He had prayed to Eru, the supreme deity, and his prayers had reached the ears of Horus, the emissary of the gods. With a voice that resonated deep within Arion's soul, Horus spoke, his words carrying a divine weight. "Rise, humble shepherd," he commanded, his tone simultaneously gentle and commanding. "Your devotion has been heard, and I have come to guide you on the path you seek." Arion, still awestruck, slowly stood up, his eyes locked on the radiant figure before him, his encounter with Horus imbuing him with newfound courage and determination. Arion wasted no time in sharing his plight with the god, explaining how his family and fellow shepherds were ordinary people caught in a dire situation. Recently, a large group of raiders had settled near their home, relentlessly plundering their sheep. Initially, they obeyed the raiders' demands, but now the marauders were demanding the unthinkable, the wives and daughters of their community as slaves. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Horus nodded solemnly and assured Arion, "I comprehend your predicament. Ask for a boon, and it shall be granted." Arion's heart swelled with hope, but he soon found himself lost in contemplation, pondering the best course of action. Should I request immense strength? He wondered aloud. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that even with great power, his children would remain vulnerable after his eventual demise. Suddenly, a memory sparked within Arion's mind. He recalled hearing tales from a traveler who had journeyed from a distant realm known as the Shadowlands. The traveler had spoken of magnificent creatures called dragons, powerful beings that thrived for centuries. Legends held that these majestic creatures possessed the ability to lay waste to entire nations with their fiery breath. Determined, Arion found his resolve and declared, "I seek for my people the power to forge a bond with dragons and command them." Horus, his falcon-like gaze fixed upon the valiant shepherd, considered his request. He immediately contacted his father through telepathy. Eru was now surprised and muttered, "So they really are fated to have dragons." Eru told his son to grant it, but don't give him absolute control over the intelligent beast. After a brief pause, the god responded with a voice that echoed with ancient wisdom, "Your request is bold, but I see the determination in your eyes. I shall grant you this power, but remember you would never be able fully control a powerful beast like a dragon." Arion's heart leaped with joy and gratitude. He knew that with the ability to control dragons, he could protect his family, his community, and restore peace to their land. Little did he know that this newfound power would also lead him on a path filled with challenges, testing his courage and lead his descendants to their very doom. Horus with a majestic wave of his hand, 4 dragons materialized before them. These mythical creatures had long, serpentine bodies, adorned with proportionately elongated necks and tails. Their anatomy included 4 limbs, 2 short back legs and 2 massive wings that served as forelimbs, resembling the body plan of a bat. They were not fully grown and only had the size of elephant for now. As the dragons stood before Arion and Horus, their eyes gleamed with curiosity and power. Arion felt a mix of awe and responsibility in their presence, understanding the gravity of the gift he had received and muttered, "Amazing." Horus then spoke to Arion, "You shall possess the ability to communicate with these dragons through your birth tongue, Valyrian." Arion nodded, while the bond between man and dragon had been rekindled, and the destiny of Valyria was forever changed. Arion approached the dragons with respect, offering his hand as a gesture of friendship. With his heart filled with compassion and reverence for these mythical beings, he conveyed his intentions and sought to establish a connection with them. The dragons, perceptive of Arion's genuine intentions, gazed into his soul, assessing his character and purpose. Finding him worthy, they reciprocated the gesture, allowing Arion to touch their scaled snouts with a gentle hand. With Horus as his guide, Arion dedicated himself to learning the ways of the dragons. He studied their behaviors, respected their instincts, and sought to harmonize their powers with the well-being of his people and the land of Valyria. Also, Horus advised Arion, the first dragon rider, about the dangerous nature of the bond between dragon and rider. He emphasized that the strength of the bond depends primarily on the dragon, rather than the rider. He cautioned against bonding with more than one dragon, as it could weaken the connection between the dragon and its rider. There are possibilities of this working, but only if the bond between the rider and dragon is really strong. The only one who tried this was Aemon Targaryen. Additionally, Horus warned Arion not to claim a dragon whose rider had just passed away, but instead, wait for 2 moons, 2 months, to allow the dragon time to grieve. This way, the bond between the dragon and its new rider would be stronger, reducing the risk of the dragon disobeying and going berserk. This rule was broken by one individual. One was Maegor the Cruel. Chapter 30, Chapter 25. The Pairing. 1. Eliza Stark, OC, confirmed. 2. Rhaenyra Targaryen, confirmed. 3. Maegor Gardner Tyrell, confirmed. 4. Daenerys Targaryen, confirmed. 5. Val from Free Folk / Wildlings, Imagine Lajertha from Viking or Atlanta from Legend of Hercules, unconfirmed. 6. Missandei, unconfirmed. All the gods gathered in the halls of Eru. Massive columns rose to a domed ceiling, gilded with moving constellations. 12 thrones, built for beings the size of 8 feet, were arranged in an inverted U. An enormous fire crackled in the central hearth pit. Each throne had a respective symbol belonging to their domain. The divine siblings assembled from time to time to discuss their duties and other matters. This time, they were eager to bond and get to know their younger siblings. They engaged in conversations about various realms, such as Westeros and Essos. Almo spoke up first. Initially, I thought father favored the north, Dorne, and the Reach. However, it seems he foresaw the fact that many in the south, like the Westerlands and Stormlands, would forsake him. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Mandos added, "It is best not to doubt or question father's actions. After all, we may not be able to comprehend his ultimate goals." Nephthys frowned and shared her thoughts. There is darkness in the world. The constant struggle for power leads to countless lives lost. Surya replied, "Father has given them free will. It is their choices that led them there. And for darkness, there is light. I have seen many people do good in this world, like the water priests in Essos who are taught by Brother Almo and Father. They are always helping others, providing guidance, and even freeing slaves. If we look at Westeros, we see the righteous North, the Reach, who constantly provide education and food for the poor, and Dorne, who help the poor thrive and become better." Everyone smiled, acknowledging that Father chose his people well. Almo sighed and looked at the so-called Iron Islands, saying, "I am increasingly disappointed with the Iron Islands. They seem to have a strong connection to the ocean, but they have wasted it away with their ratings instead of bettering themselves." Almo provided them with small opportunities for growth, but all of them were ignored. Everyone nodded, acknowledging that they all had a certain connection to specific lands, but most of them wanted to see where these connections would lead. Anubis spoke up, "It is best not to do something without Father's permission. He has already given us a lot of freedom. It is best not to upset him." Once again, there was agreement, and they returned to their discussion. Set expressed his fondness for the land his father tasked him with protecting and said with a small smile, "Ah, the deserts of Dorne. Harsh and unforgiving, much like the lands I rule over. I wonder how they will shape the fate of this world. Nephthys smiled at her husband and replied, they are very strong people. I am sure they have a bright future. Hathor also smiled and said, love and passion are strong forces in this realm. The intricate relationships and forbidden romances among them captivate me. Love truly knows no bounds, even amidst chaos. Everyone chuckled at Hathor's comment, while Yavanna smiled and said, the forests and nature here hold a delicate balance. The moorfolk are living peacefully without issues between giants, children of the forest, and men. I hope other lands can become as peaceful as them one day. While Yavanna knew it was too idealistic, she still hoped it would be possible one day. Set with a growl spoke up, also this faith of the Seven seems to want control of all Westeros, since managed to guide their followers here and even to get weapons from Ryonar. Almo hummed and replied, true, but I don't think they will fester much because of the strong belief in ancient gods, instead they lost many of their original followers. This brought quite a few laughed among them. As they continued their discussion, Mandos, remembering the Shadowlands, frowned with disgust and said, I am repulsed by the Shadowlands. Ashai is a mysterious port city located in the far southeast of the known part of Essos, where the Ash River meets the Jade Sea at its eastern exit, known as the Saffron Straits. Ashai is situated on the southernmost edge of a mountainous peninsula known as the Shadowlands. Hence, the city is often called Ashai by the Shadow or Ashai by the Shadow. To go to Ashai can be described as passing beneath the shadow, and the area of the Shadowlands and Ashai are sometimes referred to simply as the Shadow. Ashai is open to all sorts of practitioners of the higher mysteries, such as gods' wives, pyromancers, bloodmages, as well as inquisitors, torturers, poisoners, and even worshippers of the Black Goat and Bacallan, and the Lion of Night. No practice is forbidden in the city, no matter how depraved. Mandos could see his siblings agreeing with him, while older ones like Almo and Surya grimaced, remembering their dark deeds. However, none of them could directly destroy Ashai, at least not unless Father gave them a direct order. Anubis added his idea, maybe we could ask Father to create an order like the Water Priests again to combat Ashai. Surya's eyes gleamed with interest, and he said, that would work. Mandos interjected, but we need to run this by Father first. Almo dismissed the concern and replied, Father will have no issue with this since we are not directly interfering with Westeros. Set then inquired, what are your thoughts on Valyria? All eyes turned to Horus, as he had been in close contact with them. With a sigh, Horus responded, they have a lot of potential, and some even possess magic, likely stemming from their ancestors' ties to Ashai. Upon hearing this, the others frowned slightly, but they decided to reserve judgment and wait to see how things unfold. It was Surya who spoke up next, saying, let's hope they don't follow the same dark path as the mages of the Shadowlands. The group unanimously agreed on this, and Horus hoped they would not disappoint him. However, little did he know that his hopes would be shattered in the future. Chapter 31, Chapter 26. Theon had to take some time getting used to his new blessing, since he was experiencing heightened emotional states, such as losing control of his anger. Vlad helped him through it, while they were checking out the full length of his powers. Vlad spoke up, now use it. Theon nodded and closed his eyes, and when he opened it, his irises turned from his regular gray eye color to a swirling black color and then turns bright yellow. The veins in his hands and neck then start to become darker and reveal themselves. When he first used his power, he was almost overpowered his almost supernatural level senses, such as being able to detect odors and track scents that humans miss, hear sounds with greater clarity, across greater distances, and see better at night. Suddenly he started to hear a spider trapping its prey as if it were large and were echoing throughout the forest. Theon grinned and muttered, amazing. Vlad broke him out his awe focus. Theon was powering along a narrow path in front of him. He moves at superhuman speed, leaving a blurring wake of leaves. Vlad, quickly using his own ability, sped behind him, his motion blurred, leaving behind a continuous stream of sculptural cloth. While Theon was running through the forest, he felt free and his foot splits a log as he bounds over it. Theon charges towards a secluded stream. It's 30 feet wide. He doesn't slow, leaps off the bank and effortlessly hopscotches from boulder to the other side. His abilities from Wolfbloods made physically exert himself for longer periods of time without tiring. It was in a greater physical capacity than humans, allowing them to run very fast for long periods. Another powerful ability was Iola's. Iola's allows Wolfbloods to connect with nature, culminating in the user discovering someone's whereabouts. Theon stopped and smiled after checking out his powers, while Vlad easily caught up to him with his void-walking ability. Vlad hummed and said, "Now, let's try turning into the wolf form. So focus on the transformation, so you don't lose control like last time." Theon nodded and agreed with his friend and brother in all but blood. After receiving the blessing, Theon was eager to try and transform into his wolf form. However, as he began shape-shifting, an overwhelming surge of sensations almost made him lose control. Fortunately, Vlad intervened, knocking him out to prevent any harm. Theon was gradually learning to manage these intense emotional outbursts through meditation taught by Vlad, seeking balance within himself. So now he focused on his shape-shifting and. During the transformation, every cell in Theon's body underwent a profound change, down to the very core of his DNA, culminating in his complete metamorphosis into a magnificent wolf. With a deep breath, Theon leaped into the air, a sharp tearing sound accompanying the shredding of his clothes. Fur erupted from his skin, and he gracefully landed as an enormous black wolf. He approached Vlad with a low, unsettling growl resonating in his throat, his sharp teeth glinting in the light. Cautiously, Vlad placed his hands on his katana handle and spoke, "Theon, focus." Theon's wolf form seemed to gain control, and the growling gradually ceased. After getting a handle on his new form, Theon playfully ran around for a bit before returning. He then started the transformation back into his human self, and Vlad swiftly handed him the clothes he had brought. "I love the feeling of running in wolf form, it's so liberating," Theon remarked. Vlad smiled in agreement, replying, "Indeed, it is. The only issue I see is the inevitable tearing of clothes." Theon frowned and concurred, "Yes, that can be quite annoying. But the freedom and power are undoubtedly worth it." Theon added, "Also don't forget you have to meet my sister tomorrow." Vlad nodded and replied, "I didn't forget." Chapter 32, Chapter 27. Theon Stark took on the role of a matchmaker, skillfully arranging meetings between his sister and best friend. The chemistry between them was evident, with sparks flying during each encounter. The dense forest came alive with whispers from ancient trees and dappled sunlight that pierced through the thick canopy above. Eliza Stark rode gracefully on her spirited steed, her gray eyes scanning the surroundings with wonder and curiosity. Vlad Teeps, a charismatic yet enigmatic figure with dark hair and a piercing gaze, kept pace beside her on his imposing black stallion. In companionable silence, Eliza and Vlad rode on, the rhythmic sounds of their horses' hooves against the forest floor echoing through the woods. Eventually, the peaceful ambience prompted Eliza to strike up a conversation. Looking around, Eliza said, "This Wolfwood forest holds a special place in my heart. I find myself drawn to its beauty and quiet atmosphere." As sunlight hit Eliza's face, Vlad couldn't help but find her even more beautiful. He smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, it is very beautiful." Noticing Vlad's gaze, Eliza blushed a little and quickly changed the topic, "Tell me, Vlad, what do you do for leisure when you're not defending your realm?" Leaning back, Vlad looked amused and said, "Ah, leisure. A rare luxury for one like me. Yet, in quieter moments, I find solace in brushing up my sword skills, and perhaps practicing archery." Eliza's eyes lit up with intrigue, and she smiled, asking, "So, can you teach me your sword style? I find it very interesting." Vlad smiled back and replied, "I guess I can teach you." Eliza was happy and said, "Then it is settled. We will start tomorrow." Vlad chuckled and simply nodded, agreeing with her. As they continued their ride, the forest grew denser, but neither Eliza nor Vlad seemed bothered by the eerie atmosphere. They continued talking about their hobbies and past experiences. During their journey through the mysterious forest, Eliza and Vlad discovered an unexpected kinship, two enigmatic souls united by their love for the unknown and their respective journeys in life. Upon returning, Vlad assumed his true form and began investigating the events unfolding in Valyria and Essos. He discovered that Arion had cleverly utilized dragons to fend off the raiders and acquired their wealth, which he used to establish trade with neighboring cities. Eru couldn't help but smile as he observed Horus providing Arion with various trade techniques. Yet, despite these positive developments, Eru couldn't shake the feeling that the Valyrians would eventually succumb to their darker tendencies, and the doom of Valyria remained an inevitable fate. During his observations, Eru noticed that the dragons in Valyria were even larger than Veilerion the Dread, a remarkable and awe-inspiring sight. During that time, another significant issue arose between the House of Hightower and the King of Reach. The problem stemmed from an alliance between maesters from the Citadel and self-proclaimed septons from the Starry September. With House Hightower's backing, they spread rumors and false stories discrediting the ancient gods. However, their plan unraveled when two of their own supporters or sworn houses, House Bulwer of Blackcrown and House Costain of the Three Towers. The first one felt this tactics was disgusting, while the later feared divine punishment, so both have reported it to King Garam Gardner of the Reach. This scandal became a lasting stain on the faith of the Seven, the Citadel Maesters, and House Hightower. The aftermath was far-reaching, a ban on faith of the 7 representatives in Reach, Dorne, and the North without permission, punishable by execution. King Garam, mindful of the House Hightower's historical ties, refrained from completely dispossessing them of their lands. Instead, he opted to sever their territories from the Kingdom of Reach. During that period, the House of Hightower found itself with only a handful of remaining sworn houses, House Beesbury of Honeyholt, House Kewy of Sunhouse, and House Mullendore of Uplands. This was not all. House Hightower, once in charge of Old Town, the second wealthiest city in Westeros after King's Landing, suffered greatly. Old Town, which thrived as a trading hub, boasting the realm's second most important port. Ships from around the world, including the 9 free cities and the Summer Isles, docked there, fostering global connections, now lost a lot of trading opportunities due to many traders from Essos not wanting to annoy the major powers in Westeros like Dorne, Reach and North each held major trading hubs. Yet, House Hightower's prosperity took a hit due to their attack on the ancient god's faith and the other traitor the reluctance be associated with House of Hightower and angering powerful kingdoms like the North, Reach, and Dorne. Despite the setback, House Hightower persisted, supported by their ties to the Starry September and the Citadel. However, their wealth and prestige dwindled significantly. Chapter 33, Chapter 28. All 20 members of the community were blessed by Eru with the ability to tame dragons. He provided them with 4 dragons, 2 of which were male and the other 2 were female. Also, all the members of the community had certain change in features like silvery hair and purple eyes. Arion, with his dragon, easily raised the group of raiders. It was a complete massacre, but it didn't end there. With such powerful dragons, the desire to become a lord or king naturally emerged. The initial 20 members were called Dragon Lords, but not all of them had dragons due to the limited number of dragons available, only 4 in total. Arion, as the leader of Valyria, began expanding their influence and established the freehold with the city of Valyria as its capital. During this time, they started praying to Eru and Horus for guidance and luck. Horus showed favoritism and provided them with assistance, similar to Almo, by sharing knowledge about forging, building, and more. Meanwhile, Valyrians had the ability to use magic, although not everyone possessed this gift. As a result, Valyrians started to grow more and more powerful. Magic flourished, and towering, majestic structures reached toward the sky where dragons soared. Stone Valyrian sphinxes gazed down with garnet eyes, and skilled smiths used spells to forge legendary Valyrian steel weapons known for their strength and sharpness. During an era of great prosperity, Arion, a man proud of his achievements, saw his children rise to become dragon lords. Among them, his youngest daughter, Amphitrite, held a special place in his heart. Amphitrite possessed a beauty that was both regal and commanding. Her eyes, a captivating shade of purple, exuded a vibrant and intense hue, enhancing the allure and hypnotic power of her gaze. Her crowning glory was a cascade of amazing silvery gray-plated locks, reminiscent of shimmering frost. This ethereal appearance bestowed upon her an air of enchantment and grace. Being Arion's cherished and youngest daughter, Amphitrite became the subject of many suitors' desires. However, her icy demeanor made it impossible for anyone to win her over. Rather than being captivated by dragons like her siblings, Amphitrite was a free spirit who yearned for the open seas. Sailing across vast waters, she explored the depths and captured the essence of marine life through her artistic endeavors. During one of her voyages, she chanced upon a man who carried himself with regal grace and exuded unwavering confidence. His features were chiseled and sculpted, granting him a noble countenance. A strong jawline added to his commanding presence, while his piercing eyes mirrored the depths of the ocean itself, radiating both wisdom and unyielding determination. Amphitrite found herself irresistibly drawn to this individual, and as their conversations flowed naturally, a profound connection blossomed between them, drawing them closer with each passing moment. This was none other than Almo himself, who was curious about Amphitrite due to her deep affinity for the sea. He never imagined he could fall in love with her. While she promised to see him, he was unsure since his father forbade him from having relationships with mortals. As Almo stood on the beach, lost in thoughts of his beloved Amphitrite, he was saddened by the whole situation. So with his divine powers, he manipulated the waters, shaping them into a lifelike model of Amphitrite. The sea water swirled and danced, mimicking her every feature and movement, a testament to the depth of his love for her. Almo was lost in thought when he heard a voice. "My dear older brother, what is it that I sense from you?" Almo waved his hand as the model of Amphitrite he had created. Almo allowed the sea water to disperse, returning the waves to their natural state. Almo turned and saw that it was Hathor. Keeping a calm face, he replied, "Nothing." He saw Hathor, and next to her was Yavanna. While Hathor grinned and said, "Don't lie, brother. I can sense a deep longing and love." Almo winced, knowing that Hathor, being the goddess of love, could easily perceive his emotions. Yavanna embraced her brother, a gesture of support and love. "Tell us, brother, we are always behind you." Almo, realizing that lying was futile, he decided to tell her the truth. "I have fallen in love with a mortal." Hathor's smile grew upon hearing this, and she said, "Tell me more." Almo complied and explained how he met Amphitrite and how he had fallen deeply in love with her. While Yavanna was happy and Hathor grinned and said, "The bond between you is so strong, I can tell she feels the same." Almo felt a mixture of happiness and sadness. "But I cannot be with her. She is a mortal, and our father has forbidden any relationships with them." Hathor facepalmed and explained, "Oh, you foolish brother of mine. Father did not forbid relationships with mortals. He simply warned us against indiscriminate affairs and breaking hearts. He seems to have foreseen this and allowed for some leeway in the law. As long as you inform father and take her as your lawful wife, nothing will happen." Almo was stumped by this revelation and deeply contemplated their father's words. He understood that his father's law was not against relationships with mortals per se, but rather against reckless and casual encounters. Unlike the Greek counterpart Poseidon, Almo had more control and was incredibly loyal to the person he would fall in love with, which in this case was Amphitrite. They would have a demigod son in the future, and his name was Perseus and founder house of Veilerion. However, Valyria's expansion would draw the attention of other countries, particularly the old empire of Garis, which dominated and controlled much of Essos. The Giskari was start attempts to stop Valyria's expansion, leading to a series of great wars between the burgeoning freehold and the old empire. Chapter 34, Chapter 29 Marriage of Eliza and Vlad. Under the enchanting moonlit night, the gods would come alive with an ethereal glow, embracing the sacred weirwood heart tree adorned with statues of the ancient gods. The torches illuminate the area, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. The priestess of Hathor, goddess of love and marriage. Eliza, radiant in her wedding attire, is led gracefully towards the gathering by her stalwart brother, Theon Stark. As they approach, the wise and venerable Lord Manderly stands tall, representing a fatherly figure for Vlad, and he questions with a solemn tone, "Who comes before the ancient gods this night?" Theon's voice resonates with reverence as he replies, "Eliza, of the house Stark, comes here to be wed. A woman grown, true-born and noble. She comes to beg the blessing of the gods. Who comes to claim her?" Vlad steps forward, his presence exuding regal authority, and declares, "I, Vlad Teeps, of House Teeps, heir to the Tower of Teeps, come to claim her." Turning to Theon, Vlad asks in a voice brimming with emotion, "Theon, of the House Stark, who gives her away?" Theon stands tall, his heart swelling with pride and love for his sister, and he replies with unwavering certainty, "I, Theon Stark, brother of Eliza, give her away." As the ancient gods would bears witness to the sacred union, the priestess of Hathor, adorned in flowing white robes, steps forward, her presence commanding respect and reverence. She raises her hands towards the heart tree, invoking the blessings of the ancient gods upon the couple. Her voice carries a timeless wisdom as she speaks, "O revered gods of old, we gather here under the watchful eyes of the heart tree to witness the joining of two souls, Eliza Stark and Vlad Teeps." Eliza and Vlad stand before the priestess, their hearts filled with a mixture of excitement and solemnity. The priestess turns to Eliza and asks, "Eliza, daughter of the noble house Stark, do you come of your own free will, ready to embrace the ancient ways and unite your soul with Vlad Teeps?" With unwavering conviction, Eliza replies, her voice resolute, "I do. I stand here before the gods, ready to walk this path with Vlad, to honor the traditions of our people, and to bind our hearts and blood for all time." The priestess nods approvingly, her eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the weight of this moment. She then turns her attention to Vlad and inquires, "Vlad Teeps, heir of the ancient lineage, do you come of your own free will, prepared to share your life with Elysa Stark and uphold the ancient legacy of our ancestors?" Vlad's voice is strong and steady as he answers, "I do. I pledge my love and to protect and cherish the bond we formed tonight." The priestess smiles, her expression one of serene grace, as she bestows her blessings upon the couple. "May the ancient gods bless and protect this and your legacy endure through the ages," she intones, her words carrying the weight of tradition and the fervent hope for a prosperous future. Elysa and Vlad exchange a heartfelt glance, their souls entwined in a love that transcends time. With the blessings of the ancient gods and the sacred spirits of nature surrounding them, Elysa and Vlad join hands, kneeling before the awe-inspiring heart tree as a symbol of their humility and devotion. A hushed moment of silent prayer passes, allowing the ancient gods to witness their union. As they rise, Vlad's hands tenderly remove Elysa's maiden's cloak, signifying her transformation into a wife, while her eyes meet his, reflecting boundless affection. He adorns her with the cloak of a bride, a symbol of their unity and commitment to each other. With warmth and affection, Vlad carries Elysa in his arms, embracing her delicate form, and together they embark on the path to the grand feast, where their love and devotion will be celebrated by all in attendance. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient gods and the spirits of the godswood, the night resonates with joy and love, as Elysa Stark and Vlad Teeps step into a future intertwined, united by the bonds of love and blessed by the ancient gods themselves. Chapter 35, Chapter 30. Eru and Almo's talk. In Eru's palace, all the children were gathered, and Eru focused his gaze on Almo. Almo proceeded to explain to Eru how he had fallen in love with Amphitrite, the mortal Valyrian granddaughter of Arion. Eru sensed Almo's worry, fearing that he would reject the entire relationship. However, Eru would never do such a thing. His only concern was that his children would refrain from engaging in casual affairs and indiscriminately creating offspring, akin to the world of Percy Jackson. Interrupting Almo's thoughts, Hather's voice spoke up. "Father, it is true. Almo has truly fallen in love with Amphitrite. Their love is strong and pure." Eru hummed thoughtfully and replied, "I have never been against my children finding love. My only concern is that you all refrain from engaging in casual affairs and avoid creating demigods without due consideration." Almo sighed in relief, while Eru added, "As long as you marry her and be loyal to her, I am not against it." Almo was happy and replied, "Thank you, father." Eru nodded. "Continue, you can change her into an immortal when the time is right." Almo nodded earnestly, while Eru noticed that some of his other children, such as Surya, Horus and Matos, while Set was looking at his wife, Nephthys, with deep thoughts. They were all contemplating relationships, and Set was considering having a child. Almo transformed into a small vortex of water, while Eru chuckled and remarked, "He is so eager to share this news with her." Everyone smiled at the thought, while Almo met Amphitrite and revealed his true identity to her. It came as a shock to her, but they talked about it with Arion, who was astonished to learn that Almo, the sea god, had fallen in love with his granddaughter. The revelation was shocking, but Arion was also thrilled about the prospects of this relationship. When the news was announced, there were naturally some disagreements, as none of them had known Almo's true identity and only perceived him as a seafaring merchant. Some individuals disapproved, but they were unable to voice their objections for the time being. As time passed, Almo and Amphitrite had their first child, whom they named Perseus. Vlad's study was adorned with the grandeur of Teeps' castle, lined with shelves of ancient tomes and maps that told tales of his realm's prosperity. He sat engrossed in reports, a lord dedicated to his people's well-being, when the door creaked open. Elysa's entrance was a burst of energy. Elysa's heart was racing. She looked into Vlad's eyes, her hands trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. She took a deep breath, her voice quivering as she began, "Vlad, there's something I need to tell you. I'm pregnant." The words hung in the air, a weighty silence settling between them. Vlad's expression shifted from surprise to a mixture of astonishment and joy, his eyes searching hers for confirmation. "Elysa," he whispered, his voice laced with emotion, "are you sure?" Tears welled up in Elysa's eyes as she nodded, a fragile smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "Yes, Vlad. I went to the healer, and it's positive. This is really happening." Vlad's arms enveloped her in a tender embrace, pulling her close as if he could shield her from the world's uncertainties. "I can't believe it," he murmured, his voice choked with happiness. We're going to be parents. Vlad's eyes held a tinge of sadness, a shadow of a memory he could never fully escape. His thoughts briefly drifted to his first son, a child born in a world of cultivation, a world of power and ambition. The boy's thirst for power led him down a path of darkness, transforming him into a tyrant fueled by his pride in his lineage of a god and abilities. With a heavy heart, Vlad had no choice but to strip his own son of the very bloodline and powers that defined him, watching as he embraced a mortal life once more. The decision had been agonizing, a desperate attempt to halt the destruction his son was causing. And yet, that choice had shattered the bond between them, leaving a chasm between father and son. The memory of his son's transformation was a haunting reminder of his own imperfections as a parent. He understood the anger of his son's mother, the heartbreak she felt, and the bitterness that had driven her to sever their relationship. Regret weighed on Vlad's shoulders, a burden he carried as a reminder of his past missteps. Now, as he stood with Eliza, the weight of his history colored his desire to be a better father. The anticipation of becoming a parent again ignited a renewed determination within him. He was driven by the painful lessons of his past, a determination to ensure that this time, he would not falter. He wanted to create a different legacy for his future child, to be the kind of father who nurtured, guided, and protected without stifling or overpowering. In that moment, as Eliza's presence enveloped him, Vlad's eyes held a mixture of hope and trepidation. He knew that the journey ahead would be challenging, that the scars of his past decisions would forever shape him. Yet, he was resolute in his commitment to be the father he aspired to be, to learn from his mistakes, and to ensure that this child would know love, guidance, and the strength to choose a better path. As they stood there, locked in each other's arms, Eliza felt a flood of emotions rush over her. She thought about the journey they had been on, the challenges they had faced, and now this new chapter that was unfolding before them. The room seemed to shimmer with the weight of their dreams and the reality of their future as a family. With her head resting on Vlad's shoulder, Eliza whispered, her voice filled with a mix of wonder and vulnerability, "I'm scared, Vlad. Scared of what if I am not a good mother?" Vlad's fingers gently lifted her chin, his eyes locking onto hers with an unwavering determination. "Eliza, we'll face those issues together and I am sure you will be a great mother." A tear rolled down Eliza's cheek, a tear that held the intensity of all her emotions. She leaned in, their foreheads touching, their souls entwined. As they stood there, wrapped in their shared embrace. Chapter 36, Notice. Chapter 37, Chapter 32 Children of Vlad and Eliza. In the warm cocoon of their chambers, a tender scene unfolded. Vlad Teeps cradled his newborn daughter, Raven Teeps, in his strong and gentle arms. Eliza Stark, still recovering, sat on the bed with their elder child, Lucian Teeps, nestled beside her, their eyes fixated on the heartwarming sight before them. Vlad's deep voice hummed a sweet melody, the soft notes weaving through the air like a soothing lullaby. Baby Raven, her eyes sparkling with innocence, responded with infectious giggles, her tiny hands reaching out to grasp at the world around her. Vlad's love for his daughter was evident in the tender smile that graced his lips as he leaned in, placing a delicate kiss on her tiny nose, eliciting an endearing gurgle from the little one. Eliza, a contented smile tugging at the corners of her lips, observed the scene with a heart full of warmth. The tableau of her husband and daughter was a sight to behold, a testament to the love that bound their family together. The subtle rhythm of Vlad's hum, the innocent laughter of their daughter, and the exchange of affectionate gestures formed a symphony of parental love that resonated within the chamber's confines. "Look at them, Vlad," Eliza whispered, her voice a soft murmur of affection, "you have a way with her." Vlad's gaze shifted briefly from their daughter to meet Eliza's eyes, his expression a mix of joy and tenderness. "She's a bright light, just like her mother," he replied, his voice carrying a depth of emotion. While Vlad looked at their son, Lucian, who was yawning and casting curious glances around him, his gray eyes, a clear inheritance from the Starks, held a spark of curiosity and wonder. Vlad's smile deepened as he remarked, "He has your eyes." Eliza's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and adoration as she watched her little one snuggle into her, his tiny form seeking comfort in her embrace. Her gaze flickered between her husband and her son, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Our family is perfect," she whispered softly, her words were heartfelt. As Raven's giggles and Vlad's humming agreeing with her, as Vlad hummed a song from his last life. The soft melody flowed from Vlad's lips, a tune that carried the echoes of a past world, a world where he had lived a different life. The gentle hum filled the room, intertwining with the air and weaving a soothing atmosphere. Raven, his precious daughter, lay in his arms, her eyes growing heavy as the soothing lullaby wrapped around her. Vlad's voice, tender and warm, cradled her in a cocoon of comfort, lulling her towards the realm of dreams. As he sang, Vlad's gaze remained fixed on his daughter, his heart overflowing with love and determination. The words he whispered held a promise that resonated deep within him. "Don't worry, I will always be there by your side," he murmured softly, his voice carrying the weight of his devotion. "I will make sure to cherish, protect, and guide you down the correct path." Vlad knew that he was embarking on a new chapter of his life. A chapter where he would rectify his past mistakes, where he would be the guiding light his daughter and son deserved. The song's last notes faded, and Vlad gently placed Raven in the crib next to Lucian's. His hand brushed a strand of hair from Raven's forehead, and a smile crossed his lips. With a silent promise in his heart, he watched over her as she drifted into peaceful sleep. Chapter 38, Chapter 33 Valyrian Lord finds out about Perseus. As time passed, Perseus was now 15 years old and he was Eru's first grandchild, and while his features surprised some of the Valyrians, with his black hair and sea-green eyes, Aryan, Amphitrite, and her parents disregarded it. They recognized that this child was a demigod, and as he grew up, he displayed strength, speed, and dexterity beyond that of normal humans. Perseus was aware of his heritage and kept it quiet. He was a happy child who didn't care about others' opinions, and he even visited his grandfather, Eru, from time to time. Due to Almo's responsibilities as a god, he couldn't spend as much time with his son as he would have liked. Thus, Perseus was primarily raised by his mother, but Almo made an effort to spend as much time with him as he could. Naturally, when Perseus turned 14, he developed abilities connected to his father's domain. Hydrokinesis: Perseus can control large volumes of water, lifting up to 10,000 gallons and using it for various purposes such as drying objects underwater, extracting water from moist substances, creating oxygen bubbles, propelling himself through water, summoning waves, and manipulating water to explode or grab objects. Water solidification: Perseus can increase the surface tension of water, solidifying it to create shapes, allowing him to walk on water and create a strong water shield. He can also shape water into giant hands that mimic his own movements. Hydrogenesis: by concentrating and summoning the force of the ocean within him, Perseus can create water, although it requires significant energy and focus. Water empowerment: when in contact with or near water, Perseus gains enhanced clarity, strength, speed, agility, and endurance. However, this boost is temporary unless he is fully submerged in water. Water immunity: Perseus is unaffected by water pressure when falling from great heights into water. He remains dry when submerged unless he chooses to get wet. Additionally, he can breathe underwater indefinitely and see in the dark underwater. Toxikinesis: limited Perseus has some control over poisons and other liquids that contain water content. Cryokinesis: limited Perseus can manipulate frozen or icy water to a certain extent. Vitakinesis: limited Perseus can heal most wounds and cure poisons when in contact with water, but the amount of water and time required depends on the severity of the injury. Heat immunity: limited due to his father's nature, Perseus has increased resistance to heat burns. Watercraft manipulation: Perseus possesses an innate understanding of any ship he is on and can telekinetically operate sailing vessels and similar boats. Perfect bearings: Perseus always knows his exact nautical coordinates, enabling him to navigate the seas effortlessly. Instinctive understanding of sailing: Perseus has an intuitive grasp of sailing, knowing which ropes to hoist, which sails to raise, and which direction to steer. He can even sense their speed. Atmokinesis: limited Perseus has limited control over weather, allowing him to summon storms and miniature hurricanes, albeit at a significant cost to his energy. Aerokinesis: limited Perseus can summon strong winds, which enables him to create miniature hurricanes. Geokinesis: limited Perseus can utilize water to manipulate the earth around him. Communication: Perseus has divine authority over his father's subjects, allowing him to communicate telepathically and verbally with equines and sea creatures who treat him with respect. Zoolingualism: limited Perseus can understand and communicate with marine animals, equines, and similar creatures, who treat him with respect. These abilities began to manifest as Perseus embraced his divine heritage. Perseus stood before the ornate fountain, his fingers trembling with anticipation. With a focused gaze and a subtle gesture, he summoned tendrils of water that gracefully spiraled upward, glistening in the sunlight. As he extended his palms, the liquid threads responded, intertwining and merging into a shimmering mass that began to take the form of a dolphin. The water rippled and contorted, mirroring the sinuous grace of a living creature. Droplets hung suspended in the air before cascading down like a liquid mane, creating the illusion of flowing motion frozen in time. Perseus's brow furrowed in concentration as he meticulously refined each curve and contour, infusing the aqueous sculpture with a lifelike vitality. As the dolphin's form solidified, Perseus's hands moved in gentle, fluid arcs, coaxing the water to evolve. With a surge of power, the aquatic masterpiece burst forth, hovering above the fountain's basin. Drops of water fell like rain, only to be caught by an invisible force, creating a magical cascade around the levitating creature. But Perseus wasn't done. His focus intensified, and with a subtle shift of intention, the water beneath the dolphin transformed. It grew denser, fiercer, reshaping itself into the sleek silhouette of a shark. The intricacies of the shark's form were astonishing, down to the meticulously etched gills and the menacing gleam in its liquid eyes. With a sweep of his arm, Perseus sent the dolphin and shark into motion. They weaved through the air, an aquatic ballet choreographed by his imagination. The dolphin leaped and twirled, leaving trails of mist in its wake, while the shark glided with a controlled power that demanded respect. Water arched and curved as the two forms danced around each other, defying gravity in a mesmerizing display. Amphitrite saw her son's performance and stood in awe as the garden became a theater of liquid artistry. Perseus lowered his hands, his energy spent, but his heart elated. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting an amber glow, the water creatures gradually merged back into the fountain, dispersing into individual droplets that rejoined the basin. Amphitrite's applause rang out, a proud acknowledgement of her son's impressive display of abilities. "That was amazing," she praised with a wide smile. Returning the smile, Perseus glanced around and inquired, "Isn't father coming?" His words held a tinge of anticipation, given the ongoing Valyrian festival. A soft sigh escaped Amphitrite as she replied, "He did mention he would join us. Yet, you know how vital his godly responsibilities are." Perseus's expression dimmed slightly, a touch of sadness evident, though he comprehended the significance of his father's duties. Amphitrite broke him out of his thoughts and said, "Come on, we have to meet your grandfather." Chapter 39, Chapter 34. During the Valyrian festival, Perseus and Amphitrite's arrival caused slightly commotion. Even then Arion welcomed his grandson with warmth. The Valyrian dragon lords were already not fully pleased with Perseus' features. He had black hair and sea-green eyes, and to make matters worse, he didn't possess any ability to bond with dragons. However, Arion, who knew the truth of Perseus' heritage, favored him. Perseus' father had always been a mysterious figure, seldom seen, and rumored to be a humble merchant. This secrecy led to discontent among some of the other noble families, and in one such great meetings one of them, Varius Celtigar, openly voiced his disapproval. "Father, this is unjust. You are favoring a low-born individual who lacks our Valyrian features and has no dragons to his name." Arion, incensed by the insult, was about to confront Varius when suddenly, Almo's divine voice echoed in the minds of everyone present. "I am Almo, god of the seas, storms, and earthquakes, and I declare Perseus as my son." Above Perseus, a radiant sign materialized, a hologram of a spinning, gleaming green light in the shape of a three-tipped spear, a trident, the symbol of Almo. The revelation left everyone stunned, but the surprises were far from over. Almo manifested before them, his powerful gaze locking onto those who dared to threaten his son. He sternly questioned, "Do you dare harm my son?" Almo's awe-inspiring appearance filled the Valyrian dragon lords with fear, and Varius Celtigar, in particular, trembled in terror. In the face of the god's wrath, all of them quickly dropped to their knees, humbled and remorseful. Varius spoke with a quivering tone, "I had no knowledge of his true heritage, my lord. I apologize deeply for questioning his lineage." Almo's divine presence filled the air, his immense power palpable. He regarded them all with solemnity. "Perseus is under my protection, and any harm brought to him shall be met with dire consequences. His lineage may not bear the Valyrian features, but his heart is noble and his destiny intertwined with the greater design of the gods." A hushed silence fell over the assembly as Almo's words settled in. Perseus smiled at his father, while Amphitrite came and hugged her husband. Almo's expression softened, his tone gentler now, "I have missed you both." Amphitrite, filled with love and joy, smiled warmly at her husband and affectionately kissed his cheek. Amidst the stunned Valyrian dragon lords, a mixture of shock, embarrassment, and fear was palpable. Their previous mockery of Amphitrite for her marriage to a commoner, Perseus, had come back to haunt them. The sudden revelation felt like a resounding slap to their pride. Yet, intriguingly, a few amongst them began to regard Perseus with newfound interest, considering the prospect of marrying off their daughters to him. Some even had the idiotic idea of catching Almo's eyes. In the wake of this extraordinary revelation, Aerion, as the king, knew he must honor his grandson's divine connection. He gathered the noble houses of Valyria and proclaimed, "By the will of the gods and the undeniable bond between Almo and Perseus, I hereby bestow upon my grandson the prestigious house name of Veilerion. Let this act signify the union between the divine and mortal, and may House Veilerion forever stand as a beacon of this sacred connection." As House Veilerion, Perseus and his family became respected and revered throughout Valyria. Chapter 40, Chapter 35 Fighting Ironborn Raiders. In the heart of this epic clash, the Ironborn, a people renowned for their fierceness in battle and unwavering devotion to their sacred freedoms, confronted the resolute North. The Ironborn had earned their infamous moniker as the Wolves of the Sea, sailing in menacing packs with their longships, instilling terror in the hearts of all who crossed their path. Vlad and Theon stood side by side, gazing out over the turbulent ocean, their expressions grim. Over the past month, there had been numerous Ironborn raids along the coast. Hor was the present king of the Iron Islands from House Hor. Ravos the Raper was his son. Vlad was wearing his famous black armor, which at breastplate is decorated with a large dragon motif, and it is held in place by a leather belt. The shoulder pads are shaped like dragon wings, and they extend down to the wearer's elbows. The gauntlets are made of metal, and they have sharp claws on the fingertips. The greaves are also made of metal, and they cover the wearer's shins and ankles. The armor is a powerful and imposing piece of armor, and it is sure to strike fear into the hearts of its enemies. While Theon growled, his frustration evident. It appears they're becoming even more audacious. Vlad hummed in agreement, his voice laced with determination. Indeed, perhaps it's time to jog their memory and remind them why we earned the names Bloody Wolf and Impaler. Theon's grin widened at Vlad's words, a fierce glint in his eyes. While in the frigid waters of the northern sea stretched out before them, a vast expanse of dark, choppy waves. On the horizon, the sky was painted with hues of purple and orange as the sun dipped below the icy horizon. A biting wind howled across the deck of the Iron Raiders' longships, sending shivers through the crew's hardened bodies. Hor, a hulking figure with a braided beard and a patch over one eye, stood at the helm, his hand gripping the weathered wooden wheel. His other eye scanned the horizon, searching for signs of their destination, the north. The longships were a sight to behold, their ironclad bows adorned with menacing dragon heads, their sails bearing the crimson sigil of the House Hor. Each ship was manned by fierce warriors, their faces hidden behind masks of iron and leather, their bodies draped in furs to ward off the cold. As they sailed further into the northern waters, the temperature dropped even further, and the crew could see their breath in the frigid air. Icebergs loomed in the distance, drifting silently like ghostly sentinels of this desolate realm. Suddenly, a lookout in the crow's nest above let out a hoarse cry, pointing to a distant shore. "Land ho!" he shouted, his voice carrying over the howling wind. King Harag nodded, his good eye gleaming with anticipation. The Iron Raiders raised their oars, and the ships veered towards the icy coastline. The rugged cliffs of the north drew nearer, and the raiders knew that their destiny awaited on this frozen shore. With a thunderous crash, the longships ran aground, their iron prows digging into the covered beach. The raiders leaped from their ships, their boots sinking into the sand. They had arrived in the north, ready to plunder, conquer, and claim this unforgiving land as their own. As the Iron Raiders disembarked from their longships, they found themselves confronted by a gathering of northern lords, led by King Theon Stark, a towering figure with a crown of steel and a cloak made of the pelts of fierce beasts. By his side stood his son, Jason Stark, a young and determined warrior eager to prove himself in battle. Behind them, the mysterious and enigmatic Vlad Teeps, known for his cunning and ruthlessness, watched with a piercing gaze. He was an advisor, best friend, and general to King Theon and a force to be reckoned with in his own right. The northern lords, clad in fur-lined cloaks and bearing the banners of their noble houses, formed a formidable line, blocking the path of the Iron Raiders. King Theon's voice boomed over the icy beach, carried by the wind. "Ironborn, you have ventured far into the north," he began, his voice steady and commanding. "Winter is coming for you." Jason Stark, his eyes ablaze with determination, stepped forward. Vlad Teeps, a shadowy presence at the edge of the assembly, offered a chilling smile. You will not be returning back to Iron Lands today. One Ironborn, a brave but foolish soul, dared to mutter, "It's them, the bloody wolf and the impaler." King Hagar yelled in vigor, "We must not step back. We will not return without plunder." Majority of the Ironborn were too greedy and did not believe the tales of the blessings of Starks or magical abilities of Vlad Teeps, but there was still some among them, who were worried and believed those tales but they could not do anything. Chapter 41, Chapter 36 Fighting Ironborns 2. As the battle started between the fierce Ironborn raiders and the proud North, the clash of cultures and bloodlines painted a vivid tapestry of war on the shores of the Northern Kingdom. The Ironborn, renowned for their seafaring prowess and the terror they struck into the hearts of those they encountered at sea, now faced a new breed of adversaries. Theon Stark and his son Jason Stark, both imposing in their human forms, stand side by side on a snow-covered battlefield. Their eyes meet, and with a shared understanding, they take a deep breath. Theon Stark with a determined tone said, "Now, Jason, it's time." Jason nodded. Both of them with a deep breath, they unleashed their primal forms. Theon transformed into a magnificent black wolf, his powerful frame radiating dominance, while Jason took on the form of a robust brown wolf. The Ironborn raiders, who had once been the terrors of the sea, now found themselves confronting these formidable wolves. With fur glistening under the sun, Theon and Jason tore through the raiders with a savage grace that sent shivers down the spines of their foes. The battlefield became a battleground of primal instincts, where the wolf spirits within the Starks guided their every move. Among the Ironborn ranks, fear crept like a shadow. Ironborn Raider No. 1 whispered in trembling disbelief, "They're monsters." Fear spreads among the Ironborn like wildfire. They exchange fearful glances, their eyes wide with terror. The once menacing Ironborn raiders were now reduced to grim-faced remnants, their confidence shattered. As fear spread among them like wildfire, the Ironborn warriors exchanged fearful glances, their eyes widening in terror at the sight of the two formidable wolves. Some whispered prayers, while others clenched their weapons with trembling hands. "The stories are true, they are blessed by the gods." Ironborn Raider No. 2 murmured a fervent prayer to the drowned god, "May the drowned god protect us." In the midst of this turmoil, King Hagar, his sword in a firm grasp, attempted to rally his troops. "Stay strong." Meanwhile, Vlad, a warrior of extraordinary skill, wove his own deadly tale upon the battlefield. His movements were swift and agile, creating the illusion that he existed in multiple places simultaneously. A mesmerizing dance of death unfolded as he gracefully moved from one opponent to another, leaving behind a trail of sculptural cloth that marked his path. Clad in black and red armor, Vlad's agility and speed were heightened, amplifying the aura of fear that surrounded him. With his demon blade in hand, Vlad used the Ryukensen technique with deadly precision. When surrounded by Ironborn raiders, he spun and struck in all directions, cutting through their ranks with a whirlwind of destruction. His opponents struggled to anticipate his movements, as he seemed to merge seamlessly with his surroundings, becoming an elusive and phantom-like presence. One of the Ironborn mutters, "A true demon." The Ironborn had lost their will to continue battle. When such a situation happens in battle, everything is lost. Amidst this chaos, the Northern Lords and their loyal army fought relentlessly to defend their homeland. They stood united, determined to repel the invaders and protect their sacred freedoms. The clash of steel and the howls of wolves filled the air as the battle for the North reached its climax. Theon's growl rumbled through the air, sending a chill down the spines of the captured Ironborns. "Remember what we did to your kin. Do you still dare to challenge us?" The Ironborn, already shaken, now cowered in fear, their faces etched with dread. The once bold raiders were reduced to quivering wrecks, unable to muster the courage to continue their assault, while King Hagar was not having it and quickly retreated, while using his men as shield. As some Ironborn attempt to flee on their ships, their hopes of escape were short-lived. Theon raised his arm, the tattoo of Almo glowing with an eerie blue light, a symbol of his connection to the ancient forces of the North. Just as the Iron Raiders' ships gained some distance, a colossal shadow emerged from the icy waters with a deafening roar. It was the Bewilderbeast, a behemoth of a dragon-like creature, its size dwarfing even the mightiest of ships. Its immense tusks, reminiscent of an elephant's, gleamed menacingly in the dim light. With a thunderous crash, the Bewilderbeast burst from the sea, sending colossal waves crashing in all directions. Its enormous tusks, like deadly battering rams, smashed into the fleeing Ironborn ships, shattering them into splinters and wreckage. The crew's desperate cries were drowned out by the overwhelming power of the sea beast. The bewilderbeast, its eyes filled with a primal fury, continued its rampage, ensuring that none of the Iron Raiders would escape unscathed. It was a devastating display of nature's wrath, and the once proud Ironborn fleet lay in ruins upon the frigid northern waters. King Theon Stark, the tattoo on his arm still aglow with the power of Almo, watched the destruction unfold with a sense of grim satisfaction. The message was clear: the North would not be invaded without facing the full fury of its ancient protectors. Chapter 42, This is just an idea. This is something that has been there in my mind for a while. I was thinking about making Kane and Koji from John Wick 4. Also Lynn from movie The Great Wall being descendants of Teeps family. The Teeps family mostly marry commoners, but they do marry outside of Westeros. Basically one of the descendants marry a great family from ET. I am just thinking of which era they are living, whether it should be era of Robert Baratheon. Also, has anyone seen Grave of Fireflies anime movie? It is heartbreaking. Chapter 43, Chapter 37. During the era of scholarly divergence, in this remarkable epoch, two distinct groups of erudite individuals graced the realms of Westeros and beyond. The first, hailing from the venerable citadel of Old Town, held sway over the domains of the Vale, Riverlands, Stormlands, and Westerlands. These were the maesters, the custodians of knowledge, esteemed and influential in their respective regions. In contrast, the other faction was known as scholars, who had earned renown in the far reaches of Dorne, the fertile lands of the Reach, and the rugged expanses of the north. These scholars, each presiding over their own tower of knowledge within these diverse kingdoms such as the Tower of North, Tower of Reach, and Tower of Dorne, formed a formidable cadre of intellectuals. Both groups shared a voracious appetite for knowledge, embarking on journeys that traversed the known world in pursuit of answers to the myriad questions that stirred their curious minds. Their quests often led them to the enigmatic freehold of Valyria, where the mysteries of the arcane beckoned them with tantalizing allure. Yet, a profound schism separated these two esteemed assemblies of erudites. The maesters, devout adherents of the faith of the Seven, held an unwavering conviction against all things mystical and magical. Their steadfast faith dictated their skepticism, and they viewed any association with magic or magical bloodlines with deep suspicion. On the other hand, the scholars who resided in the realms of North, Reach and Dorne were marked by a more open-minded ethos. They welcomed diversity of thought, embracing even female scholars into their ranks, a practice that set them apart from the maesters. Their pursuit of knowledge knew fewer bounds, their minds unburdened by the rigid dogmas that constrained their counterparts. In an age where the pursuit of knowledge was as diverse as the lands it spanned, these two groups, the maesters and the scholars, stood as contrasting pillars of enlightenment. Excerpt from Divergence of Knowledge by Grand Scholar Arkin from Dorne Tower of Knowledge. While in BC 7005 in the realm where the houses Stark and Teeps converged, a union brought forth two remarkable children. Two unique and intriguing souls, Lucien and Rachel Teeps. Lucien Teeps, a slender youth of a mere 14 moons, bore the undeniable mark of his heritage. His untamed dark brown hair cascaded past his shoulders, an unruly testament to his spirited nature. Clad in a simple brown tunic, his attire was a stark contrast to his piercing gray eyes that peered out from his handsome visage. With a face that held both youthfulness and maturity, he embodied the essence of his lineage. As the brisk autumn wind swept through, it rustled his unruly locks like whispered secrets, adding an air of untamed mystery to his presence. Rachel Teeps, known as Raven, was a striking figure whose very appearance seemed to weave an enigmatic tale. Her dark black hair, adorned with subtle blue highlights, framed her face in a bold bob cut that hinted at her assertive spirit. She chose her attire to reflect her character, often donning a cascade of dark clothing. A hooded cloak of the deepest hue concealed her form, allowing only glimpses of her pale skin to emerge from its shadowy folds. Her eyes, intense and inscrutable, held a mystery that begged to be unraveled, casting a captivating aura that seemed to draw others into her realm of secrets. While both Lucien and Raven were products of their parents' love, their abilities reflected the uniqueness of their lineages. Lucien's connection to his father, Vlad, resonated in his mastery of void walking, an art that transcended physical boundaries. With each step, he navigated the boundaries of the known and the unknown, a living bridge between realms. In contrast, Raven wielded magic that danced on the edge of twilight. She possessed the power to mold shadows and darkness, bending them to her will with a touch of sorcery. It was a power that mirrored the depths of her own soul, casting her as both a beacon of intrigue and an enigma shrouded in her own twilight. In a courtyard bathed in the golden hues of twilight, the clash of steel against steel reverberated through the air as Lucien Teeps faced off against his father, Vlad. Their katana blades sang a deadly duet, each strike punctuated by the resounding clash that echoed their fierce determination. While Rachel or Raven Teeps along with her mother Eliza watched the fight form the side. Set to the backdrop of echoing clashes and the cadence of their determined hearts, the rhythmic dance of combat unfolded with a mix of raw power and practiced finesse. Vlad's movements were a symphony of precision and experience, his blade an extension of his very being as it weaved through the air with calculated grace. With every strike, he demonstrated the legacy of House Teeps, a lineage steeped in combat prowess. Yet, young Lucien was no novice. His 10-year-old frame belied the latent strength within him, fueled by the fiery spirit inherited from both his parents. His katana arced through the air with a determined fervor, his resolve shining through in the flare of his eyes. Though his strikes lacked the finesse of his father's, they held an unyielding determination that couldn't be ignored. The clash of their swords created a mesmerizing symphony of metal, the high-pitched ring of steel against steel mingling with the low rumble of their exertion. Each strike sent sparks flying, illuminating the fierce expressions etched onto their faces. Lucien's movements were a mix of youthful energy and the teachings of his father, while Vlad's maneuvers carried the weight of years of battle-hardened expertise. As the battle raged on, the courtyard seemed to hold its breath, the air charged with tension. Each parry, each strike, was a testament to the bond between father and son, a legacy of strength passed down through generations. Despite Vlad that vault still had the upper hand. Lucien, his breath ragged, managed to mutter through his fatigue, "I give up, you are too strong, old man." Vlad's laughter rumbled in response, as he replied, "Don't worry, in time you will get better." With a sigh, Lucien sprawled onto the ground, seeking respite from the intense sparring session. Beside him, Raven, her patience evident in her poise, finally broke her silence, her voice carrying a mixture of earnestness and request, "Father, I need more guidance with my magic." Vlad's nod was a signal of his attentiveness as he inquired, "Are you still struggling with controlling both your shadows and your soul self?" Raven affirmed his assumption, her gaze steady as she admitted, "Yes, she can be quite annoying." Her soul self, an ethereal manifestation of her darker aspects, took on a sinister yet transparent form, a haunting reflection of her inner struggles that manifested as a separate, taunting entity in moments of despair. However, the solace and support from her parents served as a source of strength for Raven. They provided her comfort and guidance, helping her navigate the challenges presented by her soul self. Vlad's understanding was evident as he offered reassurance, his words delivered with an air of wisdom, "Don't worry, even though she may appear indifferent, your soul self is there to protect you." Vlad's revelation about Raven's demigod lineage had been a surprise, particularly the potent divinity she harbored within her. This divine essence leaned towards the realm of shadows and darkness, a revelation that prompted Vlad to embark on the journey of teaching her to master her emotions and prevent them from becoming her undoing. "Shall we observe your soul self now?" Vlad's inquiry was a prompt for Raven to showcase her progress. With a determined breath, Raven projected her soul from her physical form. This spectral manifestation, her soul self, emerged in a translucent, shadowy guise that bore a haunting resemblance to her. The entity regarded Vlad with a mixture of awe and trepidation, a testament to the complexities within her. Raven found it intriguing that her soul self appeared almost meek in the presence of her father, a stark contrast to the entity's usual demeanor. Raven then dismissed her soul self. Vlad's gentle hum resonated with understanding as he offered guidance, "You must allow yourself to gradually embrace the truth that this entity is an intrinsic part of who you are." Tenderly, he encircled Raven in a comforting hug, his voice a gentle whisper, "Your father and mother will be unwaveringly by your side." Eliza's smile radiated warmth as she joined the embrace, enveloping her daughter with maternal care. Her voice, a soft murmur, carried the promise, "No matter what, we're here." Rachel smiled, tears welling up, while Lucien chimed in with excitement, "Hey, don't leave me out." Laughter filled the air as Raven shared a laugh with Lucien. In the annals of history, around the year c. 7005 BC, the Westeros bore witness to the extraordinary emergence of mystical legends, and one of them was within the esteemed Teeps bloodline. A lineage shrouded in both darkness and mystique. At the helm of this enigmatic family stood none other than Vlad Teeps himself, the very founder who would etch his name into the annals of legend. Renowned as the founder of the Teeps family, Vlad Teeps was graced with twins sired alongside his beloved wife, Eliza Teeps, formerly known as Eliza Stark in her maiden years. The elder of these twins bore the name Lucien Teeps, and he was the living embodiment of the fusion of these two extraordinary lineages. Inheriting the Stark features of his mother, Lucien was a striking figure, his appearance a testament to the union of these two powerful bloodlines. However, his heritage ran deeper than mere aesthetics, for he had also inherited the fabled ability to walk the void, a gift that had made Vlad Teeps a legendary figure. But the mystique did not stop with Lucien. The younger of the twins, known as Raven Teeps, began to manifest powers that defied conventional understanding. These abilities, at the time, were regarded by the scholars as nothing short of miraculous. But in the annals of history, it is recorded that heated debates and scholarly disputes erupted within the hallowed halls of the citadel. Some maesters, deeply entrenched in their beliefs, decried Raven's abilities as heretical, branding them as dark or evil forces that defied the faith of the Seven. They saw her powers as a dangerous deviation from the established norms of the world. However, it is important to note that not all maesters shared this view. Some among them, with a more open-minded perspective, sought to understand the nature of Raven's gifts without immediately condemning them. These maesters believed that knowledge itself was a sacred pursuit and that, perhaps, Raven's abilities held secrets that could enrich their understanding of the world. Thus, in the wake of Raven Teeps and her mystical powers, a divide emerged within the citadel, reflecting the broader schisms of belief that had existed for centuries. It was a time when faith clashed with the unknown, and history would forever bear witness to this clash of ideologies as the legacy of the Teeps twins unfolded. Raven Teeps' inexplicable talents and her unique powers captivated the imaginations of the era's scholars and mystics alike. It was widely speculated that the convergence of Stark and Teeps bloodlines had bestowed upon her this enigmatic and unparalleled prowess, thus perpetuating the mystique of the Teeps legacy. Excerpt from Bloodline of Teeps Family by Grand Scholar Marcus Manderley from Northern Tower of Knowledge. Chapter 44, Vlad Trains Raven. Raven and Vlad stood in the training ground, surrounded by rows of training dummies. The air was charged with anticipation as Raven began her practice. Her eyes focused on the dummies, she extended her telekinetic powers, causing the first dummy to wobble and then float into the air. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Raven summoned her magic, a bright purple, liquid-like energy shrouded in black smoke, with purple sparks dancing around it. With a gesture of her hand, her magic took shape, like tendrils of bright purple liquid darkness extending outward, contorting and coiling like serpents. This inky essence served as an extension of her will, both confining and dominating. She molded it into a formidable whip that crackled with energy. Swinging it with precision, she effortlessly grabbed hold of several dummies, sending them crashing into each other or hurling them across the training ground. Vlad watched, his expression revealing both pride and concern as Raven demonstrated her control over these formidable abilities. She continued to manipulate the magical whip, displaying her mastery over her unique powers. Vlad hummed and thought, she is getting better at controlling her powers, but her powers should not overwhelm and control her. He then yelled to his daughter, "Now try your final form." Raven nodded. Finally, Raven shifted her focus again. Her form transformed into the familiar, eerie sight, a viscous black liquid, clouded by dark smoke with highlights of purple energy. It oozed out from her back, chest, and other parts of her body, taking on the shape of raven-like wings. She hovered in this soul cell form, the wings of darkness and purple energy casting an intimidating silhouette. Amidst an aura of profound stillness, Raven stood poised, her figure cloaked in an almost ethereal darkness. As she harnessed the depths of her power, a transformation overtook her, casting her eyes into an abyss of inky blackness. Veins, like threads of midnight, threaded their way across her sclera, while her pupils ignited with a fiery red glow, a stark contrast against the darkness that engulfed her gaze. She also has a red gemstone outlined in black located in the center of her forehead, which started glow fiery red. Vlad, seeing Raven going to more of trace-like state, yelled, "Raven, focus, do not let the power overwhelm you." Raven quickly regained control, she looked at her father and said, "Thanks, Dad." Vlad nodded and continued, "In this form, you are the embodiment of your true potential. Let it guide you, like a raven soaring through the darkest skies. Embrace the shadows, but never lose sight of the light." Raven nodded, a determined glint in her eyes as she maintained her soul self form. With Vlad's guidance, she began to move with more grace and purpose, her wings of darkness extending and retracting in response to her newfound control. But Raven wasn't finished. With determination, she gathered her telekinetic force, focusing it into a concentrated burst of energy. A powerful concussive blast erupted from her, tearing through the dummies and shaking the training ground. Part of a nearby building crumbled under the sheer force of her power, sending dust and debris into the air. Teeps nodded, acknowledging her prowess. "Impressive, Raven," he said. "Your powers are growing stronger with each passing day. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Stay vigilant, and never forget the lessons of the past. This world is unforgiving." Raven nodded, her determination unwavering. While in one of the city port of Valyrians near the Gulf of Grief, it was made for doing trade, but one day it was attacked by army of Giscari. The people in city was completely held hostage, while Arion heard the news about it and this time. In the heart of the Valyrian city port near the tranquil Gulf of Grief, a bustling metropolis had thrived for centuries. Tall, imposing walls of dark Valyrian stone encircled the city, adorned with intricate carvings of mighty dragons in various forms, paying homage to their kin. These dragon statues, their eyes glimmering with gemstones, stood guard over the city, serving as a testament to the might of Valyria and its mastery over dragons. Within the city, grand temples dedicated to the ancient gods loomed over the bustling markets and narrow, winding streets. Statues of the old gods, with their stern and serene expressions, watched over the citizens as they went about their daily lives, offering silent protection and guidance. But on this fateful day, the city's serenity was shattered by the clamor of war horns and the thundering march of the Giscari army. Panic gripped the people as they were held hostage within their own streets. Only thing that stand between them and against the invaders were the wall, and it was not going to last long. While in Valyria, King Arion received word of the attack. Determination blazed in his violet eyes, mirroring the fiery spirit of his ancestors. His grandson, Perseus, stepped forward, his youthful face etched with determination. "I will go there and help them, grandfather," he declared to his grandfather. Arion was not sure, but he knew Perseus wanted to prove himself, so he nodded with heart heavy with the weight of responsibility. "Go, Perseus, and may the ancient gods watch over you. The city needs you, make sure bring back out people. Let the dragons of Valyria guide your path." Amphitrite watched her son with slight worry, but Perseus gave his mother a reassuring smile and embarked on his perilous journey to defend their city port with his crew. Chapter 45, War with Giscari. As the Giscari army continued its relentless siege of the Valyrian city, their forces encircled the once thriving port. Siege towers and battering rams pressed forward, while trebuchets launched fiery projectiles that lit up the night sky. The dragon statues that once symbolized Valyria's might now seemed like silent witnesses to the impending destruction. Amidst the chaos and flames, Perseus arrived with his own valiant army, their banners adorned with the sigil of the dragon and trident. He gathered his group and delivered his plan with determination in his voice. "I will lure them towards me, while you go around and help the Valyrians get out of the city and onto the ships." Remus, Perseus's best friend and loyal right hand, couldn't hide his worry. His tone was laced with concern as he spoke. "There must be another way, Perseus. This is too dangerous." Perseus met Remus's gaze, his eyes filled with resolve. "We do not have time, Remus. We have to make a move now, otherwise the city is lost to us." Remus looked down, clenching his fist in frustration. Perseus placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke in ancient Valyrian. "Do not worry, my friend. My father is with me." Remus nodded, remembering the special weapon that Lord Almo had entrusted to Perseus. With the plan set in motion, they knew they had to act swiftly to rescue the Valyrians and turn the tide of the battle. Perseus bends a tower of water from the sea and manipulates the stream overhead the army of Giscari. He deftly freezes the water into several ice shards, which he sends down at them. The army of Giscari are killed by the flurry of frozen daggers. The Giscari army, taken aback by his extraordinary abilities, faced the onslaught of ice shards with terror in their eyes. Soldier 1 yelled in fear, "What in the name of the gods is happening? Is that boy controlling the sea?" Many of their soldiers fell under the flurry of frozen daggers, the ice piercing through armor and flesh. Though not all of the Giscari soldiers were vanquished, Perseus had achieved his goal. He had drawn their attention away from the city and towards himself, allowing his team to continue their mission of rescuing the Valyrians. The Giscari army's general, recognizing the threat Perseus posed, he thought the boy war priest of Almo and issued a quick and decisive command to his troops. General, with fear in his voice, "No. We will not falter. Bring me that boy, or we'll all drown here." The Giscari soldiers, motivated by their leader's fear and determination, let out a fierce battle cry and charged toward Perseus. Perseus, unyielding in his resolve, tapped into his connection with his father's domain once more. With an intense focus, he summoned water from the nearby sea, creating a colossal wave that towered over the Giscari army, a watery behemoth ready to crash down upon them. Soldier 4, as the wave approaches, yelled, "Brace yourselves. Brace for impact." As the Giscari forces hesitated, Perseus released his power with a primal roar, directing the surging water towards them. The army was engulfed by the overwhelming force of the wave, their shouts and battle cries silenced by the might of the sea. Yet, Perseus knew that the battle was far from won. He could sense that his fellow Valyrians were still in danger within the city, so he needed to buy them more time. One of soldiers, who was losing his will to fight, yelled in fear, "By the Harpy, I've never seen anything like this. We're doomed." Soldier 5, "General, we must retreat. This is madness. He's a living storm." "General," while trembling ordered, "we cannot, the king and nobles will kill us, we have to move forward." He raised his hand and yelled, "Raise the archers." When Perseus saw the Giscari soldiers raising their bows, he once again harnessed the power of the sea. With swift precision, he froze the water in front of him, creating a massive wall of ice that intercepted the incoming arrows. Soldier 2 was in shock and looked at the general, questioning, "Is he a priest of Almo?" The general, still in shock, muttered, "No, this boy is stronger." Then the general remembered tales and rumors. "He is the son of Almo, the god of seas, earthquakes, and horses." But Perseus didn't stop there. With a determined gaze, he melted the ice and directed a torrent of water, like a raging river, at the Giscari archers, knocking many of them off their feet and disrupting their volley of arrows. Perseus stood resolute, a guardian of his people, determined to see the Valyrians through this perilous day. However, it wasn't long before the Giscari attempted another attack, their numbers replenished. Perseus pulled out a medium-sized baton from his back and channeled his powers into it. A surge of energy erupted from his touch, coursing through the weapon. The air crackled with anticipation as the cylinder began to emit a radiant glow. As if guided by Perseus's will, the compacted form of the trident responded, transforming before his very eyes. It elongated, extending and reshaping itself until it emerged in its true form, the awe-inspiring trident. Crafted from a silver-white metal, it gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance, its prongs reaching out like the trident of a god. A black leather grip materialized about halfway down the weapon, providing Perseus with a secure hold. The contrast of the leather against the gleaming metal added a touch of elegance to the formidable weapon. Perseus's fingers tightened around the grip, feeling the coolness of the leather against his skin. With a surge of power, the trident ignited with a fierce red-hot glow. The intense heat emanated from the point where Perseus held it, enveloping the leather grip area. It served as a visual testament to the fiery might contained within the weapon, warning both friend and foe of the power it possessed. Perseus's eyes reflected the flickering glow as he stared at the transformed trident. A sense of awe and reverence filled his heart, for he now wielded a weapon capable of shaping the very forces of the sea. It was a symbol of his connection to Almo's dominion, a conduit for his power. Perseus recalled a conversation with his father in the palace garden. Almo extended a silver baton and remarked, "This was crafted by your grandfather himself. Only employ it when you face dire circumstances, for it aids in unlocking the divine blood within you." At that moment, Perseus nodded, accepting the baton. Almo's tone grew serious as he cautioned, "But bear in mind, utilizing this power comes at a cost. Your body can only endure the divine power for so long." Perseus nodded again and replied, "I understand, father." With the trident fully activated, Perseus felt an undeniable surge of strength and purpose. He knew that the fate of the battle rested in his hands. The red-hot glow intensified, casting an ethereal light on his face as he stepped forward, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. As the Giscari army advanced, Perseus's grip tightened around the glowing trident of Almo. The red-hot aura emanating from the weapon fueled his determination, as he knew he possessed the power to turn the tide of battle. With a surge of energy, Perseus channeled the might of Poseidon's domains. He extended his free hand toward the vast expanse of the ocean, his eyes filled with intensity. As if sensing his command, the water responded, rising and swirling with an uncontrollable force. A colossal wall of water, towering like a titan, materialized before Perseus. The sheer magnitude of the aquatic barricade struck fear into the hearts of the Giscari soldiers. Wave after wave crashed together, creating a barrier that stretched as far as the eye could see. Soldier 6 shouting in terror, "We can't fight water. Fall back. Fall back." Perseus's voice echoed with a resonant power, his words commanding the elements. The ocean, under his control, raged against the enemy forces. The towering wall surged forward with an unstoppable force, crashing upon the Giscari army like an unforgiving tsunami. The wall of water unleashed its fury upon the enemy ranks, sweeping them away in a torrent of destruction. Soldiers were thrown like rag dolls, weapons and armor scattered as if they were mere driftwood. The power of Almo surged through Perseus, enhancing his abilities and granting him command over the elements. The Giscari army, once advancing with confidence, now faltered. Fear and disbelief marred their faces as they struggled to withstand the onslaught of the massive water barrier. Their assault crumbled under the weight of the ocean's wrath. Chapter 46, Chapter 40. In the heart of the forest, the group of thieves gathered around, discussing their next raid. Their voices were hushed, a conspiracy brewing in the shadows. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the darkness of the woods, freezing them in their tracks. One of the bandits grabbed a wood torch and cautiously moved toward the source of the noise. As he ventured into the inky blackness, a viscous black liquid, clouded by dark smoke with highlights of purple energy within it, shot out from the darkness. It snaked around the legs of the first bandit, who let out a blood-curdling scream as he was violently dragged into the obscurity. Panic and fear seized the remaining thieves, and they drew their swords, eyes darting nervously in every direction. Bandit leader yelled out, "Come out, who is there?" Then, emerging from the shadows, Raven Teeps revealed herself. Her eyes had turned entirely black, but her pupils shone with a bright, malevolent red glow, and dark veins protruded from her eyes. The bandits quivered in terror, one of them muttering "Raven Teeps," but before they could react, Raven's true form materialized. As viscous black liquid, swirling with dark smoke and streaks of purple energy, resembling the wings of a raven on her back. With her newfound abilities, she conjured a bright purple, liquid-like energy, shrouded in black smoke. It crackled with purple sparks as she fashioned it into a formidable whip, ready to confront the approaching thieves. With a determined look, Raven lashed out with her telekinetic whip, snatching one of the thieves and hurling him through the forest, the force of her power sending him crashing into a tree. Vlad watched everything from a distance in awe, his heart swelling with pride at her control and precision. "That's my little girl." Raven's powers weren't limited to mere manipulation, she possessed the ability to tear down the very molecules of her adversaries, obliterating them with telekinetic force. With a focused gaze, she concentrated her power, causing one of the bandits to disintegrate into nothingness, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. Bandit number 3 yelled in fear, "Monster," and turned to flee in terror. Vlad, who was watching all this from a distance, couldn't help but marvel at his daughter's strength and determination. As the remaining thieves hesitated, Raven unleashed a concussive blast of telekinetic force that shook the ground, tearing through the nearby trees and sending the bandits scattering in fear. But the fleeing thieves did not get far, since Lucian was waiting for them. His black garments billowed behind him, leaving a sculptural trail in his wake. The cloth, intricately designed and matching the colors of his armor, twisted and twirled, forming an ethereal tapestry of black and red. It whipped through the air, defying gravity as if propelled by an unseen force. He then appeared right above the bandits' sword arced downward and struck them, taking their heads in one swing. Lucian stood frozen, his sword still clutched tightly in his trembling hand. He gazed at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground before him, the reality of what they had just done sinking in. His eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of shock, fear, and a touch of morbid curiosity. Raven, his sister, was equally dazed, her face pale as she stared at the scene. She was in a zone when she killed those bandits and was now slowly understanding everything. Her hands were stained with the blood of their victim, and she struggled to comprehend the weight of their actions. She swallowed hard, her breathing shallow, as the realization of taking a life slowly washed over her. Vlad spoke up, "It is different from cutting a dummy, right?" Lucian's voice was shaky as he responded to his father's words, "It's nothing like training, father. I can't believe we did this." Raven's gaze shifted from the lifeless bodies of the bandits. She nodded, her voice trembling as she admitted, "You were right, father. This is different, and it's terrifying." Lucian and Raven nodded, while Vlad added, "In this world being too soft will get you killed." Their father's next words remained a constant reminder in their heads, "Men don't fear swords, they fear monsters." Sometimes the world doesn't need another hero, sometimes what it needs is a monster. It was a lesson she and her had learned well. While near Valyria, a dark and gloomy gorge stood as a testament to the ancient and mysterious nature of this place. Two colossal dragon statues, carved from the stone of the cliffs, loomed in the middle of the fast-moving river. The statues, with their weather-worn features, appeared both majestic and foreboding. The narrow gore flanked by steep cliffs on either side, their imposing presence casting deep shadows. The river below was wide and tumultuous, its waters churning with rocks and boulders, making navigation a treacherous task. The evergreen trees in the background added a touch of color to the otherwise somber scene, their dark green needles a stark contrast to the surrounding gray. Above, the overcast sky portended a gathering storm, with dark clouds swirling ominously. On the ship bearing the Valyrian emblem, Perseus, the young heir of the house, stood at the bow. His heart was light despite the challenging journey, for there had been no casualties among his crew. As he looked out at the forbidding Valyrian landscape, he heard his father's voice echoing in his mind, "Good job, son. You've made me and your mother proud." A radiant smile graced Perseus's face, warmed by the words of his father. He continued his journey down the river, the ship deftly maneuvering through the treacherous waters until it reached the welcoming embrace of the Valyrian ports. A grand welcome party awaited him, and as the ship docked, Perseus saw his mother and grandfather waiting on the pier. His heart swelled with joy as he hurried to embrace his mother, her smile reflecting her pride, and she whispered, "I am so proud of you." Perseus returned the smile, his grandfather nodding approvingly, but then said with seriousness, "This is just the start, Giscari are mobilizing their army, the war is just getting started." Perseus nodded and with a firm tone spoke up, "Don't worry, grandfather, I will defend Valyria with all my heart." While Arion smiled at seeing his grandson's loyalty to Valyria. What he did know was that Perseus' strength and growing influence posed a threat to many other elder houses. Among those who saw Perseus's rise as a challenge was Arion's another grandson named Arinar. Arinar was known for his knowledge and cunning, yet his talents were consistently overshadowed by Perseus's abilities and achievements. This created a deep-seated envy and resentment within Arinar. Arion, initially envisioning Perseus as the heir to the throne, soon realized that Perseus had no desire for the position. Instead of pressuring him, Arion shifted his hopes to Arinar, believing that his grandsons could work together for the betterment of Valyria. Little did Arion know, he underestimated the depth of Arinar's ambition and know of the inner turmoil brewing within the young man. Only in the afterlife did he come to regret his decision to make Arinar his successor. With a jealous glare and clenched fists, Arinar watched Perseus receive accolades and adoration. He whispered to himself, "I will undoubtedly surpass you and seize every bit of influence you hold when I." Chapter 47, A Question. I was reading about SCP-239, which girl? SCP-239 seemingly has the ability to do whatever she expresses a will to do. Put simply, the subject can do anything that she truly wants to do on a basal psychological level as long as she is conscious. Fortunately, she only seems to be able to affect herself and her immediate surroundings, therefore, if she can see it, she can change it. It would not be the most prudent course of action, however, to try to test how powerful she can be. She seems to be able to create and affect living matter. For example, when a D-class personnel accidentally caused her harm, she simply wished him away. Fortunately, when the subject was made to feel guilty for what she had done, she wished him back. SCP-239's self-preservation instinct makes her virtually invincible while she is conscious. Subject's skin cannot be punctured by anything excepting SCP-148. I felt her life was miserable and wanted to bring her soul here as Eru's child with either Rhaenyra or someone else. Chapter 48, Notice. I am just looking to gain something out of my writing. But I have not confirmed this, it is just a thought. Also, other than Patreon, are there any other methods? Chapter 49, Giscari Second War. King Grom Gardener of Reach, King Marion Dane of Dorne, and Theon Stark received an urgent summons to the Teeps territory from their close friend, Vlad. Although they found it surprising, their deep friendship compelled them to attend without hesitation. Upon their arrival, Vlad greeted them with a warm smile, and they couldn't help but be pleased to see his sister, Eliza, beside him. Grom, Marion, and Theon embraced one another, a testament to the strong alliance and camaraderie that bound them. Theon inquired, "What is the matter that required all three of us to come?" Grom and Marion exchanged curious glances, while Theon, with a sigh, responded, "Let's discuss it inside." The group was led into the council room, where shelves lined with books and tomes filled the space. They took their seats around the table, their faces reflecting a blend of anticipation and concern. Vlad began the conversation, stating, "The Giscari Empire has initiated a war with the Valyrians. All three kingdoms had significant trade agreements with the Valyrians. The recent closure of Valyrian ports had raised questions and worries among them. Marion, Theon, Eliza, and Grom shared their suspicions. Marion spoke up, "I've heard rumors of Giscari attacks on a Valyrian port, but I couldn't confirm their authenticity." Grom nodded in agreement and added, "I've also come across tales of the son of God Almo being the savior of the port city." Vlad affirmed, "All those rumors are true. The Giscari have indeed initiated this war, and I doubt the Valyrians will take it lying down." Theon concurred, stating, "With Valyrians expanding their territory, it was only a matter of time before they clashed with the Giscari Empire, vying for supremacy over the continent." Eliza chimed in, "My intuition tells me that this war is bound to be greater than anything seen before." Vlad nodded with a solemn expression and uttered a stark warning, "I felt it necessary to caution you against sending any ships or individuals into close proximity with the Giscari. Their history is marred by a relentless pursuit of resources, often at the expense of attacking traders and enslaving people for their war campaigns or the construction of their infamous pyramids." Vlad's voice carried a tinge of revulsion, a sentiment shared by Theon, Marion, and Grom. They were all too aware that the Giscari Empire thrived on the abhorrent practice of widespread slavery, with conquered populations laboring relentlessly to erect the grand pyramids of Old Guise and its dominions. Just as they suspected, the war with Giscari proved to be far from a minor conflict. The initial war against Giscari was led by Perseus, whose extraordinary abilities in water manipulation and the creation of earthquakes granted the Valyrian army a significant advantage. Perseus, hailed as a hero, subsequently married Gennara Bellaris. However, the trouble began when Arion fell ill, and Arinar ascended to the throne. Upon his rise to power, Arinar began gradually exerting more pressure on Perseus while simultaneously cutting off his support and influence. This decision was foolish, as Arinar was directly challenging someone known to be the son of a god. However, Arinar's descent into madness blinded him to the consequences of undermining his own powerful general, Perseus. Although Perseus recognized the dangerous game Arinar was playing, he was too preoccupied with the war and protecting his family to effectively counter the dual threats he faced. During the Second War, Perseus managed to secure allies, including the Kingdom of Sarnar, a collection of independent city-states situated in the western plains of central Essos. These cities extended across the plains along the northern borders of Valyria in the west and Giscari in the east. The Sarnori were inevitably drawn into the conflict due to their proximity to the two rival powers. In the Second Giscari War, they fought as allies of young Valyria against the formidable Giscari legions. The Second War was a brutal affair, but Perseus, with his exceptional abilities and a strategy involving ambushing Giscari army bases using ships, emerged victorious. However, this success only intensified Arinar's hidden attacks, as he not only eroded Perseus's influence but also introduced new practices into Valyria, such as slavery. But God's grace that Arinar fell ill and died at the end of Second Giscari War, Perseus was sure, someone killed Arinar since the man was filled with madness and made too many enemies inside the court. While this was happening, Perseus, burdened by his semi-immortality, watched as his mother lay on her deathbed and witnessed his wife and children grow older with each passing day. It was during the conclusion of the Third Giscari War that he painfully observed his wife's gradual aging and knew what awaited her and his children. One night, as Perseus gazed out over the sea, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. It was the voice of his father, Almo, the god of seas, who sensed his inner turmoil and reached out to him and appeared next to him. Almo asked Perseus, "My son, I sense your anguish and the weight of your semi-immortality. It is both a blessing and a curse to watch those you love age while you remain unchanged." Perseus, startled but comforted by his father's presence, responded with a heavy heart, "Father, it is indeed a burden I bear. To see my family grow old, to witness the passage of time, it pains me deeply." Almo sighed and replied, "You are a demigod, Perseus, partaking in the realm of mortals yet carrying a divine essence within you. Your journey is a unique one, marked by the joys of eternal youth and the sorrows of witnessing the transient nature of human life." Perseus looked out at the vast sea, the moonlight casting shimmering reflections upon its surface. With a sigh, he spoke, "I know, Father, and I am grateful for the gifts and abilities you have bestowed upon me. But it is a lonely path, and the loss of my loved ones is a heavy price to pay. Almo's voice held both understanding and wisdom as he replied, "Remember, my son, your role in this world is extraordinary. Embrace the moments you share with mortals, for in their fleeting lives, they find beauty and meaning. Your legacy, as both a demigod and a protector of Valyria, shall endure through the ages." Perseus found solace in his father's words, a reminder that his existence held a purpose beyond the pain of eternal separation. He turned his gaze back to the sea, resolved to continue his duty, even as he bore the bittersweet burden of semi-immortality. Almo's soothing voice resonated in Perseus's mind, "Son, I understand the heaviness of your heart. But remember, the bonds forged in life are not easily broken. You will meet them again in the afterlife, and your mother will be by my side soon as she passes." Perseus, touched by the reassurance of a reunion in the afterlife, felt a glimmer of hope amid his sorrow. He whispered, "Thank you, Father. Knowing that I will be reunited with them one day eases the weight of my eternal existence." Chapter 50, Chapter 42. During the Giscari-Valyria War, the name of Perseus was on everyone's lips. In Westeros, two other remarkable individuals, Raven and Lucian, were also making their own marks with their unique powers. Yet, amidst these emerging legends, there were those, mainly followers of the Faith of the Seven and the so-called Maesters from the Citadel, who sought to tarnish Raven's abilities by labeling them as dark and demonic. Their attempts were subtle, for they dared not be reckless, aware of the formidable alliance between the North, Dorne, and the Reach. However, within this group, the Lannisters harbored a different interest. They had heard of Raven's astounding feat in annihilating an invading Arryn army and saw a potential advantage in acquiring such power through marriage. Vlad, ever astute, quickly discerned their intentions and firmly denied their pursuit. Amidst the intensifying war that claimed countless lives on both sides, Valyria held a commanding position, largely attributed to the formidable presence of Perseus and their awe-inspiring dragons. However, this success came at a painful cost for Perseus. The war claimed the life of his eldest son Alceus, and the Third War, which took his wife, left him weary. He decided to pass on the mantle of lordship to his second son Hector and retire from the battlefield. In a gesture of honor and to provide an outlet for Perseus's grief and anger, King Beleris ordered the complete destruction of Giscari. Vlad thought ongoing devastation, muttered to himself, "Valyria will soon turn the Giscari Empire to ashes." By his side, loyal companions Almo, Surya, Yavanna, Set, and Horus offered their silent support. Yavanna couldn't help but sigh with sadness and said, "Yet another kingdom has fallen." Set, wearing a hint of cynicism, remarked, "Their fate was sealed regardless. If not Valyria, someone else would have brought about their downfall, perhaps even a rebellion of the oppressed slaves." Almo, Surya, and Horus nodded in agreement with their brother. Surya then turned to Horus and Almo, inquiring, "I noticed that Valyria has now adopted a system of slavery." Almo and Horus exchanged knowing glances, and Horus replied, "Both of us have subtly warned them about the potential consequences. Now it is up to them whether to heed our counsel." Almo, well aware of the likely outcome, added, "Even though King Beleris speaks of treating the slaves with respect and housing them, in the end, they are still bound in servitude." Set shook his head and added thoughtfully, "The treatment of these slaves could change in the future." Vlad, with a nod of understanding, spoke up, "They have made their choices, and if circumstances worsen in the future, it will be their choices that led them there." In the waning days of the Giscari Wars, the yearning for victory clashed with the agony of defeat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow upon the battlefield, the final vestiges of the Giscari Empire crumbled like ancient parchment under the weight of history. The once proud brick walls of Old Guys, standing as a testament to the artistry of Grasdan the Great, were reduced to rubble and dust, an echo of their former grandeur. Amidst the chaos, the sky became a canvas for fire and fury as Valyrian dragon lords, riding majestic beasts of flame, unleashed their destructive might upon the city. The very air seemed to tremble with the deafening roars of the dragons as they turned homes, temples, and pyramids into infernos that blazed with an otherworldly brilliance. The heart of Guys, a city that had stood for ages, was consumed by the merciless dance of dragon flame. Perseus and his son, Hector Veilerion, watched the devastating scene with a mixture of grim determination and a hint of satisfaction, knowing that their actions were a form of vengeance for their lost son and brother. Still, they couldn't escape the harsh reality that this was a brutal massacre. With a heavy sigh, Perseus made a heartfelt announcement, "I've decided to leave Valyria and move to Atlantis." Hector, who had witnessed his father's ongoing struggle to come to terms with the loss of his wife and son, he was well aware that father also didn't wish to witness his own children succumbing to the ravages of time. Given this, he was not surprised by his father's decision to leave Valyria. He recognized that this move was a way for his father to reunite with their departed loved ones in his grandfather's kingdom. With deep understanding and empathy, Hector reassured Perseus, "Don't worry, father. I'll take care of our family. We'll all be together again in the end." Touched by his son's understanding and support, Perseus patted Hector on the shoulder and offered a small, grateful smile. The aftermath painted a haunting tableau, a desolate landscape where once fertile fields now lay barren, sown with salt and lime, a grim testament to the Valyrian conqueror's determination to ensure that nothing would ever thrive again. Skulls, too, bore silent witness, arranged as macabre markers of a power forever shattered. Chapter 51, Chapter 43. As Lucian embraced the responsibilities of building his own family, he also courageously stepped into the revered role of Lord Teeps, inheriting the legacy from Vlad. Raven stayed single and went on adventures of her own, but she did come home from time to meet her parents and brother. Vlad, Eliza, and Theon, with his beloved wife, sought solace in the serene depths of Wolfswood. Amidst the whispering trees and tranquil shadows, they found a haven away from the clamor of their past lives. Despite being the esteemed avatar of Eru, Vlad aged gracefully, mirroring the natural passage of time. Theon, having gracefully passed on his mantle as the King of the North to his successor, gradually ceased his shape-shifting abilities. Nevertheless, a timeless vitality lingered, allowing Theon to resemble a man in the prime of his life, assuring the prospect of witnessing his great-grandchildren's adventures. Eliza, offered the opportunity to preserve her youth through shape-shifting, deliberately chose to embrace the flow of time, standing resolutely by Vlad's side. Her acceptance of Vlad's divine identity as the avatar of Eru further cemented their unbreakable bond. Vlad and Eliza, now weathered by the passage of time, sat together, admiring the serene beauty of Wolfswood. As they gazed at the landscape, Vlad softly hummed, breaking the tranquil silence. "So, Raven is in Essos now?" he inquired. Eliza, with a nod, replied, "Yes, she's been chronicling her adventures. It's both thrilling and concerning to read." Vlad, with a knowing smile, asked, "Is Lucian bringing our grandson and granddaughter here?" Recalling the joy of her family, Eliza smiled. She cherished her life and anticipated being with Vlad or Eru beyond mortal bounds. Her worry, however, lay with her children and grandchildren. Reassuringly, Vlad spoke, "Your brother will care for the North, and my true form has already blessed the Teeps bloodline. There won't be any issues." Grateful for her extraordinary husband, Eliza kissed Vlad, recognizing her fortune in having a god as a life partner. In a tender embrace, Vlad held his wife, savoring the sweet and peaceful moment, aware that Eliza's mortal life was drawing to a close. 2 moons later, Eliza's life began to fade. The room was somber, with only the laborious sound of Eliza's breath. Vlad approached the bed, where Lucian, Raven, Theon, and the rest of the family gathered. Tears welled in Vlad's eyes as he stood beside the bed, looking down at his wife teetering on the edge of death. Eliza, with excitement in her widening eyes, gripped Vlad's hand, tears streaming down her face. Smiling through his own tears, Vlad comforted her, "Don't worry, it's just like falling asleep." Eliza, with a faint smile, whispered, "I'll be waiting for you on the other side." As her breathing ceased, Raven and Lucian mourned their mother's passing, and Theon, with a heavy heart, remembered the loss of his wife a moons ago. The room echoed with the weight of shared sorrow. In the following moon, Vlad, too, embraced his final journey, reuniting with his beloved wife Eliza as they both transitioned back to their true essence as Eru. Chapter 52, Chapter 44 Moorfolk, Extra. In land beyond the walls was Moors, the place a utopia for humans and magical beings like giants and children of forest lived with humans peacefully. The place was beautiful and peaceful. For the past 1,000 of years they kept a distance from men on the other side of the wall and so-called wildlings. In this enchanting place, the inhabitants lived harmoniously, cherishing the gifts bestowed upon them by Eru and Yavanna. Their appreciation for life's wonders resonated through the realm, where enlightenment flourished not just in magic but in fields like medicine, architecture, alchemy, and more, all guided by the visions of Eru himself. A new species born of the connection between children of the forest and humans. These beings possessed fiery red hair, pointed ears, and mystical tales. They were blessed with an innate bond with nature, and some even had the extraordinary ability to transform into any creature they had encountered. These beings were called druids. After the death of Theon Stark, the Tullus of Riverland and Arryns of Vale gained some courage and started small skirmish wars, but they were quickly defeated by Jason Stark and Lucian Teeps. Both had unique powers, which was the only reason other enemies to halted any ideas of attacking north. Jason Stark was a great king, while he has no issues with heir, but none of his children gained the ability of wolf's blood. But it did not stop them from becoming great warriors, and his youngest son, Stoic II Stark, was adventurous and curious. He decided to embark on an expedition. He gathered two of his friends, Marn Gardner and Dorian Dane, who were also eager to journey beyond the wall. Throughout their expedition, they encountered various challenges, including harsh weather conditions, treacherous terrain, and encounters with wild creatures, wildlings. Stoic II's leadership and bravery shone through as he guided his friends through the unknown. Despite the dangers, their shared sense of camaraderie and determination kept them going. Marn's knowledge of the wilderness and Dorian's strategic thinking proved to be valuable assets during their journey. As they delved deeper into the uncharted lands, they stumbled upon ancient ruins and relics that hinted at a rich history of civilizations long gone. Each discovery fueled their curiosity further, and they continued to press onward, eager to uncover the secrets of beyond the wall. They mapped the area, but the journey was perilous and they lost some of their men. During the time they fought wildlings, but they soon found out there were different tribes among the wildlings. The once raiding the wall were the hostile tribes. While many of the other tribes were peaceful and did not attack them, while they were wary of them and warned them to not approach them, and it took Stoic some time to talk to them using an Old North tongue to get them to open up, and even then they were wary. Most of them left them alone. But they warned them about some tribes being dangerous by the free folk, and that these hostile groups were the ones that attacked and raided the wall. Since they peaceful tribes had everything they needed near, like they got abundant of animals to eat, which they was a gift from Eru, did they care about going beyond the wall. Dorian, Stoic II and Marn found these tribe had customs, traditions, and society, while some of their customs.it was a huge find, as fate led Marn, Stoic, and Dorian to an unexpected marvel, a hidden forest utopia concealed behind a shimmering magical barrier. As they stumbled upon this enchanted wonder, their hearts raced with excitement, and their eyes widened in amazement. Stoic, Dorian, and Marn were in awe, seeing the utopia was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Lush forests stretched as far as the eye could see, adorned with vibrant flora and fauna that seemed to dance with the gentle breeze. Mighty mountains towered majestically, their snow-capped peaks piercing the azure sky. Crystal-clear rivers meandered through the landscape, their murmurs a soothing melody that blended with the harmonious symphony of nature. Marn, with his roots in the house of Gardner, felt an overwhelming connection with the enchanting beauty of the forest. Dorian, ever the dreamer, mused to his friend, "Imagine if we stumble upon this mystical forest in the middle of an icy wasteland. Who would believe such a tale?" Stoic snorted skeptically, replying, "No one, I reckon." Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence, and they turned to witness a surreal sight. Humanoid tree-like giants emerged from the depths of the forest. These majestic beings were composed of intertwining roots and lush greenery, with faces that seemed to echo the grim visage of evil skulls. They carried tree-like spears and massive clubs, while some rode wild boar-like creatures akin to their own form. Dorian, Stoic, Marn, and their group quickly tensed, gripping their weapons in readiness for battle. Yet, the sheer number of these magical creatures overwhelmed them. Some appeared to be colossal humanoid giants, adorned with downward curving growths resembling horns, and concealing themselves below the ground beneath large bushes. Others displayed exceptional strength, wielding hammers, and standing ready to confront any intruders. However, amid the tension, a commanding voice echoed through the forest, calming the fray. "Please, you are trespassing on our land. Put down your weapons." All eyes turned to witness the emergence of creatures that legends were made of. Giants and children of the forest stepped forth from the foliage. Among them was a striking group with red hair, horns, pointed ears, and tails. These warriors stood poised with bows aimed, ready to take action if necessary. Their leader, unmistakably a child of the forest named Leaf, donned an intricate green dress made of meticulously woven leaves. Dorian knew that this was their moment to explain themselves truthfully. He spoke with sincerity, "We are from the south of the wall and stumbled upon this place by mistake." Leaf observed the group carefully, conferring with her companions. Finally, she addressed Dorian, Stoic, Marn, and their group, "We understand, but please put down your weapons." I assure you, no harm will come to you. Stoic, Dorian, and Marn exchanged uncertain glances, but after a silent agreement, they cautiously lowered their weapons. They were then welcomed into the heart of the forest, where the air danced with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and unseen magical energies pulsed through the land. Luminescent butterflies weaved intricate patterns, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake, while the skies danced with birds adorned in resplendent plumage, their melodies harmonizing into a symphony of natural wonders. Each step they took led to new discoveries, tranquil glades where shimmering pools mirrored the night sky like a celestial tapestry of stars, and cascading waterfalls flowed gracefully down moss-covered rocks. The water glimmered with ethereal luminescence, captivating the travelers in a reverie of tranquility. As they ventured deeper into this realm, they encountered more Moors folk, a harmonious community of beings living in perfect harmony with nature. Their homes were marvels of organic architecture, seamlessly blending with the surrounding landscape. Stoic, a descendant of Bran the Builder, couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking structures, each one seemingly an ode to nature's perfection. He couldn't help mutter, "This is just beautiful." Dorian, in awe of the peaceful and harmonious existence of the Moors folk, found himself immersed in a realm of wonder. Every step brought them closer to the heart of a civilization that thrived in perfect unity with the natural world. Marn's attention was caught by a particular sight. A man with fiery red hair and pointed ears gracefully leaped off a building, only to transform into a magnificent hawk and soar into the boundless sky. Leaf, noticing their astonishment, explained, "Those with red hair and pointed ears are druids, children born of the union between humans and the children of the forest. They possess the unique ability called wild shape, allowing them to transform into animals and other wondrous creatures found across the realms and beyond." The explorers listened in awe, as Leaf further elaborated, "After the Battle of the Long Night, the children of the forest and giants suffered heavy losses. In recognition of our contributions to the war, Lord Eru and Lady Yavanna granted us the sanctuary as a safe haven. Their fascination deepened when they learned about the humans residing in this magical land." Stoic couldn't contain his curiosity and inquired, "What about the humans here? Where did they come from?" Leaf replied thoughtfully, "When the wall was constructed, some unlucky individuals found themselves stranded north of its barrier. We offered them the chance to join us, but not everyone was willing. Those who chose to remain did so out of wariness towards us, while others bravely followed." Stoic winced, contemplating the impact of his ancestors' decisions. He knew that haste to build the wall and protect against the White Walkers had led to some mistakes, disregarding the people living beyond its borders. Dorian's mind wandered into the depths of history, and he couldn't help but ask, "What about the Green Seers?" Dorian had often heard tales of the enigmatic Green Seers, blessed with green sight and warg abilities. They could peer through the ancient weirwood's eyes, influence the creatures and plants around them, and perhaps even glimpse into the past and future. Leaf's expression darkened as she replied, "The last Green Seer we once harbored attempted to seize control of our sanctuary through manipulation. Fortunately, Lady Yavanna's warning saved us, and we apprehended him, sealing him within a tomb." Little did Leaf know that the tomb's enchantment would eventually weaken, allowing the imprisoned Green Seer a chance to escape. Weakened and desperate, he would search for a successor, ultimately finding one in Brynden Rivers. Brynden, infamous as one of King Aegon IV Targaryen's great bastards and known as Aegon the Unworthy, would follow his predecessor's path, craving dominion over all. Yet, even he would meet his end at the hands of the children of the forest, imprisoned within the ancient roots of a sacred tree. But for now Dorian, Marn, and Stoic during their stay experienced the vibrant culture of the Moors folk. They were privileged to witness grand ceremonies celebrating the harmonious coexistence of humans, giants, children of the forest, and the natural world. These ceremonies culminated in breathtaking displays of elemental magic, turning the sky into a canvas of shimmering colors. With each passing day in this magical realm, Stoic, Dorian, Marn, and their group found themselves drawn deeper into a world where wonders seemed boundless and the ties between the inhabitants and their surroundings were both captivating and profound. The Moors folk welcomed them as guests, offering a glimpse into a realm that seamlessly interwove myth and nature. Chapter 53, Chapter Moorfolk 2, Extra. As their time in the forest Utopia drew to a close, Marn, Stoic, and Dorian felt a profound sense of reverence for this enchanted realm. The air was tinged with the scent of pine and moss, and the soft rustling of leaves filled their ears as they bid farewell to the Moors folk. Gratitude welled up within their hearts, for they knew they had been granted a rare privilege to witness such a sacred sanctuary. The Moors folk, in turn, gifted them with treasures of unparalleled beauty. Among the gifts were exquisite dresses, intricately crafted armor that gleamed under the sunlight, and an array of exotic fruits that filled their mouths with delightful bursts of flavor. But what left them awestruck were a couple of magical stones, each unique in color and adorned with mysterious insignias. Stoic, marveling at the stone in his hand, couldn't help but exclaim, "These stones are truly magical wonders." Marn and Dorian nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the elliptical-shaped stone Dorian held, which shimmered with a mesmerizing blue hue. Encased within was a delicate bubble insignia. Dorian spoke, his voice tinged with awe, "This stone can conjure forth fresh and pure water. Imagine its value during war or dire situations, it is an invaluable asset." All three of them had the privilege of witnessing the mystical stone's powers firsthand, and each experience left them in awe. To activate the stones, all they had to do was point them in the desired direction and focus on their intention. For instance, with the water stone in hand, they merely needed to envision water flowing, and a gentle stream would burst forth, obediently filling a cup or jar with pristine liquid. The control they had over the stones was incredible, allowing them to even drink directly from the stone, savoring the refreshing taste as if nature's pure essence flowed directly into their mouths. They marveled at the convenience and wonder of these enchanted stones, realizing the immense potential they held. Such power could be a lifeline during perilous adventures, a soothing balm in times of exhaustion, or a source of amazement during the quiet moments of reflection. The trio happily accepted one of each stone, each holding the promise of unique powers. Among the collection of stones, there was the fire stone. Resembling an elliptical sun, it exuded a warm, golden glow and bore a fire insignia. This remarkable stone could keep a person or group warm even in the coldest of winters, or with a mere touch, transform water into soothing, steaming baths, perfect for camping nights in the forest. The ice stone, on the other hand, glowed with a frosty blue light, intricately patterned like a snowflake. Its abilities were no less remarkable, as it could cool and refresh a person during sweltering summer days or even freeze a small jar of water in seconds. Also, just touching the stone and making the intent of cool a hot room during the summer is easily possible. The ice stone, a marvel of icy enchantment, emanated a mesmerizing glow in ethereal shades of frosty blue. Its surface bore intricate patterns, resembling delicate snowflakes crystallized in eternal beauty. The stone's powers were as astonishing as its appearance, capable of bestowing a blissful coolness during the sweltering days of summer. Lastly, there was the light stone, a translucent, elliptical gem with a mesmerizing ball of light trapped inside. Whenever a person held it, the stone emitted a gentle, radiant glow, illuminating their path through the darkest of nights. They used it during the night, when they couldn't see much. Dorian, feeling the icy temperature was too much, said, "I want to test out the fire stone." Other two shrugged, felt it was okay. Dorian took out held the fire stone. They could feel its fiery essence pulsating within their grasp, as if an eternal flame danced within its core. With a simple thought, the stone responded, creating a radiant aura that enfolded them like a cozy embrace, dispelling any chill that dared to approach. It was perfect for the enchanting camping nights in the heart of the forest. As the stone caressed the water's surface, wisps of steam rose to the air, carrying the inviting scent of nature's embrace. The forest around them seemed to come alive, as if celebrating the magic they had unlocked with the fire stone. In the gathering dusk, the campfire's flames flickered and danced, mirroring the fiery splendor of the stone. It was a night of warmth as the stoic, Dorian, Marn with their expedition group seated around the radiant fire. Returning to their village, Marn, stoic, and Dorian couldn't wait to share their incredible adventure with the people. They spoke with passion and eloquence, painting vivid images with their words. Some skeptics dismissed their tale as mere fantasy, but the doubt dissipated when they presented the magical stones and gifts from the Moors folk. Amidst the joyous gasps of wonder, Marn, stoic, and Dorian showcased the stone's capabilities to the gathered lords and villagers. With a mere touch, the ice stone responded to the warmth of a person's hand, sensing the intent to bring respite from the heat. In an instant, the air around them seemed to shiver with anticipation, and a refreshing breeze swept through the room. The once stifling heat yielded to a gentle chill, rejuvenating the senses and eliciting sighs of relief from all who felt the enchanting coolness. But the ice stone's prowess did not end there. It could freeze water instantaneously, transforming a jar of liquid into a mesmerizing display of delicate ice sculptures. The frozen crystals glistened like diamonds, captivating the eye with their glimmering beauty. They showed the abilities of each stone and recounted how the Moors' land was a haven created by the ancient Lord Eru for the giants, children of the forest, and even some humans who followed them, coexisting peacefully in this enchanted refuge. Chapter 54, Chapter 46. Eru, having returned to his original domain, was now with his sons, Almo, Surya, Set, Mandos, Horus and his grandson Perseus. In the midst of their gathering, Eru found himself reunited with Anubis, Mandos, Surya, Set, Perseus, and Almo. Together, they delved into discussions concerning the unfolding events across Valyria, Westeros, and Essos. Valyria now had a new king by the name Arion, who was showing slight power-hungry tendencies. Eru shared insights, revealing Valyria has turned its gaze towards Ryonar, drawing attention to the growing tensions. Perseus, wearing a somber expression, affirmed, indeed, they harbor intentions for Ryonar. Set expressed disapproval, stating, their greed is becoming evident. Acknowledging the changing dynamics, Perseus sighed, power seems to be clouding their judgment. Perseus added, I've tried reaching out to my descendants, but King Arion Belliaries has garnered a formidable following. Also, the legacy of House Veilerion, which was once influential, now faces challenges due to the diminishing sway during Ariar's reign, it especially hard in the Dragon Lord's political arena. Eru's voice resonated with determination, I've already devised plans to aid the people of Ryonar. I won't allow their complete destruction, especially considering their ancestors' allegiance to the ancient gods. Almo, Perseus, Surya, and Set nodded in agreement. Set, curious, inquired, Father, what specific plans do you have for them? Eru sighed, his gaze fixed on the beleaguered city of Ryonar. If the situation worsens in this war, I'll assist those seeking peace in escaping to Westeros, particularly Dorne. There, they can start anew. His children unanimously supported the plan. Surya voiced his concern, Father, if Valyria persists on this path, their destruction is inevitable. Perseus, Horus, and Almo, closely connected to Valyria, displayed subtle worry. Perseus inquired, will Valyria truly meet its end? Eru sighed, yes, if they continue down this path, their downfall is certain. A tinge of sadness crossed Perseus' face, but he spoke with determination, don't worry, grandfather. I'll do my best to ensure it doesn't come to that. Eru, however, shook his head, already foreseeing Valyria's doom. Almo, Surya, Mandos, Set, and Horus shared a sense of foreboding, having witnessed the downfall of mighty empires like Giscari due to unchecked power hunger. While Eru decided to change topic, seeing the damp atmosphere, and turned to Set with a smile, teasing, I heard Nephthys is pregnant. Set grinned and nodded, indeed, we've decided to have a child, a boy. As Almo, Mandos, Anubis, Horus, and Surya congratulated their brother, Eru smiled at Set and remarked, Nephthys and I have named him Ares. Eru's eyebrows raised at the choice, envisioning Ares clad in bronze armor adorned with ram engravings, symbolizing divine status, a nod to the god of war. Recognizing the figure as the Ares variant from the Wrath of the Titans movie, Eru subtly glanced at Perseus, silently hoping that their tale wouldn't mirror the film's turbulent narrative. But soon the Royner felt the insidious grasp of the Valyrian freehold expanded like a dark, encroaching shadow across the fertile lands of Essos. At first, the Royner welcomed the newcomers with open arms, their hearts believing in the unity of all men under the benevolent watch of Lord Almo. Valyrian adventurers, merchants, and settlers had ventured into western Essos since the dust of the Giscari Wars had settled millennia ago, their presence gradually seeping into the very fabric of the region. Volantis, a colossal bastion, stood proud and ominous at the mouth of the Royne, marking the beginning of the freehold's territorial aspirations. Further north, on the winding tributaries of the majestic river, two more cities, Norvos and Qohor, emerged under the watchful guidance of their Valyrian forebears. Chapter 55, Chapter Royish Wars. But soon the Royner felt the insidious grasp of the Valyrian freehold expanded like a dark, encroaching shadow across the fertile lands of Essos. At first, the Royner welcomed the newcomers with open arms, their hearts believing in the unity of all men under the benevolent watch of Lord Almo. Valyrian adventurers, merchants, and settlers had ventured into western Essos since the dust of the Giscari Wars had settled millennia ago, their presence gradually seeping into the very fabric of the region. Volantis, a colossal bastion, stood proud and ominous at the mouth of the Royne, marking the beginning of the freehold's territorial aspirations. Further north, on the winding tributaries of the majestic river, two more cities, Norvos and Qohor, emerged under the watchful guidance of their Valyrian forebears. Yet, the passage of time saw the Royner's initial warmth and hospitality towards their Valyrian guests turn into haunting remorse. By around 950 BC, the two great civilizations found themselves entangled in a turbulent dance of open conflict. The Royish Wars unfurled like a tapestry of bloodshed, punctuated by short yet ferociously brutal battles. While the Valyrians often tasted the sweet nectar of triumph, progress was painstakingly sluggish due to their woefully scarce numbers of dragons. Although they could summon dragon riders from Valyria in desperate moments, the ebb and flow of fortune shifted relentlessly once these formidable warriors departed. During this time, Royne faced another issue: the spread of the Lord of Light religion among some of their major city rulers. The LOTR priestess wielding the power of LOTR entered the war. They gave the princess help in the form of genuine prophetic visions from the Lord of the Light by observing visions of the future in flames, the art of which is called pyromancy. This gaining a lot of influence over the higher echelons of Royne, who wanted to win this war. Although Almo's priest/priestess helped in the war with their own powers of overwater and healing. Within the boundaries of Royne, the spreading influence of LOTR ignited a tempestuous conflict, tearing at the very fabric of their society. The once unified realm found itself bitterly divided, with each major city fiercely guarding its independence from both external intruders and their fellow Royne brethren. Also Prince Garin, Nymeria's brother, was one of those who fell into the alluring embrace of the new belief in LOTR. Despite Nymeria's relentless efforts to sway him, Garin stood firm, resolute in his unwavering devotion to the Lord of Light. This internal unrest caused the Ryonar to falter a bit, and that's when three formidable dragon lords from Valyria merged their titanic powers with the settlers of Volantis. The once great Royne port city of Sarhoy felt the full, cataclysmic fury of their unleashed wrath, becoming a smoldering ruin consumed by the hungry embrace of fire and destruction. Prince Garin the Great, ruler of the illustrious city of Croyane, used this unforgivable devastation as a mighty beacon of unity for the remaining 5 independent Royne city-states. His burning eyes glinted with the unquenchable fire of determination, as he forged every Royne child into a defender of their heritage, arming them to create the largest and mightiest land army that Essos had ever borne witness to, an awe-inspiring 250,000 warriors strong. Garin's colossal army surged southwards along the Royne like a fierce torrent of righteous vengeance unleashed upon the invaders. With relentless fervor, they unfurled a merciless wave of defeat upon the Valyrian forces. In a staggering clash at Volandaris, the heavens themselves bore witness to the cataclysmic battle, as a Valyrian army of a staggering 100,000 fell to the mighty Royne onslaught. The triumphant Royne warriors, fierce as dragons in their own right, claimed victory by slaying 2 of the invaders' monstrous beasts and grievously wounding the 3rd. As Eru, Almo, and Perseus observed the escalating war between Royne and Valyria, Perseus expressed slight surprise witnessing the Red Priests and Priestesses successfully taking down 3 Valyrian dragons. Almo, noticing his son's reaction, reassured him, "Don't be surprised, the Red Priests gain power from the spirit of LOTR, who is formidable." Perseus nodded, while Eru added, "Even then, they will still lose. Valyrians will feel Ryonar stained their reputation and will soon unleash all their dragons." Perseus was winced and admitted, "I tried to prevent this war, but King Arion believes Valyrians should rule all of Essos." Eru hummed thoughtfully and mused, "I have to now move Royne Princess Nymeria and her followers to Westeros." Chapter 56, Royish Wars 2. While 8 years ago amidst the burgeoning tensions of war, Nymeria sought solace in prayers to Eru, seeking guidance in the sacred temple nestled by the tranquil waters of the Royne River. Troubled by harrowing visions of war and fire, Nymeria feared the cataclysmic consequences of the Valyrian incursion. Moreover, the introduction of LOTR as an acceptable religion within Royne further stoked the flames of unrest. Within the hallowed halls of their sanctuaries, Nymeria beheld a concerning sight: priestesses and priests of Almo, deities of the waters, had abandoned their holy grounds. While her brother Garin and some of the other princes dismissed the signs with indifference, believing they only needed the LOTR priestess. Nymeria sensed the ominous vision that were unfolding. So she prayed the Lord Eru for the past moon, and on the midst of fervent prayers to Eru, the divine realm responded to Nymeria's pleas. In a resplendent flash of light, Lord Eru himself manifested before her, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. With a benevolent smile, Eru addressed the worried princess, "I have heard your prayers, my child." Nymeria's burdened shoulders lightened with relief, and she asked in awe, "Lord Eru, are you the one who has been giving me visions?" Eru's smile served as a confirmation, and Nymeria boldly inquired, "What can we do?" The Valyrians seemed to hold the upper hand. Could peace talks still have a chance? The daunting reality weighed on Nymeria's warrior spirit. She had delved into the ancient texts, learning of the mighty Perseus Veilerion and his powers during the Garis War. Understanding the supremacy of dragons in the Valyrian arsenal, she pondered the prospects of peace, considering her brother's choices and the perceived displeasure of Lord Almo over the inclusion of LOTR. With sorrow in his eyes, Eru replied, "In the past, peace might have been possible, but the new king of Valyria is driven by ambition and an insatiable thirst for power. War will continue, regardless of your endeavors." As Nymeria's concerns deepened, she turned her thoughts to Perseus Veilerion, a name she had encountered in the ancient scrolls. She read he was very close relationship with Royne in the past. So she politely asked, "What about Lord Eru's grandson? Wouldn't he be able to sway the Valyrians to stop this war?" Eru, attuned to her unspoken ponderings, revealed, "My grandson could have influenced the decisions of the Valyrians. Alas, he departed Valyria long ago after his wife's tragic demise, relinquishing his position to his son. The new king severed any influence he once held. Indeed, the new Valyrian king Arian's ambitions knew no bounds. Fearful of Perseus Valerion's sway, he took swift measures to undermine the ancient connections with Lord Almo. While Arian did show devotion to the gods, he also wanted to be one. Enar delved into the shadowy arts of Ashai, darkening his path with every step. Desperate and filled with resolve, Nymeria pleaded with Eru, "Can you help us, Lord Eru?" Eru's smile turned somber, and he advised, "The best course is to abandon Royne, embarking on a new journey. I will show you the way." In a profound vision, Nymeria beheld Dorne in Westeros, a distant land offering refuge and the promise of a great life. As Eru emphasized the need to gather as many people as possible, Nymeria's frustration and anger subsided, replaced by a newfound sense of purpose. Shaken yet hopeful, Nymeria set her sights on a future beyond the encroaching darkness. While Eru added, "Do not think about revenge, since Valyrians are going down a dark path and they will have their downfall." With that, Eru faded from her sight, leaving the young princess slightly shocked. Driven by an indomitable will, Princess Nymeria rallied those who sought no part in war, leading them on a daring exodus. A massive fleet of refugees set sail, their destiny entwined with the meandering course of the Royne, venturing out into the vast expanse of the summer sea. Bound by prayers to Almo, they sought safe passage through the treacherous waters. Finally reaching the distant shores of Dorne, in the elusive southeast corner of Westeros, they were met with an unexpected sight. A vast assembly of people, the natives of Dorne, stood without weapons and without hostility, seemingly awaiting their arrival. A general, curious yet cautious, inquired of Nymeria, "Milady, are they here to welcome us?" As Morsdane Martell, the king of Dorne, stepped forth to greet them, Nymeria detected a hint of admiration in his eyes. Maintaining her composure, she listened to his words, "We have been waiting for you. Lord Eru has spoken of your arrival." Reassured by the warm reception, Nymeria aligned her fate with that of Morsdane Martell, forging an alliance in the face of looming challenges. Together, they confronted the trials of Nymeria's war, battling valiantly against the uprising led by House Ironwood. In these tumultuous times, Nymeria's indomitable spirit earned her a place in history as a warrior queen, a symbol of strength and hope amidst the turmoil of a realm in transition. While the Royne princes began to face the Valyrians separately in the following years, being constantly defeated and subjugated by the military superiority of the Dragon Lords of Valyria, who began to spread colonies throughout the Royne on the ruins of the destroyed Royne cities. Garin convinced other leaders of neighboring cities to join forces under his command to face the invaders together, directing the largest army hitherto seen in Essos against an army of 100,000 Valyrians, 100 war elephants, and 3 dragons. Using strategies that harnessed the magic of the River Royne, Garin managed to push back the Valyrian Empire for the first time and won the title of the Great. While in Royne after Prince Garin's astonishing triumph, he stood tall as a unifying force, uniting all the Royne city-states under his command. With unwavering determination, he led his battle-hardened army towards the magnificent city of Volantis, their sights set on conquest and victory. Little did they know that an awe-inspiring spectacle awaited them, one that would shatter their dreams of conquest. As they approached the grand city's gates, a thunderous roar echoed across the skies, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The horizon darkened, and Lhasa Tempest unleashed, 300 dragons soared overhead with fiery breath and ferocity in their eyes. It was a sight to behold, both breathtaking and terrifying. Garin's heart sank, realizing the enormity of the threat before him. The dragons, majestic and terrible, descended upon his army with devastating force. In a horrifying dance of destruction, they unleash torrents of searing flames upon the Royne warriors, turning their formations into fiery infernos. Panic spread like wildfire through the ranks, but there was no escape from the onslaught. Tens of thousands of brave Royne warriors fell in mere hours, their dreams of triumph and glory crushed under the weight of the dragon's might. The once indomitable army, which had achieved victory before, now lay broken and defeated, their spirits shattered, and their hopes extinguished. Garin, the valiant leader, stood amidst the chaos, witnessing the devastation of his people. His heart heavy with grief, he realized that even the so-called Red Priestess/Priest were no match for the overwhelming power of the dragons. It was a defeat that would be etched in history, a testament to the might of the Dragon Lords. Captured, Garin found himself imprisoned within a cage, forced to watch as the Valyrians relentlessly razed the Royne cities to the ground. Their once vibrant society was annihilated. As a final, cruel act, legend says the Valyrians hoisted Garin's cage high above his own city, ensuring he witnessed the devastating obliteration of his homeland and the tragic demise of its people. As the last echoes of battle subsided, Garin looked upon the smoldering ruins of his once mighty army. The skies cleared, but the scars of the encounter would forever mark the land where dreams of conquest had crumbled to ashes. The dragons, now triumphant, returned to their lairs, leaving behind a scene of desolation and despair before he too died of starvation. Chapter 57, Chapter 49 Surya and Naara. As time passed, Set and Nephthys had their son, Ares, who grew up under the careful eye of Eru, thus he was not the same as the one in Percy Jackson or even Wrath of Titans. At the same time Surya fell in love with Naara Dane, daughter of Nymeria and Mors Dane Martell, Eru already 14 this union. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the opulent chambers of Eru and Eliza. The room was adorned with intricate tapestries and shimmering candlelight, creating a sense of intimacy and grandeur. Eru, a regal figure, leaned against a polished mahogany table. His eyes, deep pools of wisdom, surveyed the room as he began, "Eliza, have you noticed how Surya has been distant lately?" Eliza, her delicate features framed by cascading auburn locks, paused, a hint of concern crossing her face. "Now that you mention it, yes. He's been sneaking away at odd hours. I thought it was just youthful wanderlust." Almo, the eldest son, with his broad shoulders and a demeanor that radiated warmth, chuckled softly, "Perhaps he's found a secret hideout or a new adventure." The room seemed to hum with an unseen energy as Eru, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, took a moment to gather his thoughts. "I've seen glimpses of Surya's path," he began, his voice resonating with a depth that commanded attention. "He has found his heart's calling in Dorne, and it appears that the Princess Naara Dane is intertwined with his destiny." Eliza's eyes widened in surprise. "You knew of this, and yet you kept silent." Eru approached her, his presence soothing the unease in the room. "There are paths that even foresight must tread lightly upon, my love. Surya's journey is his own, and we are but spectators in the grand tapestry of fate." Set, ever the observant one, frowned. "I've noticed his frequent visits to Dorne. As the patron of Dorne, it's my duty to know such things. And there were times when I saw him with Princess Naara Dane." Eliza's gaze sharpened. "So his relationship with Princess Naara has reached a certain point." Set hesitated, then continued, "Yes, I found them together a couple times, but I did not think he was courting her at the time." A moment of silence hung in the air before Almo broke into a wide smile. "Love? Our Surya?" He laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the chamber. "Well, that's news. I'm genuinely happy for him." Eliza sighed, her fingers tracing patterns on the table. "If this is true, I hope he's chosen wisely. Love in Dorne, especially with someone as prominent as the Princess Naara Dane, is no simple affair." Set nodded, lost in thought. "Indeed. We must speak with him, understand his heart. But for now, let's rejoice in his happiness." Everyone smiled, while Eru summoned Surya. In a chamber adorned with intricate carvings that told tales of old, Eru sat, his gaze penetrating yet gentle, awaiting Surya's arrival. As the doors creaked open, revealing the young prince with a hint of nervousness in his eyes, the room's atmosphere grew palpably tense. Surya took a deep breath, meeting his father's omniscient gaze. "Father," he began, his voice trembling slightly, "I had intended to speak with you about Naara." Eru's smile was serene. "You needn't say much, my son. I've seen the threads of your heart weaving with hers. Surya's cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson, and he chuckled, a touch embarrassed. I wanted to make it official, but it seems you've beaten me to it. Eru stood, his regal bearing accentuated by the soft glow of the chamber's lights. Your happiness is paramount to me. I bless your union with Nymeria. A wave of relief washed over Surya's face, and his eyes shimmered with gratitude. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of hearty congratulations. Set, with a nod of approval, toasted to the young couple's future. Nephthys and Hathor exchanged knowing smiles, while Horus clapped Surya on the back, his laughter echoing joyously. Almo, Mandos, and Obbies joined in, their voices blending in a chorus of well wishes for the newest chapter in the royal saga. Chapter 58, Karna's Birth and Armor. The castle was abuzz with anticipation and whispers as the day of Nymearia's delivery neared. Surya paced the corridors, his brow furrowed with worry, his thoughts consumed by the well-being of his beloved wife and unborn child. Surya was ready to help Nymeria deliver their son without any pain, but Nymeria was stubborn. She felt as mother she must go through with this. When the moment finally arrived, the air was thick with tension. Hours seemed like an eternity until the cries of a newborn pierced the silence, signaling the arrival of the heir. Holding his son for the first time, Surya felt an overwhelming surge of love and responsibility. In a dimly lit chamber, the soft cries of a newborn echoed. Surya, with eyes gleaming with pride and wonder, held his son close, feeling the weight of new responsibility in his arms. Nymeria Dane, her face pale from the ordeal yet glowing with maternal warmth, watched from the bed, her gaze unwavering from the poignant tableau before her. Summoning strength she barely knew she had, Nymeria managed a smile, her voice soft and hoarse. What shall we name him? Surya's eyes twinkled, reflecting a mix of determination and hope. My son will be indomitable, Nymeria. He will be known all over the world as Karna, he declared, the weight of generations and dreams carried in that single word. Nymearia's eyes glistened, a tear escaping, as she nodded in agreement. Yet, as the room fell silent save for the soft breathing of the infant. As Surya kissed Karna on his forehead and muttered, "Don't worry my son, I will always be there by your side." With a voice that resonated with ancient power, Surya began a solemn blessing. As he spoke, golden light emanated from his hands, enveloping the child. A set of intricately crafted golden armor materialized, fitting snugly onto the infant's form, with matching golden earrings appeared, shimmering as they dangled from the baby's ears. Nymeria was surprised seeing this and looked at Surya. "These," Surya declared, his voice unwavering, "I have provided him a divine armor and earrings. No power in this world can pierce this armor of his. The gilded sheen of his earrings will shatter the darkness of his life and be a guiding beacon." Amidst this celestial interlude, the chamber's entrance parted, revealing Queen Nymeria of the Royne, accompanied by her consort. Both of them bore the indelible scars of warfare, having endured the heart-wrenching loss of their beloved son. Amidst the shadows of grief, their granddaughter became the beacon of hope of their lineage. The revelation of Nymearia's love for Lord Surya, and the reciprocation of such profound emotions, had initially seemed like a wistful tale, a respite from the somber realities they had known. Their granddaughter's union with Lord Surya was both exhilarating and surreal. As they stepped into the chamber, the ethereal aura surrounding Karna was palpable, a tangible testament to the intertwining destinies unfolding before them. Their eyes, reflecting a blend of wonderment and trepidation, met Nymearia's, seeking affirmation and solace amidst the celestial tableau. They heard from the healers about Lord Surya's blessing to their son. With a grace born of regality and experience, Queen Nymeria approached, accepting the infant Karna from Lord Surya's embrace. The radiant adornments of divine armor and golden earrings cast a mesmerizing glow, reflecting the chamber's subdued light. The queen's demeanor, a blend of awe and reverence, resonated with an unspoken understanding of the profound destiny encompassing her great-grandson. Gently cradling Karna, Queen Nymeria bestowed a tender kiss upon his forehead. Her whispered benediction, infused with the wisdom of generations, caressed the infant's innocence. "May you tread paths of greatness and grace, my cherished one." In that sacred moment, the chamber bore witness to the continuum of legacy, love, and hope, transcending time's relentless march through the annals of history. In a mesmerizing tableau, gods materialized from the ethereal mist: Almo, Yavanna, Matos, Horus, Set, Nephthys, Anubis, Hathor, Astarte, and Anat, each emanating an aura of otherworldly power. Among them, Nephthys, heavy with child, carried the future god of war, Ares. Both Set and Surya had a gleam in their eyes, envisioning the camaraderie Ares would share with Karna. With a unanimous gesture, the gods bestowed upon Karna blessings of longevity and joy. Eru, the supreme deity, gazed fondly at his grandson, his voice resonating like a divine whisper, "You shall radiate brilliance, guiding those led astray." Eru wanted to see if Karna would be as great as the figure in Mahabharata. As destiny wove its intricate threads, Nephthys soon gave birth to Ares, an event heralded by celestial rejoicing. Amidst these divine occurrences, the city of Valyria spiraled into shadows. The oppressed masses suffered under the cruel yoke of their masters. Eru, sensing the impending turmoil, orchestrated a grand scheme. The seeds of rebellion were sown, destined to sprout the free city of Bravos, a testament to Eru's intricate design for mortals and gods alike. In the annals of history, the birth of Karna marked the genesis of the second demigod, a being of celestial lineage and terrestrial majesty. His arrival once again became the epicenter of myriad speculations and ambitions. The tale of Princess Nymeria, who had captivated the radiant sun god Surya, became a subject of both envy and aspiration amongst the noble ladies of the realm. The news of her divine liaison spread across the kingdoms with the swiftness of a raven's flight, igniting fervent desires and strategic calculations among the great houses. Prominent lineages, including but not limited to the Lannisters, Tullis, and Duradons, perceived an unparalleled opportunity to solidify their standing and augment their influence. Their courtyards buzzed with whispered councils and clandestine deliberations, all aimed at forging marital alliances with the house intertwined with divine lineage. For within Karna coursed the hallowed blood of gods, rendering him not merely a prince of the realm but a nexus of divine and mortal realms. Thus, many houses, recognizing the unparalleled prestige and potential such an alliance would bestow, eagerly sought betrothals between their noble daughters and the illustrious Karna. As the whispers of Karna's divine lineage pervaded the corridors of power, the great houses of Westeros perceived not only the allure of his celestial heritage but also the promise of extraordinary legacies that could unfold through future generations. This understanding reshaped the contours of their aspirations and strategies. The House of Veilerion stood as a poignant testament to such possibilities. Their ancient bond with the sea was not merely a matter of heritage but a manifestation of latent powers, awakened and amplified through the currents of time. Their descendants, in communion with the vast oceanic realms, harnessed abilities that transcended mortal limitations. Drawing parallels from such legacies, the great houses envisaged a future wherein their progeny, united with Karna, could unlock untold potentials. The prospect of offspring inheriting divine attributes, akin to the legendary Valyrian connection with the seas, fueled the fervor for alliances with unparalleled intensity. Excerpt from Emergence of Karna, A Chronicle of Divine Lineage and Political Intrigue, by scholar Amara from Tower of Dorne. Chapter 59, Beast Companions for Perseus, Karna and Ares. Karna has giant eagle that has powers of sun or powers similar to Phoenix. Perseus has a companion that is either the Amatsu or Lagiacrus from Monster Hunter. Ares has either Magnamalo or Gatebreaker Ram, Four-Horned Ram. Chapter 60, Chapter 51 Ares and Karna Part 1. In Eru's grand throne room, adorned with celestial tapestries and shimmering light, the gods gathered with their families. Almo, the god of waters, stood proudly with his wife and son Perseus. Surya, the sun god, entered with his wife Nymeria and their son Karna, both eager yet apprehensive about meeting the supreme god of creation. Nymeria, her heart pounding, felt the weight of her social standing as she prepared to face Eru, the omnipotent deity. Even though she met father-in-law before, she still felt intimidated by his status and presence. While young Karna, with his sun-kissed skin shoulder-length hair and adorned with blessed earrings, stood in awe before his grandfather. Dark red tattoos marked his princely status in Dorne, a subtle display of his heritage. Amphitrite, Almo's wife, approached Nymeria. Her gentle voice carried a comforting whisper, reassuring Nymeria about the imminent meeting with Eru. "Don't be tense," Amphitrite consoled, "father-in-law is not strict. He is easy to get along with. I was the same when I first met him." Nymeria, grateful for the calming words, exhaled the tension that had gripped her. Karna was only 8 years old now, but Eru foresaw the future, beheld Karna's towering figure in his visions. His presence commands attention and admiration like the sun. He is very handsome and radiant, he is wearing golden armor, earrings, and a sun-kissed complexion. He has a mark on his forehead, which is a stylized crown with red and yellow flames emanating from the top. The base of the crown is red and the flames are yellow and orange, and they flicker and twist upwards. While he looked at Ares and saw a similar vision of Ares, who was built like a warrior, with broad shoulders and a defined physique, his face is sculpted with sharp cheekbones, a strong jawline, and a prominent brow. He has intense, dark brown eyes and long, flowing black hair. He has a short, well-groomed beard that accentuates his strong jawline. He wears imposing armor, often adorned with rams and other symbols of war. Rising from his throne, Eru warmly welcomed his grandsons. "It is finally good to see all of my grandsons again." Perseus, Ares, and Karna knelt before him, their respect evident. Ares and Karna exchanged smiles and small talks with their divine grandfather. While Eru added, "I will give you all a gift." With a wave of his hand, mystical beings materialized. The first one was a majestic sun eagle, which is a white and red eagle with a wingspan of 30 feet. It has a golden beak and talons, and its feathers glowed faintly in darkness, while the golden tail feathers were hot to the touch. The eagle is said to be the avatar of the sun god, and it is a symbol of hope and renewal. The second one was Magnamalo, is a hulking fanged wyvern that bears some resemblance to a tiger. It is primarily clad in purple and yellow plates of armor, with a red underbelly. The head has a short, tigrine snout, holds 2 foldable tusks under its cheeks, and sports a large pair of jagged yellow horns, just underneath which are its long, thin ears. Both the forelegs and hind legs end in 4-clawed digits, and each foreleg is armed with a single large serrated blade, which is kept folded back, parallel with the leg. Magnamalo's tail ends in a spear-like tip composed of 3 spikes that can flex outwards to form a trident shape. Hidden within its back are a series of bone blades/spikes that spring out from its hide whenever it becomes enraged. The third one was a Lagiacris leviathan-like monster, is fully sunbathed. It turns a dry grayish-blue color and its dermal spikes turn brown. When it returns to the water, Lagiacris regains a striking deep blue color and its spikes return to their original color of a very light beige. Perseus, Karna, and Ares stood in collective astonishment, their eyes wide with wonder as the majestic creatures materialized before them. The giant sun eagle unfurled its wings in a magnificent display, filling the grand throne room with a rhythmic flapping. Its cry echoed through the celestial space, a melodic symphony that resonated with the divine energy of the moment. In response, the fanged wyvern, with a mighty presence, let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. The raw power of its voice added a primal depth to the atmosphere, symbolizing the strength it brought as a protector and companion to Ares. Simultaneously, the Lagiacris joined in, releasing a majestic roar that Karna, captivated by the regal sun eagle, traced its every movement with awe in his gaze. Ares, with an intense focus, locked eyes on the mighty fanged wyvern, its imposing presence commanding his full attention. Meanwhile, Perseus, drawn to the sun-bathed leviathan, marveled at its grandeur and the intricate patterns of light playing upon its scales. Ares smiled and said, "These 3 will be your companions and protectors." Ares' smile deepened as the newfound companions seamlessly adjusted their sizes to suit the young gods. Ares, the fanged wyvern standing proudly beside him, puffed out its chest in a display of allegiance, matching the intensity in Ares' eyes. Meanwhile, Karna felt the gentle weight of the sun eagle perched on his shoulder, its radiant presence adding to his sense of awe and wonder. Perseus, being older and more seasoned, approached the Lagiacris with ease. A simple touch to the leviathan's snout conveyed a silent understanding between them, as if the two shared an ancient connection with ocean.